Here we are. Welcome back to We Play Games. I'm Walker, and here we are in Age of Wonders 4, about to show off the construction queue bug. But before we show off the construction queue bug, which we're gonna do in sort of like a restrained form, because I do want the game to still be like interesting, I do want to have a conversation about mounts. So here, like just as a consequence of the fact that we're gonna be tabbing over to the wiki in just a moment, you are gonna see the chat box here on screen for the initial part of the stream here. But we are gonna have a conversation about mounts and athletics, because I do think that like these really expensive traits, although we have talked about them in regards to like the form traits video, I do think that there's a lot of information that is still like difficult to understand without context in regards to taking these mount traits. Like, when do you take them? What sort of effect does it really have on you? So in order for us to understand like the impact of mounts in Age of Wonders 4, I think you really do need to familiarize yourself first and foremost with the way movement works on the strategic layer. So I'm going to try to remember to post, actually, you know what, I can not just say I'm going to try to remember to post this. I can literally edit this into the description right here. But here we are. Welcome back. Wait a second. Let's just post it. Let's just post it in chat. Boom. But the map movement is really, really important to understand when it comes to actually understanding the way that your mounts work in Age of Wonders 4. So the first thing you need to understand is that most units are going to start with 32 movements by default. Now, of course, there are a lot of different types of units, like Sunderers, for instance, that go up to a 40 for fast movement, and then the units that are naturally cavalry start with 48 movement for very fast movement. And then there are a couple of other units that get the fast movement tag. But like by and large, you have to work with 32 movement points on your really slow units. And if you only have 32 movement points, then the way that you creep at the beginning of the game is very, very different. You have a lot of issues in regards to starting fights, and one of the most important things you can do in Age of Wonders 4 is make sure that your heroes like don't take too much damage in every fight, so that way they don't have to take like every single turn healing, and that typically involves, you know, breaking a unit out of your hero stack to go activate fights for you. But if you're doing that with a 32 movement point unit that you're building in a draft city, then like you're just not going to be able to use those to activate fights very reliably, which is where stuff like mounts come in. But in order for you to really understand that, I do think you need to get a good grasp on like how expensive it is to actually move around. I don't think that there's a lot of value in creating like a Google Doc or like a sheet that shows like an infinite amount of spread and all right, this is the maximal way to do this, because like you don't know what the map is going to look like, right? You can't come up with a mathematically perfect movement without the knowledge of exactly where you're going to be moving on to, which you can't accomplish in Age of Wonders 4 without like map hacking or something like that. So don't do that. Rather, understand the consequences of the way that movement works here. So the first thing you need to understand is that generic movement on like grasslands and snow and sand and other things that are described as clear are going to naturally cost 6 movement points. 6 movement points into 32 movement points by default is like obviously a pretty bad deal for you. This is why it's so slow to move around on the overworld map without access to roads. Roads, of course, you can get on neutral terrain. Like there's no reason that roads have to be inside friendly domain, but friendly domain further reduces move point cost by 2. And because outposts build roads as well as this friendly domain, that's like one of the reasons why I'm just like so bullish on building those sorts of things, because they multiply really, really well with having more movement points, right? So if you have 32 movement points by default and you're moving around on friendly roads, then you're naturally going to be able to move 10 hexes. Like that's really fast when it comes to just getting from one fight to the next. You're not really going to be able to do that because you're probably going to have to cross a river on a bridge or whatever, but you know, we're just doing a little bit of hand waving here. On the other hand, if you had fast movement, which you get from a lot of these mounts because of the way optional cavalry works now on your racial units, they will get this optional cavalry tag, and the optional cav tag gives them fast movement, so 40 movement. But you also get that on athletics. That's important to note because we are going to talk about the downsides to mounts in just a moment. But what this should tell you is that on 40 for fast movement, if you're moving on 4 movement or 3 movement per, you're at 13 instead of 10. And then if you're at 48 movement, you're at 16. So you get a linear increase in terms of like how far you can actually move 3 extra hexes under ideal terrain. So that means just like getting extra movement at the beginning of the game means that you can do a lot faster of clears, and that's really just super duper important and impactful on your economy. But of course, like all of the mounts do things that are entirely different under that hood. And the new Swiftfoot Raptor mounts are one of these that I think initially it looked really cool because of the slippery ability. But unfortunately for Swiftfoot Raptor mounts, they don't really get around the main problem of mounts in regards to Age of Wonders 4, which is their hero scaling. Like the hero scaling on mounts is effectively non-existent. You can very easily find a tier 3 power weapon on like turn 7 or 8 or whatever, and then just box your mount for the rest of the game, and then this is a 3-point trait that effectively accomplished nothing for your heroes. And given that heroes, although they have been nerfed in the current patch, they are still like a very, very important, crucial aspect of your military as well as your economy. And the fact that you're spending an enormous number of points on things that don't really help them out that much is a big deal. So what this means is that in regards to all mounts total, I think you do need to think of them more on like smaller maps than on larger maps. That's due not only because of the scaling problem, but also just like if you have a massive movement advantage in the very beginning of the game in a smaller map, your economy is going to be so much bigger that hopefully you can just end the game before your opponent gets to the point where they can outscale you. And that is of course much easier to accomplish if you have the very fast movement here. But because heroes are special, any sort of hero, if they're on a mount for whatever reason, they automatically get 48 movement points. That means that the very fast ability here on Swiftfoot just like doesn't do anything for a hero, so you're really only getting the slippery ability. The slippery ability is like pretty helpful. We're going to show it off here with high, because I do think that starting with a Swiftfoot Awakener is going to be fun, because we are going to be playing with Perfectionist Artisans today to show off this little bug. But the Swiftfoot Raptor mounts really are for ranged pieces than anything else. Like this is not a frontline sort of effect by any means, because it doesn't let you ignore zone of control. I think that's a good thing. I think if the Raptors ignored zone of control, they would probably be overpowered. But like I do see a lot of people these days, at least initially, trying to like fit in sneaky and flanking attacks with Swiftfoot Raptor, but like that's kind of not what this does. What this does is it just allows your ranged pieces to be a lot more viable in auto resolve, because just giving them slippery, right? Like just think about how many times you see in auto resolve, your ranged piece walks within melee distance of a melee piece, shoots it once, the melee piece walks over to your ranged piece and attacks it, once or twice, because it does have to walk and then it loses some attacks. But then unfortunately your ranged piece has to break away, and your ranged piece breaks away, gets mauled by the melee attacker, and then just like can't retaliate for anything. And Swiftfoot Raptor actually gets around that really well. I don't think that, given that this is only 5 hit points, that even on something like Industrious you would probably want elephant mounts or mammoth mounts instead, both for the gigantic amount of HP as well as for the fewer models. But like if you're playing something where you're going to be using some pretty expensive, really important ranged pieces early on, and given that we are going to be playing high and then going into Tome of Glades that describes this build kind of like to a T, that this is a case where you can argue for Swiftfoot Raptor mounts. I don't know, like as an aside, if I would consider this more multiplayer viable than something like Eagle mounts, because the main benefit here I do think is on the overworld map. 48 movement points is a lot more than 40 for like all of your tier 1 units, and it makes it so that you can like just start way more fights early on. And so like if you're running it on something like Barbarians with their ability to refresh HP as well as just like have really durable warriors, I do think that this is a fine case to use it and just sort of like ignore the slippery ability, or just like say, hey, it's going to show up on Furies or something like that, and it might be helpful there. But like overall, this is just mostly about enabling ranged pieces. And then just to discuss the build beyond that, what we're going to be talking about today, we are going to be talking about tough, but let me actually put the display capture down below Age of Wonders 4, so that way the text box disappears for you guys. But tough is a solution to the other big problem whenever you're playing with mounts. Of course, the way that you can get around the big problem with mounts is just playing athletics. I do really like athletics. I think this is a fantastic trait, both for your heroes, because this enables them to use power weapons without access to like faster boots. Sometimes you just don't find fast boots before like tier 3 tomes, and then this has added an enormous amount of movement to your pikes or your great weapon heroes. But tough helps us get around the polearm problem. So the polearm problem is one of these things that like you kind of can't get around entirely whenever you're playing with mounts. It's impossible. It's a waste of your resources to try to get around this entirely. But you do need to be aware of it. And this is of course like the most terrifying thing that you can encounter. But like even if you're just fighting against an arcane guard, this is 12 damage plus 40% damage on Cav Slayer. So this is just going to be an enormous problem for you. And because there are a lot of tier 1 polearms in the game, you're gonna fight a lot of things on the map where you're running into melee strikes. Now, fortunately, on the other side of things, a lot of the units that actually pick up tier 1, not industrious, but a lot of them that pick up tier 1 optional cav are themselves also shield units, which means that you naturally have a gigantic amount of physical defense to attacks that are coming into your face, non-flanking. The AI will try to get around this, of course, but like if the AI has to like walk all the way around with a polearm unit, they're only going to get one attack because they just like don't have enough hexes to get there. And if you have like 5 physical defense against all of the polearms that you need to encounter, you're probably not going to do as badly as you'd think. Now that said, like there are ways to buff this even further, and I do think that tough is one of those picks that we haven't really shown off when it's useful. And I do think it's most useful on something like this, where you're trying to maximize the survivability of your front line early on against polearms, so that your more important pieces can actually do some work. So we're going to be playing with high today, just so that way we can do a lot of extra construction early on. I do think that, generally speaking, there are a lot of different ways to abuse the construction queue bug. I think the most common way to abuse it would be just using barbarians and just rushing through an item forge with Fabled Hunters. And then, you know, like if you have a tier 4 gun on turn 7 or 8 with barbarians, it's going to be pretty hard for you to fall behind in virtually any game. But I want this to be a fun one, so we're going to play with high, and we're going to do some more despicable neutral things, but we're going to use as our source of stability, we're going to be using Perfectionist Artisans, both for like the memes, but also just like I think that this is a great opportunity for us to test how good a single early game Awakener can actually be, because they are quite good, and because we're going to be abusing the construction queue bug, we're actually mostly just going to be building SPIs, and so like the construction cost here on Perfectionist Artisans kind of just doesn't matter. We're going to be playing with Tome of Alchemy as our first tome. Traditionally, like if you're not abusing construction queue bug, you really probably shouldn't start on Tome of Alchemy, just because you don't get access to a summon, and that's a really big problem for you. Like you can kind of get around it by getting access to an afflictor, but the early game crunch of lack of units is a real issue. But we're just going to try to rush through all of our tier 1s really quickly, because we're going to go Alchemy into Faith, and then we'll have 2 Research Post SPIs and the Research Post SPI from High, and then we'll be playing with Champion, of course, and I think I said Crowbow for this one. Yeah, Crowbow for this one. Crowbow is like one of these bows that I don't think you have to take on literally every single build. I do want to be clear about that, but because it's so powerful early on, and in this case we're also like, deliberately going to be playing 1v1 against an AI, I kind of just can't get around it. Okay, so let's delete this custom realm, and let's make just a really fast little guy for us. I guess we could do I just like regular divide, honestly. I think regular divide is great in like a 1v1 scenario, because it gives us a little bit of time to build up before we encounter them. We could play with like Wondrous Past or Regenerating Infestations, but like I don't know. Maya, do you have any ideas on what you want to see in terms of realm setup? Like I'm not even opposed to just running a generic divide, because I do think that like there are some really fun miscellaneous traits here, but like if you're just testing and demonstrating a bug, I don't necessarily feel compelled to do anything there. Well, we'll let that percolate and see who who says what here, but we're gonna go ahead and set this up with our minor handicap, major advantage. It's gonna default to teams because there's only one AI, and so like we're gonna automatically be at war with them. We're gonna go to Hero Resurgence Never, defeated to owner. We're gonna leave it with an option to do combat versus AI in case we get into like a big ruler fight, like as at the end of the game, and we want to show off a manual combat with the ranged pieces. We could, and I like having that as just an option in our back pocket. All right, well, you know what? Let's just run with a generic divide. I think that's fine. I do love the look on the Velociraptors. They're so cool. They're so cool. All right, so what are we going to be doing here? We are going to be trying first to get to 3 population. Once you get to 3 population, then you can build your Town Hall 2. So what we are not going to be necessarily looking to get the boost on Town Hall 2. We're not even necessarily looking to ever actually complete Town Hall 2. We are just going to add it to the queue and then bounce around it for a little while. But we do need to get to 3 population before we can do that at all. Now, unfortunately, this is like the dreaded 0 fight spawn that that Winslaya saw in one of our multiplayer streams yesterday. That's super brutal. 0 fights on turn 1 is an amazingly miserable way to start this, but fortunately we do have 48 movement. This is exactly the kind of like early game creeping effect that I think this is where oh my god, there's 3 Lightbringers here. If we can get this fight without losing anybody, then this is effectively a banner, because this is 666. That's 18 experience points, so that would actually be enough for everybody here to gain 4, because of the way that divides. And 3 Lightbringers with absolutely no frontline. So what they're gonna do is they're gonna mind control 3 things. Hopefully one of those is not the Awakener, and then the Awakener will hit them with an AoE, and then the other piece that didn't get mind controlled will kill them, and then release 1 unit, and then 1 unit will kill the next one and release another unit. So like this is potentially everyone will die in 1 fight, but it's also potentially everyone will gain a level in 1 fight. That's actually, let's see. It might be better for us to just gain a population here by just picking up this food, so that way we get extra movement because of the friendly movement bonus. Yep, there we go. So let's grab this actually as a forester, so that way we get a bonus boost on our library, save it just a little bit of gold that way. And then I suppose we are going to have to take this fight with the Lightbringers next turn, unless we find something more productive to do, like something that accomplishes the same thing and doesn't run us the risk of getting our ruler wiped on turn 2 would be ideal. But if that's the fight we have to take, that's the fight we have to take, because we do at least have Crow, so we actually have a 6th unit. Maybe I'm talking myself into the Lightbringer. Am I talking myself into the Lightbringer? I might be. Let's see who's guarding this knowledge. No one's guarding this knowledge. I mean, that's almost a bad thing here, because we really kind of do want the experience points, but that means that somebody can just bounce over there and grab that. Maybe that'll just be the next Dawnbringer we work. So yeah, let's make a Dawn Defender, and let's go ahead and pick up a library. This might be literally the only piece of infrastructure we build for the initial part of the game. We will find out. We do have to get a lot of gold in order to do what we're aiming to accomplish. And we don't have gigantic amounts of gold built in so far. I guess we can just send this ruler ahead with the 48 movement and see if we can find anything else out here. Hey, see if we can find anything else out there. Like that is 100% a free fight. And I think we're not going to be able to get... Oh, we are going to be able to get those guys into range too. All right, sweet. Good. That's the way to start. We are, of course, going to start with Afflictors here. So what we're going to be trying to do is just build a couple of Dawn Defenders initially, and then once we get Afflictors online, we'll build probably 3 of them. So that way we still get like the main advantage of playing with high, which is being able to utilize very powerful long-ranged ranged units very early on. But I'm just like not a fan generically of Dusk Hunters in auto-resolve. These things are just like way too fragile. The way that like 45 hit points are always. That's not a unique problem for Dusk Fabled Hunters. I just don't like tier 1 ranged units unless they're Sunderers. But tier 2s are a lot more bulky. Like the 60 HP is not nothing. We did not, unfortunately, find a free city to declare war on this turn, but we did. Oh, there's a fairy right there. This is where having resistant instead of tough would be really, really helpful, because it is great against fairies, but I think this is fine. And then important to note, because we are playing with alchemists, alchemy into faith, that we have effectively nothing to spend mana on other than fights. So we are just going to leave mana on for everything, because there's like absolutely no reason not to. And I suppose we can start the chaplain fight with our ruler. Yeah. And given that it is a chaplain, I do want to have a melee attack, just so that way we can pressure this guy. And we might have enough movement to hit this and pop back into the 3-stack, but if not, you know, we can still engage it with this bad boy. But yeah, let's go for this fight first. Okay, so we did take some damage on our ruler, the way that you sometimes do when you're out in front. Is this guy close enough to start the fight on that? No, not today. We could just get a level here, actually, and by wasting a couple of experience points on a Light Seeker. Like, normally you don't want to be wasting experience points onto, like, scouts, but this is for EXP that I don't think we're going to be able to get this turn anyway, unless we do something like this. And I think we can win this fight with an Awakener, even though the hero is now beaten up pretty badly. Status resistance and lightning shield, though, is pretty insane. And we have a crow. All right, yeah, let's watch this fight. But I think this should be fine. We do have an Awakener. We do not have our healer, which is the reason that I am hedging, because this is real damage. Okay, so where are they going to go? They're going to go straight on the ruler and straight on the ruler. All right. At least we have the lightning shield, but now guys, stop doing this stuff. Do this stuff. Kill the bad guys so that the ruler doesn't die. All right, blinding and flanked. Good. So now we get that one off the board. Fantastic. Okay, so now we just have to take a triple hit. So we'll survive this, but oh yes, it went straight for the Dawn Defender rather than the ruler. Fantastic. Like, we would have survived the hit either way, but like going down to 30 HP is already getting into the realm where we are gonna have to be on restore here. Like, there's just no way for us to ignore this. And I'm not thrilled with taking restore, but given that we have a Wand of Blizzards now, we do have 2 enormously powerful ranged pieces against our little Lightbringer friends. Do we fight them now with this? Or do we wait one turn? I guess I'm going to build this outpost, so that way we do actually get this Silver Tongue Fruit down and rocking and rolling. Walker, you forgot to give the Whispering Stone again. Every time. Can't not forget it. Actually, maybe we don't turn this in, because this... Now we're going to start looking for places for us to put a Sun Shrine that can be adjacent to research posts. So this actually is a perfectly reasonable location. And I think we're going to actually go with a farm, because we're going to build, like, really nonsense stuff here. So you do cancel that. And then I guess we're just going to build an outpost like here or something like this. Yeah, that's pretty far out of the way, but that gives us access to another mana node for that second city to exploit, and then some places to build research posts that'll overlap with Dondels. Yeah, I think this is actually better. Okay, so you're in a good spot, you're in a good spot, you're fine, and you're fine. I guess we'll send this Dawn Defense, or this scout actually out here to grab this. Hopefully we'll find a free city, because we really do need to interact with one immediately. We need to get some evil. The fact that we haven't found evil yet, need to cries into the sky. All right, I think this is fine. Let's go a scouting. All right, so there's Hollow. That is a much bigger free city than we need to be declaring war on this turn, and it is very far away. No, 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 please. Anything. My kingdom for a free city to declare on next turn. There's a banner there. I guess we'll just keep going in this direction, but we need to find evil somehow. So maybe this is an opportunity for us to just get a bunch of units here, because a bunch of units is another way to potentially get evil. If you just scare the enemy into submission, you can attack them and then get 5 evil that way, and that's all we need. Nope, not this time. Yeah, let's go ahead and watch this one, because this is I think like an incredibly dangerous fight potentially. Although because we have so many units, I think we should be able to get through this. All right, triple Lightbringer. You are about to get blasted here, right? AI, you see this, don't you? You can hit 2 of them. That's enough. Okay, healing up our friend. No. What? Why? Oh no. AI. You're gonna be the death of me, AI. Cannot believe you. Alright, well I guess maybe the Awakener was setting up to intentionally do a better exposing light next turn, he says, and then they immediately miss out on the opportunity to do more than one. Oh my god. Thank God we brought so many units. AI, you are just the worst sometimes. Okay, so yeah, the birds should be able to kill this. Do it. Yes, yes, yes. All right, good. Thank God we brought so many units. What a waste of an early game fight though, because we lost a unit and a bunch of experience points potentially. Oh no, and you blizzarded your own dude. Oh man. All right, whatever, that's fine. And I guess we'll still be fishing for evil here. This is really what we have to get evil immediately, and I do think that the map is probably the cheapest way to get it now that we're super far away from all these free cities. Yeah, you can just start scouting around. Scout around. I guess we can check out the hidden garden, because that's also a really good city spot. I don't see a research post, so this might be like a 3rd city here, and then expand into those research posts. Yeah, that looks pretty reasonable actually. All right, we have 3 populations, so let's go ahead and just drop this mine in, and then we're just gonna buy this out. That'll give us 200, so we're actually 1 more turn off, because we need to be able to buy this out, build this, and then immediately start on an SPI, so we need just a tiny bit more gold to get there. So we'll do that next turn. You go, I guess, here to keep scouting around. And because we can build a Dawn Defender, we should. We took him out. No reason not to build that. They're really fast. They do. One thing I will say that I love about the Velociraptor mounts is that they kind of make it so you never have to build scouts. Like sometimes you're on the fence as to whether or not you want to build a scout, because they are really good at fog busting, and that is very powerful at the beginning of the game. You typically don't do it simply because it's not like useful in combat. They really don't do anything there. But on the strategic layer, scouts are actually pretty reasonable. And now I guess we'll maybe we're gonna be friendly with Hollow initially, because they're so far away, and that is an opportunity to get a level 3 hero, and this is a high tier city. So anytime you see like stone walls around it, then you know it's going to be at least tier 3, which means that whenever you recruit a hero from it, there's a pretty good chance that they're going to have a minor race transformation. And this could be a tier 4, although 4 population means this is probably a tier 3. But like tier 4 free cities, if you interact with them and like turn them into vassals, they can provide disgusting value to you in the Rally of the Lieges. So I'm going to keep an eye actually on that free city and what we can do with it. All right, evil, please. You guys have to be scared of me. I'm so spooky. Look at me. I got like a Velociraptor and other friends on Velociraptors, and if you watched Jurassic Park, then you are probably terrified of these guys. Like, that's just the way it is. Yeah, neutral cities grow over time now. And they don't just like grow a little bit over time. They grow the entire way. Like, they will actually upgrade their ranking. They're slow at doing it, and so like if you really need something to happen quickly, then probably prioritize it yourself, build it first and then release the city in question. But like most of the time you're just going to be conquering free cities rather than building things first and then releasing them. That's something that you do more in single player role playing than in multiplayer or competitive. It's just way too slow at paying itself off. So here we're going to go ahead and queue up the Wizard Tower Foundation. Because we have the Town Hall 2 in our queue, that means that now we are effectively allowed to queue up the Wizard Tower. But because of this construction queue bug, we can actually push the Wizard Tower in front of the Town Hall 2. This is something that we do not do on Winslaya's channel with our multiplayer games there, I think for a very good reason. The reason being that it is like game breaking and stupid and results in people doing like race to the bottom games, and that is, I think, very bad for a game's overall health. But this bug has been in the game for like a very long time, and there are some players, unfortunately, in the multiplayer community who I do know, or at least I have heard good evidence of, that they do occasionally abuse this bug to accomplish exactly this interaction here, the interaction of making your Wizard Tower like really early, like with effectively anything. Obviously you can do it like a lot faster with a non-perfectionist artisans build, considering that this is a very expensive Wizard Tower foundation that we're building. But this is something that you can do if you are someone without guile and honor, then you can do exactly what we were doing right now. All right, and then of course we're gonna build a sun shrine, and we're just gonna plop that guy down to Silver Tongue Fruit, so that way whenever we finish this Town Hall 2, we can expand into the Silver Tongue Fruit. We're gonna need to finish this at some point, so this isn't gonna be an indefinite delay because of the power there. But we can do sun shrine, and we can also do like an alchemist lab here on this forester. So like we can queue up 7 turns worth of building research and Imperium before we even build the Town Hall 2. And now like any production that we find out here that's going to be funneled to this is going to be going to like really building the crap out of Dondel. Oh, and there's another actually bug that I want to show us off today, because we did take Great Builders. We took Great Builders both so that we could do this, but also to demonstrate something that Zombie made me aware of. When you take Great Builders, rather than having stone walls overwrite the palisade walls, which is what naturally happens in like, whenever you're building stone walls overall, when you take Great Builders, you actually get both buildings. And what this means, of course, in regards to Perfectionist Artisans, is that you just get an extra 5 gold for some reason in your capital, because you have stone walls and the palisades. But then it also means that you just have like 20 more defense than you're really supposed to have, because you're not supposed to have palisade walls and stone walls at the same time. But that's not like an enormous problem, I don't think, the same way that some of these the construction queue bug is. We're just gonna go ahead and take vigor. That's totally fine. I'm so glad we got through that stupid Lightbringer fight without losing everybody. Those fights are stressful. Those fights are stressful. All right, this is not quite enough gold, so I guess we'll just wait on putting down this outpost, because I don't think we can do this fight. Well, actually, you know what? Let's see who's on this. So we are playing with high, which means that gargoyles are a lot less scary than they are normally, because we can just do spirit damage for days out here, and we have an awakener. This is 614 EXP, so we might get like 3 or 4 EXP per unit. Is that going to be enough for Aiden to reach level 4 if we bring all 5 guys. I think we're going to need to bring them simply because we have a gargoyle, and like both of the Dawn Defenders are kind of beaten up as well as the ruler, so there's not like a great frontline case for us here. But this, we found evil, baby. We found evil. All right, that we're back in it. That was a really slow evil find turn 4, but now the wizard tower is gonna start popping off because we're gonna start working on our stability here and get these numbers really growing. We might be able to get that here in Hidden Garden too if we can clear this and get a stability reward. We're 1,000% gonna take it. Stability rewards are pretty good on high. Ah, man, shoot, I shouldn't have moved. Well, no, I kind of think we needed to move everybody together in that stack because that one where everyone's damaged, pretty dangerous. Dan drops Prangent Sex. Will it hurt baby? Top of his head. And we're... Okay, so we were not going to hit level 4 on that fight, kind of no matter what we were doing. Okay, well, I think that's good here for turn 4. And probably not going to buy rush this Dawn Defender. Although I guess if we're going to take the Hidden Garden fight next turn, then we have to buy rush the Dawn Defender to have 6 out there. Okay, alright, Walker. Alright, you talked me into it. I like Dawn Defenders with Velociraptor mounts. They're very fast. They are excellent at redeploying to effectively anywhere you need them. And now we're going to get one more there, so that's going to give us like 4. And given that we're going to lose at least one of them in this fight, and hopefully just one of them, I don't know. Let's see actually. Hollow, you jerk. We were supposed to be friends for at least a little bit so I could recruit your hero and then betray you and declare war on you and take your land. Alright, fine, be that way. I'm just gonna go get my undead waifu here. I hope he crosses his fingers, because this can be a good spot for us. Oh, and there's a bronze infestation there. We would have to cross the water, but that might actually genuinely be a better spot for us to go before Hollow. Tier 3. Alright, so that's annoying, because if we can conquer that and migrate it, then we actually can get Awakeners out of it early. So maybe we do have to do that. Alright, let's see what's in this Hidden Garden. Right? Yeah, let's go see what's in this Hidden Garden. We're just gonna send our hero ahead, because if it's an impossible fight, then like we don't need to bring everyone. Oh, alright, so we are kind of low on ranged pieces into this fight now because we have access to an Awakener, which has, of course, its ability to hit always with its AoE. And then, like, although the Sun Priest does have a ranged attack of its own, I don't think the main value of it in a fight like this is going to be doing ranged attacks. So this actually looks like a fight that we might be able to win this turn, even with the damage that we have without a signature skill. He says all of these modifiers. Oh right, and we don't have we have like, what are our tactical spells here? We have Miasma and Awaken Inner Radiance. Well, this is gonna be a greedy fight, but I do think that it is potentially winnable here, and I think that we're doing enough nonsense that I want to try it out, and it's really high reward if we do win this. If we do win this, God, we need HP though. We need if we had 1x of mass rejuve, this would be the easiest fight of the universe. So far we only have the healing on Mending Awakening, so that's 30 HP onto somebody. Maybe we can't take that fight without level 4. Can we get level 4 this turn any other way? This is just it's so high reward to do this though. If we get this fight, it's incredible, because then we can just heal here, right? If you just get this and heal for 30 HP, that's a lot. It's an entire turn effectively of extra healing. All right, whatever, Walker. Just watch this fight. Like, watch this fight. Watch everybody die. Complain about it, and then QQ. I think it's probably gonna be expensive, but I think we're probably gonna win. Like the fact that we have two giant actually AoEs, because we have the AoE off of the Awakener as well as the Wand of Blizzards, means we have 2 big ways to get around the big blind. And then hopefully the fact that we have more healing means that we can just like grind out the skirmishers. Yep, there's Awakening Light. Fantastic. Ruler, hero guy, Aiden, you cannot do this to me. We didn't give you 15 support abilities. You only have 2. You have to get to the front line, friend. Okay, so everyone's going to be getting wet, but I don't think that actually matters at all in this fight. Here, if you were manualing this, if you wanted to utilize the Dawn Defenders better, then obviously what you do is you'd run up there and you click defense mode, because doing just one attack onto a skirmisher who has the option to do a triple attack back is not really where you want to be. That's pretty bad value, but at least the AI is bad on both sides, is the bright side here. And the skirmisher just walks away. Alright, okay, well, that's fine. The Awakener has used its big shot, so I don't think it's going to be doing a lot for the next couple of turns. And we need this stupid ruler to get up there and use this blizzard wand, please. The problem with support powers on heroes is really annoying, because it's an entire tree. give us good AI for using support abilities where they don't run away and abandon all of their friends. Okay, yeah, I think we are going to lose a meaningful number, if not all of the Dawn Defenders in this fight, but it so far looks like we should be able to win this. If this ruler just uses the Hindering Blizzard next turn, then I think we win it. And the Dawn Defenders, it's nice to get Dawn Defenders and like any of your early game shield units up to legendary rank, so that way you get the bolstered defense ability on everyone, but I don't think it's critical. It's one of those definite ideal but optional outcomes for early game creeping. So they pick off the other Dawn Defender over there. And now you have no choice, Sun Priest. You have to heal your friend. Heal your ruler. I say it out loud. I know it's gonna heal the Dawn Defender, right? It has to. No? It's gonna shoot? Alright, well, the support unit, I guess, like, maybe the support unit, that Dawn Defender was, like, going out with that support unit's ex or something like that, and very salty about it. That's the secret lore here for that interaction. Alright, so we have a flanking attack, so we get that out of the way. Awakener, please stop running away. Like, stay with your supports, man. Oh my god. Don't kill this Awakener. Don't kill the Awakener. Oh my goodness. No, run to the guy who can heal you. Well, I said we were gonna die horribly and then complain about it. And it looks like the AI has definitely enabled that. Jesus Christ. All right, well, you know what? We're just gonna surrender and reload that turn. I think that was a good audible to attempt, but I don't know. That was pretty embarrassing for the AI. Come on, guys. Oh, that was in combat. I'm not gonna manual this fight. That would just be cheating. We're just not gonna take it. Stop it. Leave me alone. Watching the AI just like run away from support units, like I think that they really do need to do something in regards to the tactical AI in this game. It's not even a question of like I know that there are people on Discord and Reddit who like say that this is a problem playing on higher difficulty levels, but it's really not. This is a problem that affects literally anybody who does any auto resolves, and I guarantee you if you look at the numbers of like how many games are played by even casual players, there's probably a lot of auto resolving going on in the game. And when the auto resolve like just doesn't use units at all, it's very bad. I think it detracts from a gameplay experience for a lot of people. All right, so let's do the responsible thing. This is the greedy thing that you do in like a multiplayer game and then you die. This is your failure, Walker. Don't have to auto into every single Bronze Wonder you see on turn 0. can wait. You can heal. Like, if we just healed before that fight, we could have been okay. Oh my god, did we actually have the movement points to just heal a bunch before that fight, and they just didn't? No, wait, this is a different turn. I mean, like, I don't even know if machine learning is necessary, right? I'm not looking for the game to be impenetrable to people who don't play thousands of hours. I think the right difficulty level is something where the pieces behave the way that they would mostly behave in the hands of a human. And whether or not it's a human who is, like, good at the game or just, like, okay at the game, I don't think matters that much. But, like, to watch behaviors like that, where a badly wounded high value piece, rather than running towards the unit who literally had a Mending Awakening up in order to get healing, that unit ran away from all of its other supports. This is why, like, it's pretty clear that the AI for tactical combat in Age of Wonders 4, like, just kind of doesn't see other units. And so I don't know if there's a way to, like, fix that in a small format, because that would be really complicated in terms of tactical AI without having, like, a basic format for how armies should behave. But I don't think that's bad. I think if, like, they wanted to make the tactical AI better, having, like, a basic template of, you know, if a unit is damaged, it will try to move towards a support unit to get some healing, and then if a support unit sees a damaged unit, maybe use some healing. It's usually pretty good at identifying that early on in fights, but once fights get complicated and units move around, then the turn one industry standard for healing to just go off disappears. And I don't think that it should. I think it should stay with the AI throughout, because it behaves a lot better. Yeah, you could do it. Like, there are some games actually that have, like, impossible difficulties that I don't even play. Like, there was a remake of the original Master of Orion game that has, like, effectively unbeatable AI at the very highest level, and that's interesting. That's absolutely interesting. I don't think that fight would be interesting to play manually. Honestly, I don't think any fights early on should be played manually, because of how dramatic it impacts your economic growth. Like, we'll show that off at some point. Maybe we could do that here, honestly. Like, maybe we could take a couple of fights here and then bounce over and, like, do a really quick manual fight on a lost tower on, like, turn 12 or whatever. But, like, that's stuff that you can do with manuals, and I think it's not good. I think that is actively deleterious to gameplay outcomes, because it means that, like, the only thing that kind of matters if you're doing manuals versus the map early on is how close do you start to a fightable gold wonder, and that's not interesting to me. This is enough of a frontline, right? You've got a Wand of Blizzards that you apparently are not very happy about using, but we've got an extra Crow and a Dawn Defender. This is actually, we're gonna get the level up here anyway, right? Because we're at level 3 and we're, like, border, and this is 8, 16. So yeah, we can just drop another Dawn Defender in here and not actually cost ourselves anything. Done. And you are close enough to get into that fight, and you're not an important piece, so you can potentially die. Yeah, let's go there. And we've got, all right, so we have a Bastion, but Bastions are notorious for having serious problems against, like, battle mages, and we have a good one. So I guess you can just hang out here, right? Let's see what we got in terms of our signature. Okay, so we weren't gonna get mass rejuve anyway, so that fight against the Spring Fairies is probably not winnable without resistant, or just the AI playing along with us. But we're gonna go ahead and take Blink, not because I'm actually a fan of this. I actively do not like Blink for your auto resolve because of what your AI likes to do with it, but because we do need to get Astral Affinity online. I think anytime you're playing with high, you need to be prioritizing getting Astral Affinity, like, ASAP, especially in this universe where we're gonna be trying to like, float on just building a lot of research through SPIs rather than through building them with infrastructure, we actually can get away with delaying our Arcane Institute. And so that means that, like, this particular slice, I think is gonna... Ooh, maybe we don't even want the Alchemy Lab there. Maybe we want the Alchemy Lab here. Where Alchemy Lab? Because there, if we put the Alchemy Lab down, it'll overwrite this terrible farm with a really great farm. Yeah, you know what? Let's do that. And then we can hurry that production. And now we could even, like, buy out a tavern before the Sunshrine, so that way we get the extra bonuses online. Oh, wait, no. Why can't you move that way? Tavern, why are you not movable? Well, I don't know why the tavern is not movable there, but whatever. I guess we'll just get our stability the old-fashioned way with SPIs. This is cool. This is cool. People like building research posts. People love research posts. Yeah. All right, let's send this Dawn Defender over here to actually just grab some gold. And then now we've researched Afflictors. Unfortunately, Afflictors do not get the extra movement off mounts, and that's like one of those things that you kind of have to think about in regards to your draftable tier 2s and how much you're actually going to try to utilize your mounts. It's not strictly necessary to get your optional mounts on absolutely everything to have a good game. Sometimes it's helpful. And here, I think we're going to do something helpful for ourselves. We're going to actually secure 0 alignment. If you don't do any sort of evil for a long period of time, you just get good back from the game for having accomplished evil things. And once you've accomplished neutral with high, it becomes incumbent on you to just hold that for as long as possible. You do not want to be giving that back. All right, yeah, let's just take this Bastion fight. We've got more than enough mana, mana to take this fight without anything there. And then I guess now we can see what is this? What's this? Oh, that's a large monster den. Oh my god. All right. Well, we need if we're gonna. Oh my god, there's a free city right there. There's a free city right there. There's been a free city right there under the earth the entire game, Walker. Just waiting for you. You could have had evil like 3 turns ago. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. All right, you hang out, and you two. I guess we'll go ahead and make this outpost into a city, so we can keep making some stuff. I guess given that there's a free city right there, if we can conquer that free city, that would actually be pretty good. And now we're just like not doing the Hidden Garden. All right, well we're just not doing the Hidden Garden. We're doing free city stuff instead. We'll find a different path. One that hopefully involves the AI using its tools a little better there. So we're going to be getting the evil off of pillaging them anyway, so this is actually net negative to us. And 119 gold is actually pretty solid when you're just trying to buy rush everything. So we're going to do that. That's going to be pretty good. And then we'll probably just reserve a little bit of extra gold for that city once it's rocking and rolling. All right, so that is a large monster den, so we can't really fight it, but we can scout around inside of it. Yeah, because anytime there's like these big infestations, they'll clear anywhere that like would naturally have stacks on it. But sometimes you find like this can spawn on the ground as just a regular pickup, but like sometimes you'll find large creature cages underneath large monster dens that have no one defending them, and that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah. All right. I don't think we can take that large monster den. So these guys do need to start finding somewhere else to go. But I guess it's got to be that city, doesn't it? Yeah, it's got to be that city. We have a signature skill in a tier 3, so hopefully that is enough to get through whatever free cities down here. Oh, there's a rainbow clover. It's not like immensely OP or anything like that, but any sort of magic materials you can get early on if we're going to be like just dropping in the item forge probably immediately after the Town Hall 2 is my guess, then we're going to be able to make a good weapon pretty quickly, especially if we're going to be clearing a free city here. So yeah, actually, let's go see who this free city is. Thistledown. That's, I think, plenty for us to declare war on. Yeah, you have access to walls, so you're a tier 2, so we can conquer this. We probably won't be able... Oh, if we stop pillaging, actually, then when we conquer that city, we can migrate them immediately and then get access to another city to pump out, like a... Nah, maybe not. Maybe we don't migrate that one. Yeah, maybe we don't migrate this and just conquer it naturally. It's slower that way, but because we're gonna need because we're playing with Perfectionist Artisans, we only have 2 city slots naturally, and we're already building a second city here. So this city doesn't actually cost 200 Imperium for us to absorb. It actually costs like 400 really. So this is going to be something where we're going to just float over our city cap for a little while and just burn through the extra resources that we're going to build up. Not ideal, but it is sometimes what you have to do. Generally, you want to do that going from like 4 to 5 cities rather than 2 to 3. But we're playing with Perfectionist Artisans for a reason. I think it's fun. All right, you are a dangerous foe. Unless we can get you with just Dawn Defenders. Actually, let's see. How many bad boys do you guys actually have here? Because there's clearly more than just this dude. It's probably like 3 entwined thralls, and those are pretty reasonable units. But that's my guess. It's 4 entwined thralls. 4 entwined thralls plus a chaos eater. So chaos eaters have gigantic weaknesses to spirit damage, and we have a lot of spirit damage in our group, and so like this should be a pretty good lineup for us, as well as a big weakness to frost damage. But do we have enough frontline pieces here? Because right now we have what, 1 Dawn Defender, the Crow, and Aiden, and Aiden doesn't really have a weapon. We can swap Aiden over to a piercing crossbow, but I think we desperately need another shield for HP bulkiness reasons. Actually, you know what? This has 2 heroes on it, and we don't have Shadow, so we don't really need to delay that fight for value. There's nothing there, so let's actually just go ahead and take that free city after all, and we'll come back for those bad boys. It's not like we really need the clover this turn anyway. Let's go take the siege, and then we'll see who they have. Oh no, we're not lifting the siege. No. You have feudal. This is feudal. All right, so we have a feudal with radiant power cleaver. That's pretty spooky, but no extra resistances to anything, and a big resistance to blight and shock. Whoa, is this a level 2 weapon on both of these bad boys? So if we want to beat these guys, we could potentially like just add the siege project for harassed defenders here, because this is something where I kind of don't want to encourage the AI to come out from behind their walls, because we have such a massive ranged advantage with the Awakener and the Hindering Blizzard. They might anyway, but we really don't want to force them out the way that Undermining does. But for those of you, if you have like a free city fight where you're like, if this were, you know, a bunch of ranged pieces or something like that, if you just take Undermining the walls, the AI in the auto resolve itself will just run out of the city at your dudes, and that's a pretty good upgrade when it comes to just spending 100 gold. Making your AI just throw away their ranged pieces in a siege is pretty good. Oh my god, we're gonna be short actually on Imperium to even start the integration on this city on time. Perfectionist Artisans, you crazy. You are so crazy, Perfectionist Artisans. Why are you like this? All right, let's grab farm. Let's grab some extra food here for Dondel to grow a little bit faster. And we do now need to finish Town Hall 2 so that we can plop this guy down. because then we're actually between that and the rainbow clover. We just have to find haste berries, and then we're on to the Imperium bonus, and that's a really good one to get early on. Do you have haste berries, Hollow? What do you have as your cool one? You have Archon Blood. That's pretty cool, but that's not the coolest of the cool. Eternal Bed Chambers. All right, so there's some more evil there in Eternal Bed Chambers if we want it for the sacrifice to get our hero. I think that's worth looking at. Let's bring that Dawn Defender back. And this outpost is purely resource. Good lord, this large monster den is going to be unfightable for. This is something where you would have to manual this in order to get that done in a reasonable time frame. But given that you can just let the AI pillage things, that's okay too. You can do that. I see people who get upset about like regenerating infestation and doing damage to your infrastructure, but because you can just demolish like things nowadays you can just demolish tiles that takes 3 turns, mind you, and you don't get the resources of that tile while it's being burned down. But you can just do that in response to being pillaged by like an infestation or something like that, and be fine. So don't think that just because there's a very terrifying monster on your border that you have to throw in the towel. Are we really gonna have to increase our hero cap to recruit a level 1 again? No, I hate this. Maybe here we could bargain with ourselves to get necromancy instead of faith, but I don't know. I kind of want to stick with faith because I do think it's pretty funny. All right, let's get Dormant Enchantment going. That's pretty good for our little artillery pieces that are rocking now. And of course, Dondel is going to need to get out a light forge sooner or later. It's not acceptable to just leave that thing indefinitely on red. I guess I'll take an Afflictor and start on a workshop here in Dawnsong. Yeah, that's good. That's fine. And we do have the Imperium to take Materium 1, but as I mentioned, this is where all of our Imperium is going to be going for like the next 8 turns or something like that, between a delayed integration and then picking up the expanded governance. It's gonna be a slow chug, but we're gonna have to get there. Afflictor is here, and now we're on to Mysterious Tonic, I think. So like traditionally, whenever you take alchemy, you just always take Materium Refinery because it is just extra research always. We probably are still gonna end up taking it in this fight, in this game, but like it's so much worse on Perfectionist Artisans. It's unfortunate because I did think about like, oh man, we can use Convent here, and that'll be really fun if we're playing around with Faith, but Convent is not where you want to be with Perfectionist Artisans. When they cost 500 production and cannot be discounted, it's a lot worse. Giant's Foundry is not a bad thing to find early on, and here we do have a Tranquility Pool. So we right now, because we're on Divide, we do need to find the enemy. That is very important. It's only turn 9, so it's not like we need to find him immediately, but we need to find who we're fighting so that we can see if our plan needs to make any sort of adjustments. Ideally, we're going to find the space to do Glade Runners. That, I think, is going to be our best mid-game, which is probably where this game is going to end, combat option here. All right, yeah, let's watch this fight. The AI should not have any problems here, because we didn't do anything silly to make these guys charge us. They might still choose to, but because of the harassed defenders shredding some models here, their options are going to be pretty limited. And it looks like they might just hang out there. Alright. Use the Awakening. Cool. No! No! Awakener, please! Think of the children, Awakener. Why did you... driving me crazy. Oh my goodness. Alright, well, I guess the Awakener was setting up for next turn. Yes, the Awakener was setting up for next turn. And this is Oh, good lord. Did the AI really use Blink to move the hero to the very edge of the board, and now it can't use Hindering Blizzard? This is why I hate Blink in autos. It's also pretty bad with support abilities, but in autos in particular, just Blink's so nonsense. All right, AI, what are you gonna do? You gonna restore your Awakener? Okay, all right. The Steadfast ability is activated on Kingfisher? What are you getting Oh, from just your spells, of course. And now that we've attacked you a bunch of times, now the Distracted comes down. Okay, good. Perfect. Oh no. AI, you really just get this Awakener killed for absolutely no reason. It looks like you did. I'm so furious with you. You can get a letter from my lawyer. I swear to God. Oh, no. Are you going to be like 1 HP away from killing this thing and then it finishes the Awakener off? Oh, Jesus Christ. And it didn't even use its Awakening ability in that entire fight. All right, well, we'll have to work on a Town Hall 2 now, or a Town Hall 3 now to replace that. You can't rock with that forever. Like without a tier 3 and Perfectionist Artisans, it's no bueno. That means that this fight is now just like a lot more complicated. Oh my God, AI, I hate you so much sometimes. You just like, it just denies like so many different gameplays. Even if you're trying to like do abuse on map things, the fact that the tactical AI is just insane. Just insane. I guess we could actually use this captured hero now. I don't hate that. Yeah, I don't hate that. Let's go ahead and grab prison cells, and now we could even potentially just drop the Atrium of Light and just go straight into Town Hall 3 for Pantheon. But no, I think we do want to get Town Hall 2 done, so that way we can make another healer. Unless we're just going to use chaplains for that, which we might legitimately just use chaplains for that. Yeah, I'm going to switch this into a forest, or into a farm here, so that way we can actually start working on a tavern in Dondel. And then we're not going to buy Russia prison cell for 400 gold, are we? Is that something that we're seriously considering here? I mean, if we do it, it'll give us 1 extra turn of quick conversion. And getting this guy instead of a level 1 that sucks is actually pretty good. A level 4 that starts with a signature skill is a huge upgrade, even if we probably want to reset it, because Demon Step is in the same boat of just pretty bad for your auto resolve, the same way that Blink is. Oh man. I actually probably could have won that if we just hadn't had Blink. If we just taken Rallying Blessing like a good normal boy. If you just taken it like a normal boy, you probably would have been okay. Oh well. I guess we probably won't buy a rush at this turn. I think we'll buy rush at next turn, just to see if we need the gold for anything else. Yeah. I mean, we're making 124 gold per turn right now. That's fine. Just go ahead and buy rush this. And now we have prisons, so we can do you and convert. So it means that we're delaying this until turn 15 in order to get this hero online, which is a big delay in terms of getting our extra hero. But because the hero that we were looking at, because we haven't found a friendly free city to hire off of, is only level 1, I do think that it is worth it just to get that thing on the board and rocking and rolling. And there's extra gold here too if we need it. So it's the way. All right, so we should just take Imperium here, kind of no matter what. If you're offering an opportunity to get Imperium and I'm playing as Perfectionist Artisans, I'm going to take that every single time. I guarantee it. We can't take Evil here because we're already at -5. So we actually want to start looking for ways to get good in order to keep us balanced. Not that you have to like be at 0, but being at 0 gives you an opportunity to bounce around in an effective way. All right, so without the Awakener, now we need to be careful with this gold Dawn Defender, because that is actually pretty good now. And I guess we can just use the 10. Is that enough? The auto resolves for these guys have been pretty miserable so far, just due to behaviors. And you're one tile outside of range to get in. No, not like this, not again. Just run your stubby legs faster, Afflictor. You can get there. Just believe in yourself. All right. Well, if we're not getting the Afflictor in range, then I guess we probably are going to bring this other Dawn Defender in, because if we can get to a legendary rank Dawn Defender, even if it's just one, if we can have one legendary rank Dawn Defender in a fight against the AI, I'll be thrilled, because that is actually a big deal in terms of your manual combat ability. And I think we probably will just do a big manual against them at the end. Oh, cool. Hollow has sent a bad guy to go fight us. That's exactly what we're looking for. Even if we don't have Shadow, just fighting against enemy rulers is always positive value. We're not taking Mysterious Tonic on this. We might even legit reset this ruler at some point to get rid of Blink and Restore, just due to AI problems. But I think we have to take the Blink just to get Astral. Okay, so we've got a bandit camp over there, but I don't know. I don't know if we're gonna go in this direction. It kind of depends on where we find the enemy, because that is the big X factor now. Whether or not we go to Hollow to actually finish them off, or just send them gold to peace out, kind of depends on where the enemy really is. Which right now, maybe the enemy really is there. I mean, it is kind of along the way. There is a desecrated temple there too. All right, let's queue up another research. Oh, I actually really like Fumigation if you're fighting against like free cities like this. Fumigation is so much stronger, even against Alchemy, who will have, of course, their own AoE debuff clear. It's because it deals magic damage rather than physical damage. It's so much better against most things. Although these guys are gonna be dark. So maybe Hollow with their 60 defense. they're already at 60 defense. Ooh, oh my god. Maybe we are gonna piece them out. At that point, it probably behooves us to just do it earlier. But let's take their hero off the board first. Get the experience points, get the artifacts, and then probably piece them. All right, we have encountered the bad guy. The bad guy looks like Barbarian. Bloodfang Orcs. Okay, so Barbarian, Ruthless Raiders, Fabled Hunters, Strong, Ferocious, and Hardy. This is, in the hands of a human, an absolutely terrifying combination of traits. Like, that is exactly the sort of thing that can body people. Even if the direction that this is going to go in for Esgera is not going to be perfect, because unfortunately, due to the way the AI works, they really do pursue just like their kind of starting tomes all of the time now. So they're going to be locked into using all chaos tomes, and the AI, if they pick up Scalds, obviously that's like great for them, but if they stick around in other chaos tomes and work on like mayhem, that's not ideal. Okay, well, that's where she is. This scout, I think the best thing that it can do is just try to make it into her land if it can get there, and if it dies along the way, then it dies along the way. Because I do want to see where her capital is, and I don't see any like obvious. Oh, there's a windmill sticking out from underneath the okay, this might be her capital right here, honestly, because I see windmill. I see like either a mine or maybe a quarry. That's a quarry, so I think that's probably a mine. So I think this is her cap. Yeah, I see another farm over there. All right, Esgera. So if that's where you are, let me tell you something about that. We are gonna have to go ahead and I guess we're gonna work on Tavern into Town Hall 3. We don't have enough mana to work on Item Forge right now, which is really what we want to be doing. Either that or Wizard Hall 1. But I don't think we have any cheap and easy way to get mana this turn. So yeah, let's get the Tavern out. to keep our stability at least orderly or above for the extra growth, because we did have a kind of slow start on the evil side of things. And I think that will pay fast enough dividends that it's worth the investment in terms of production. It's always like bad value to build taverns if you're not playing as high, but with high it's usually worth it. Afflictors? Dawnsong can annex a province. Okay, so we could build... We don't have any... There's not a single quarry in your first ring, Dawnsong? For real, bro? I guess this is a quarry on your second ring, so we can go here for like a forester, or I guess it'll be a forester that we turn into a research post SPI, and then we can go there for a quarry, which I guess we're going to be getting in 2 turns, so that's not super far away. That'll be okay. And then we can just research post vomit like right in here. Yeah. Get all the adjacency bonuses. Heartbreaking about that Awakener, but I do think that we still have the strength necessary to conquer Hollow if we really want it. Whether or not we now have the strength to do Desecrated Temple, though, is a little more complicated. That one I'm not sure about. And although I would love to take Materium 1, how many turns are we off from this? We're 4 turns from Expanded Governance, and that means that we're going to get that 1 turn after Thistledown. So we actually do have the Imperium to take Military Engineering here, because we're going to get 4 turns before this anyway, and 4 times that is going to be... Oh, we're going to be like 3 short. Oh, no. Maybe we have to conquer the Desecrated Temple now for the tiny amounts of Imperium we get off of it. Either that or we just like come up with a way to buy rush tower here in Dondel. Having 1 above city cap is like not the end of the world in terms of what it costs you, but it's really not where you want to be. City cap is very pseudo soft in Age of Wonders 4. Oh, baby, but there's some draft. That is fantastic. That means that if we can fit in Town Hall 3 on Dondel, that we get some pretty quick returns there. Because we are going to want to get something out. Whether or not it's a Glade Runner or an Awakener, it kind of depends. Okay, yeah, this looks alright. Of course, the hero has come out from underneath the fog and attacked us, because of course we ended close enough for that. But fortunately, the hero only has 2 ranged pieces and is level 3, so that was a dumb position, but a good outcome. That is perfect. That is where we want to be. All right, 2 more turns to conversion. So I guess we'll just sell these guys. This one we legit might release depending on how much we want to interact with Hollow. So right now we have our Whispering Stone in our capital to get extra stability here, and that's really important for maintaining the extra growth out of High's Despicable Neutral position. But as soon as the tavern is done, we will definitely have enough stability to remove the Whispering Stone and chuck it on Hollow, at which point if we... No, we don't have a way to really utilize this hero other than just selling it or waiting around to res. But we're not gonna do necromancy this time. We do that enough. We'll hope that Hollow is willing to forgive us for killing their dude and selling his stuff. Silver Tongue Fruit's pretty good, and you stop reminding me that we have that. We don't need. We're gonna get a level 4 hero instead. AI, I promise. We're going to do that instead. It's going to be so much better. You're going to be so happy. You're going to be like, wow, this is the best. I've never seen anything like this. Let's go to the Desecrated Temple. Let's check that out. Okay, so this looks like it's going to be a fight against Balor's probably. So this one definitely we're not going to be able to take without the Awakener, but depending on what we see under the ritual, I don't know if the Awakener would have made a difference. Yeah, probably not. I don't think we were going to win that fight either way, but it's good to see it, so that way we know we're not devoting resources just sticking around. And now we can actually use this outpost just for movement, to help extra folks get down there. Or we could grab a quarry, actually, for extra healing. But I guess we're not really going to go through this direction. This outpost really is built for the Desecrated Temple or die. I guess we'll grab a Dredger quarry here just to see into this corner in case the enemy starts coming up the water. But a better outpost for that would be out here. So given that, where are we going to put another outpost? I guess this is just the biggest outpost that the world has ever seen, so we should probably take this one. I like it when there's just like some random tiles that are enormous, because because of the way that friendly terrain works on your movement, the more tiles that there are, like individual hexes that there are in each province that you annex, the better. This is really fast in terms of returns for you. Oh, and Thistledown, right. This is the city that we are incorporating though, so that one's okay. Now we are going to be short on Imperium, but that's okay. We got Eternal Bed Chambers. We'll be fine. We got Bed Chambers. We'll be good. Let's go grab Faith. Let's see here. Yeah, we're gonna grab Faith just so that we get the Abbey, so that way we can just like keep pushing through those SPIs, getting them down on the board. So far our research hasn't like spiked into outer space, but it's been consistent because of our access to the research post SPIs. And sometimes that's like a little more important whenever it comes to early game like knowledge growth. We don't want to fall behind on getting access to our tier 2 because getting some Glade Runners down is gonna be like absolutely crucial whenever we fight against all barbarian berserkers. We're gonna need more than just Glade Runners. We're also probably going to need the entwined protectors, because we're gonna be going up against barbarians with berserkers probably, and major advantage against minor disadvantage. So they're gonna maul our front line kind of no matter what we're doing. But I think if we can fight them early enough with a big enough ranged piece advantage, that we can probably make it work for us. You're outside of range for that fight, and I do think we want to delay that until we're on to the tier 3s. So let's see actually who's on this iron ore. Yeah, let's see who's on that. Actually, let's see who's here. It's double afflictors and a dark warrior. So we can't bring our ruler into that fight this turn, but that is a very easy fight potentially. Whereas this is double Dark Warrior, triple Pursuer. God, that is exactly the sort of fight that would just like get turned upside down by one Awakener. Oh my God, AI, you're breaking my heart, guy. You're breaking my heart. I guess we'll go with the Afflictor fight first, because this is the easiest experience points, and then this one will probably still be able to pick up without too many losses here. And Mysterious Tonic we need more experience points for. Oof, or more mana for. I can't believe we don't have enough mana for Mysterious Tonic now. Well, we can help fix that up by just taking probably a conduit here, because we're going to just have an infinite number of research posts already in the cities, and getting a little extra mana is not actually a bad thing. And look at all this land. Look at all this land we get. Alright, so here's our gold. So you go here, bring you in for our Sun Priest. The Afflictors are still too far out, or the second Afflictor is too far out, but the first Afflictor, can you get into this range? You could get into this range, but you have to come from a different side, but I'm actually fine with this, because now the Afflictor can still stay inside friendly terrain, so if it takes any damage, it'll be able to heal it off. And we don't even need to move this too far out of the way, because we can just like uncheck it, but I think we actually do want to scout a little bit over here, just to see if they're coming up this way at all. You know, I don't think we need you here literal next turn. And that's a ritual circle too. I should have checked to see actually who is on that ritual circle, because there is the Tranquility Pool, and if we can pick that up and then conquer Hollow, because like again we're on Perfectionist Artisans, so we're way behind on Imperium for those guys. we might legitimately have to conquer Hollow and release it as a vassal. But that's where order can be helpful, actually. Oh my god, look at all our gold. Look at all our gold. One more turn for conversion. One more turn for conversion. All right. So, yeah, you go here. 2, 3. Okay, so we have... I don't think we have enough to gain a level off of this fight anyway. Are either of you guys close to a level up here? No and no. This is the kind of arithmetic that I do think is actually useful in the game, to see if, like, how close you are to different level ups before fights, to determine, like, how many different units you want to bring. Because sometimes, like, it is appropriate to bring a little bit more than 4, just to try to minimize, like, actual use cost. Yeah, like, they're a Dawn Defender survived with literal 6 HP, so if we hadn't brought a second one, I'm pretty sure that it would have died. On non handicap, your units are a little bit better than this, but I think handicap is actually an interesting way to play. I don't think major is necessary for the game to be pretty different. I think minor is fine, but it is harder on the creeping phase. All right, yes, there is their capital indeed. Good. So now if she kills our scout, it's not the end of the world. We identified our target. So I'm actually, let me see, what time are we at? It's 11:57. I'm actually going to take a quick bio break here, and then we will resume our campaign, and I think we're going to probably take this bed chambers is just an option for us to scare up some extra strength on our heroes, because we do have enough Imperium that after, or rather, the extra city is going to cost so much extra Imperium that I think we're going to be on 3, at which point we might as well get the 3rd hero pretty early, rather than this 4th city, which will cost us 700 Imperium. So we're probably going to be looking at picking up Eternal Bed Chambers sooner rather than later, and then turning that around either on Hollow or maybe even on the enemy here itself. But I'm gonna take a quick break. I've been just like chugging coffee all morning, so I will be back. All right. So let's see. We do. Oh, right. We have a banner right here. That's actually important to keep in mind. Okay, that's good. But still nothing really. I guess we can use the mysterious tonic. And I guess we can buy rush this here too. We have enough gold. And let's work on a daylight spear. Obviously, we do need some good frontline tools if we're going to be standing up to barbarians early on. Which fighting against berserker is the world's most harrowing experience. I think it's really scary to fight berserkers when they're on major advantage. They do so much damage, especially once they get to the like berserk phase, because then they effectively have infinite tenacity. Halfling nobles, is that this city? Yes, this is the city. Elusive and quick reflexes. So we could even potentially work on a defender down here. Like, I'm not generally a huge fan of having a lot of like things that are not going to be wrapped up in your racial transformations, but because this is going to be a fight that's going to be over hopefully pretty quickly, I think that's actually a fine spot. And you obviously are going to switch into a research post. You are going to become a research post. And when this grows, it'll grow onto the surface, and then we can add, actually, is that the right research post to build there, or should we build the sun shrine? Yeah, I think we'll build a sun shrine there. And then we'll build an alchemy lab on the surface, because we'll probably be expanding into this range too with Dawnsong. And then we can use even more adjacencies there. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Mysterious tonic, go! Very briefly, our knowledge is going to crash, but we should be able to fix that in 2 turns due to being able to incorporate. Alright, Paladin Kingfisher. Paladin Kingfisher, not Paladin Kingfisher. Paladin Kingfisher is part of the party now. And now we just need gold to start the Town Hall 2 and Dawnsong, but I guess we can work on a library. There's no shame there. Still knowledge. And we do have Materium 1 now, so we actually can go ahead and use some extra movement. Like here, I think this could be good. If we grab this tile and that tile, and then that tile, and then that tile. Yeah, that actually looks like a really, really good line for our troops to march along if we need to hook around this way to fight our barbarian foe. It might be faster to hook this way, but given that our army is already, like, kind of over here, I think that's where our reinforcements are going to have to march. Let's see. Oh, right. I'm going to see what we can actually do with this ruler, or this hero, because this guy had Demon Step, and that's what we're looking for mass rejuve, baby. So mass rejuvenation is just going to give us an enormous advantage whenever it comes to keeping our troops marching around and growing, because it basically heals all damage. But it also means that if we need to use the like assault the walls effect in this siege on Hollow, which we might have to, because 60 defense is really, really huge. But mass rejuvenation means we can actually afford to do that. So this is the Radiant Power Cleaver. We also have the Brutal Wind Caller. Well, let's go ahead and at least give our ruler a better weapon than just the High Scimitar. That one doesn't seem to be doing much. I think the Warding Shield is actually genuinely better than the Cleansing Defender against most enemies. I don't see a lot of opportunities for us to use Blight or Lightning here, so we'll just leave that as is. +2 defense, 8 defense early on is pretty ridiculous. Yeah, that's pretty good. And then I guess we can see if there's anything else that we really want to chuck on this guy, but I think the lance that it currently has is going to be better than that. Power Cleave is meaningfully worse than Whirlwind Strike, so that is important to keep in mind, but I think the extra elemental damage is worth keeping on. So that means that this dude is, I guess, a melee attacker, so I'll take Lord of Magic, I guess, for the extra mana here. Production is like not nearly as useful as it is normally, simply because you're going to be playing around with Perfectionist Artisans. But I guess if this guy's governing the thing under the earth, then they're not being affected by Perfectionist Artisans right now. So we'll take Fighting 1 and Defense 1, and then Sentinel. Sentinel is just like really good for the auto resolve for this unit, because it just means that the AI is mostly going to not attack it. And when it does, against a power cleaver, a big power attacker, it just does a lot of damage back. Okay, so that's in a good spot. I guess now we see how we do this fight, right? Yeah, that's the next one. You cannot participate in this, Dawn Defender. Unfortunately, you are too damaged. Is this enough movement points to go there and back? It looks like it. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and a crow. And we'll have, I guess we'll have a level 5, sort of. We have a level 5 that has a bunch of random abilities that are not going to be helping us as much as it could, but that's, I think that we have to eat that until at least we get Astral 2 online. And given that we don't have summoning up yet, I don't know. Maybe that blink is too greedy. It's so good in manuals and so bad in auto resolves. It's crazy. All right, yeah, you can go here with this Dawn Defender, and then we can go back. Assuming you're not dead. Assuming you're not dead, you can do this and then go back. And now I guess everyone is at high enough HP that we actually can bring this Dawn Defender in, because it will get healed by the AI here with our Sun Priest. Yeah, that's okay. Yep, that's exactly what happened. Don't even have to check the battle log. I'm absolutely certain. So you go heal, and now actually we could get legend rank here on the Sun Priest, right? Because we're at elite and we're at 57 out of 60. So if we just get three experience points, we go to a champion, and then the banner goes to legend. So we could get a legend rank Sun Priest before we even attack Hollow. That and a legend rank Dawn Defender. All right, yeah, I'm in for it. Like, traditionally, you don't care that much about getting legend rank low tier units, but a legend rank shield unit is actually fantastic if you haven't had one. They're really good at autos. Every single turn, they just scale up further and further. Endurance training for sure. Yeah, if we are in for a penny on the support abilities, we are in for a pound. And the endurance training is incredible. Just incredible. All right, Thistledown, you have enough to do something here. What are you going to do here? I guess if we're doing Sunshine there, then there's a finite, there's literally 2 that it can be next to for the research post, so it kind of doesn't matter. We can just put Abby here. Yeah, we can just put Abby there. Done. All research posts. And then let's see what's going on in this ritual circle. Oh, and there's a Giant's Foundry there too, right? Well, I don't know if we have the strength to fight a Giant's Foundry without the Dawn Spear down here, and I don't know how many turns it's gonna actually take us to get that one down. But if we can get a Daylight Spear actually over there, then we can take Giants pretty easily. And I guess 2 more turns on Expanded City Cap. Yeah, 2 more turns on Expanded City Cap. Ooh, yes, extra Imperium, thank you. And we air quotes have to go fight the Brigand camp. Oh no, what if only. Okay, yeah, let's go here. Let's grab this, and then that outpost can grab this, and that's just a giant amount of stuff. That's so much friendly territory that we get to move through, and of course, building this road connecting this side up to this is going to be really, really good at speeding along recruits. And maybe we do another Dawn Defender now. Nah, now we're at the phase where I kind of want to save some mana or some gold, so that way we can afford some more expensive things. Like I think we are going to want to pick up the Town Hall 2 here and put down some more research posts. the way that we are. Afflictor, Thistledown. Yeah, you're okay. Just... Oh, Thistledown can annex another province. Where did you get the pop from? Where did you get that pop from? Oh well. Let's grab, I think Alchemist Lab is going to be net better for us. Yeah, it's going to be better than a library. Faster and more knowledge. And now we can go Dawn Song into here, into there. Maybe that's actually supposed to be Dawn Song's Sunshrine, because that could be adjacent to 3, and that would be pretty powerful. At which point, why did we go all the way up here? Walker, why did you go up there? I guess we went up there to grab the quarry for the iron deposit to build stuff with our Perfectionist Artisans. Yeah, that's what we did. But you are going to be next turn and next turn. Okay, so can this dude get there next turn with the fast adjacency movement? Maybe. If we add a bridge, if we had like 30 more gold, we could add a bridge there, and then we like add an outpost here to add this as a tile, which would then connect a bridge out to this conduit, and then I think we actually might be able to get there in time, because that would be ridiculously fast. But then we have to cancel something. I don't want to cancel something. I like building stuff. All right, whatever. This defender was expensive and probably not going to be important, and I think it is meaningfully more impactful to actually get a free banner level up on our second hero. So yeah, let's do this. Yeah, it's messy, but I do think that is better. If the defender there had a mount, then I might consider holding on to it instead. But without a mount, defenders are just, they're so slow and they don't really do a lot of damage. And considering that we're going to be going into entwined protectors, we're just not going to mess around with that. Okay, you guys are in good shape over there. No more banners down here, just the ritual circle and the bed chambers. But actually, that's a really good combination of things to be able to say just about. So that's not too bad. That's not too bad. Okay, so let's grab that as a forester. And I guess this has to be the forester because it's the only thing that's there. And then yes, indeed, our hero can make it all the way. So you get to go there. Our second Sun Priest is not in range to pick up a rank, but that's okay. And you get a rank, you get a rank, you get a rank. I guess we'll have 2 legend rank Dawn Defenders super early. Is that actually better than getting another banner level up on it's a bronze tier afflictor that's like 0 experience points. Okay, well, I guess we're getting a bunch of legend ranks then. And then I suppose the last one will be the afflictor to go up to silver. That's got to be better value than getting an afflictor up to bronze here. Yeah, that's got to be better value. Go for it. Okay. Oh, I would love to demand some mana here. I don't think there's anybody who we like had lined up for a slingshot level, so I think we are gonna just take the mana. Yeah, I think we're just gonna take the mana. Right, there was nobody here that was gonna slingshot. No, there's nobody here who's gonna slingshot. So bam. Now we've got the tools. This is gonna be really good against that stupid hollow over there. But let's grab the bed chambers while we're in the area. We could have potentially gotten the good off of the storm spirits, let them run away, and then we would have the evil to offset bed chambers, or rather we'd be able to offset the bed chamber evil. But I think it's probably fine to just eat it. Yeah, we can find some good in this corner. There's got to be somebody who we can deploy way too much strength on and have them run away. But I guess we can wait until next turn in order to do that also, because it doesn't really help us at all to pick her up too early. If you have an extra hero slot, then whenever you clear the Eternal Bend Chambers for free there, she'll, like, the person you pick up will just show up on your hero spot. But if not, if you don't have the space for your hero, then she'll just show up in your recruitment pool, and then you recruit out of your capital, which means it'll be like, you know, an extra 5 or 10 turns of just walking down here. So we really do want to get the bed chambers online on the turn when we get access to an extra hero slot, and because all of this Imperium was going towards balancing out our overage there, I think we'll have to just come back around for that. Okay, so now we're on to, I guess we'll take Coordinated Strike. That's actually not too bad. Coordinated Strike is one of those things that initially starts off pretty slowly, but once you start getting a bunch of marked, it actually does help your AI a lot to have better accuracy. You know, Twin Awakening is at least free. So I guess we're gonna take that here with Paladin. Not interested in having a hero who can't actually do anything in combat because they're just doing support abilities the entire time, but Twin Awakening is free and very good. So I think we have to just eat the potential downside, do what we're gonna do. You go here, you go here. All of our army is coming together. We've got actually enough gold here that we could buy rush this tavern, and then we could even work on the item forge instead of the Pantheon, but getting an item forge now that we have a bunch of items because we fought a bunch of heroes, that seems like it'll be pretty good value pretty quickly for us. And a reason to reset our ruler, so that way we get something a little faster. Like if we get a tier 4 weapon, just resetting into ranged, so you have pistols and stuff, is definitely the way to go. Dondel Tavern is on. We don't have gold for you for recruiting, but I think that's okay. We have a chaplain, so we'll make a couple of chaplains. Chaplains, like, traditionally you don't necessarily need them because you're probably not going to be running with Tome of Faith anyway, but if you're picking them up, like, they are basically a strict upgrade to almost all of the cultural tier 2s except potentially Steel Shapers and the AoE ones, but like they're definitely better than Sun Priests. I guess we can take, I guess we can set ourselves up to just be able to take these fights down here very quickly. Hopefully it doesn't spawn something and kill this unit this turn. Oops. If it does that, it does that. But hopefully we get away. Let's find out. Because I do want to just pick off all of this stuff in, like, very, very quick succession. If we can just find any amount of good. Actually, we need 10. If we can find 10 amount of good, then we can offset the evil of Eternal Bed Chambers. Yeah, that Pioneer did, or the Scout did what it needed to do. It found the enemy capital. That's all we can ask of it, really. Such a great accomplishment. Yeah, this draft actually we probably should have just taken, because now it's just kind of sitting there, and I don't know when we're gonna get around to taking it out. That's okay. Alright, so that's the outpost that's supposed to be exploiting bed chambers, but we don't have the alignment, so let's instead go here and just try to take out a bunch of dudes who are super weak to spirit. Awakener again. one of these days, you're gonna make it. You're gonna be alive at the end of the creep phase, and it's gonna be incredible. You're gonna be a legend rank Awakener, and it's gonna be so good. Not this time, obviously, but sometime eventually that is gonna happen to you, I promise. That's not in range to get that Sun Priest in, so I guess we'll bring another Afflictor And we'll work with this guy. Clear this out. Is that going to be enough frontline? Yeah, that's going to be enough frontline. We got a big power attacker on that hero. So yeah, there we go. No problem there. And now I guess we can take this as an outpost to set ourselves up to take the Tranquility Pool, because we're literally right here, and Tranquility Pool is that good. So you extra hero, go get 1 turn of healing. Ruler, go here. Set up outpost. We should be able to clear these guys. If we're unable to do so, that's pretty sad. I think that's definitely within our wheelhouse. And then I guess this will be the alignment. We do want to find it, but given that we don't have the Imperium for the hero here for at least like 3 or 4 more turns anyway, it's not like it's immediately a problem. Okay, so our Dawn Song is expanding, and I guess that means we could do Forester and then use Forester as a research post off of Dawn Song, and then use this as the other, like an actual research post. Like this is Sunspire, and then this is research post. But I think this is a better Sunspire. Yeah, there's just 1, 2, 3 already. Yeah, so we'll just do a research post here and then turn this into, I don't know, like maybe it's an Alchemist Lab and Alchemist Lab next to each other. That's always fun. Library. Yeah, library. Library. Once you've eaten a library, then you can only lie. It's the way it works. It's like the opposite of a truth serum. Yeah, this is fine. Done. Pass that turn. I can't believe how crazy slow it is to clear without summons, but it is the way the game works. Okay, all right. They have actually reached our flank before we reached theirs. So now we have to decide how we're going to approach this. I think because we have this giant road network, our best bet is to actually just like secure the Tranquility Pool and then bounce back up. Because like this, we can't just leave this stuff pillaging in our backyard. And I don't think we have enough resources to necessarily buy rush a bunch of stuff to drive them off this turn. Actually, how many units do we have that we can just like bring back? We got 1, 2, 3. This is a really fast hero. So actually, yeah, we can definitely do this. Let's take these guys and then send people back up. So if we're going to be doing that, let's activate some of these fights with these extra units. We'll have our Afflictor in, Sun Priest in, extra hero in. Do we want double extra Dawn Defenders? Probably. We just like don't want to lose anything in the lead up to the ritual circle, because if we have to bring some of these legendary in for the fight, we can, but I'd rather have them be able to just go up north and scare. Then again, 1 legendary is pretty good at keeping dudes alive, even if we're fighting against elemental dudes. Yeah, this is okay. This is fine. Go Power Rangers. Yep. Sweet. Alright, so you took an outrageous amount of damage, so you are out of the fight against the Ritual Circle. But the Ritual Circle is a Scald, an Inferno Hound, and 4 Inferno Puppies, so this should not be too terrifying. But I guess we do have to start this. Oh no, you're 1 tile away! No! Alright, I guess that means we have to go with our ruler. Our ruler has a bunch of movement points though, so this is alright. So now we can stand here instead of there, and now we don't have access to now we don't have access to endurance training if they're not hanging out with our ruler. So maybe we have to send at least one of these afflictors to just get a little bit of burliness. Or, nah, we probably can just win this fight with minimal losses here. We've got a giant elemental advantage in spirit. Yeah, there we go. Radiant power cleaver and a heavy power cleaver. So we have a tier 3 pike if we want it. And if we don't, then, you know, of course we do have the incoming item forge, which is effectively the same thing. All right, cool. Yeah, let's go ahead and grab this research post here. We're going to drop palisade walls in on the outpost, so that way we have a good flank secured against them. Looks like this spawned on the ritual circle and is going to go over here and immediately kill that Dawn Defender. But I don't think there's anything we can do about that, because I don't think we're going to stick around and try to reinforce with a bunch of really important but slightly damaged units to fight against one Chaos Eater. If we're lucky, maybe the Chaos Eater just decides to audible over to Scragheim, but it's probably coming this way. But now with the Tranquility Pool online, our research is just going to dramatically outpace the enemy. And I guess we can take Army Heal here, honestly. We've got the space to cast it. We have plenty of casting points on the world map. So yeah, let's go back home and see what we can do about chasing off these barbarians on our doorstep. You are as far as you can go. We'll probably just pick up that draft on the way back up. And that is a gigantic tile for you to grab there, Dondel. Wow. Truly enormous. But I think we're still just on SPI time. Like as soon as this tower, the forge is done, we'll drop in the Abbey right here for more adjacencies. Yeah. That's the plan. And I guess I will add a chaplain, because I think having access to slightly better supports is going to be pretty helpful. Just for the fortune ability, if nothing else. Fortune is huge to get access to. Hollow is just going to be hanging out over there, as will this bandit camp, but I really don't think we can just abandon our backyard to getting pillaged. I guess we'll see how many units we can get up here, honestly. If we have a chaplain, a legendary, an alchemist, maybe we actually can just take these guys with adding in a Dawn Defender. Let's see how aggressive the AI gets with these units that are over here. If they decide to run away, yes, there it is. It kind of came in and annihilated that individual Dawn Defender, as we kind of expected. Now they are attacking the Tranquility Pool. It's annoying. This is where the summon would be huge, because we do not want to lose our Tranquility Pool so soon after acquiring it. So that's where leaving the troops there would have been helpful for that particular case. But because all those units were damaged and this is a Chaos Eater fight, I don't think it was worth it. So I think this is unfortunately the most efficient for us to do in terms of movement. Lost one of the legendary Dawn Defenders, but when you send them ahead, that is what ends up happening. What? Why is this still being burned? It's not being pillaged. There's no one standing there, AI. Game, please. Think of the children. Think of the children. Fix the bugs. You could do it, guy. Actually, we're gonna heal plenty by just moving. Just move. Just run and move and dance and sing. Yeah, just everybody assume that you're going to be in friendly territory the entire way up, so we can just keep going this way, and maybe even go over to Hollow, depending on how the AI responds to this. So let's see. Do they just turn tail and run? Because they cannot get nearly as deep into our territory as we can, thanks to our friendly movement bonus. Like if that Fury just hangs out here and tries to pillage stuff, we're just going to kill it. We don't even need to send everybody back to that front unless those guys stick around. The only reason I'm actively concerned about this is that there is a hero, so the heroes can start sieges. Even if you don't lose the siege, even if you have enough resources to break it, if they get to siege you for 4 turns, that is really bad for you. Because if your enemy is sieging your capital for 4 turns, your income in that capital is going to be massively depressed. It's not where you want to be. We'll take Spur to Action here for Aiden. That's always a fun one. And that was the research post, so this could be our forester here, and then that will actually be a sun shrine. Yes, a sun shrine. I guess we can just like station this Dawn Defender here, considering that I'm actually not sure if it's going to be needed to go all the way back up north. Yeah, I think that's okay. Okay, so now we have, we could get a whole bunch of evil, but given that we are actively looking for good in order to take that extra hero for ourselves, I'm going to go ahead and get 10 alignment. And now we've pushed ourselves into fit 10, which means that now we're outside of the neutral, but because we can sacrifice a population in Eternal Bedchambers, and of course add an extra hero cap here, we can go ahead and grab our undead friend. All right, let's see. What do we get? We have a Lord Divine. Oh, we are the Lord Diviner. Yes, Severe the Veil. Severe the Veil shall join us and bring alongside some gigantic number of items here. Tier 3, Tier 3, Tier 2, Tier 3, Tier 2, Tier 2. All right, good. This is just a really, really powerful early game bonus for your military. And now, because we picked up the bedchambers, we can actually add them. And I think now I am inclined to just march on Hollow. If we can subdue Hollow and just turn it into a forced tributary, that's fine. Because I do think we actually have the military strength to hold off against one Fury. Just one Fury? Really, guy? That's all you're gonna leave up there? I mean, I guess. So one Dawn Defender and one Spear is all that can naturally make it into the fight this turn. Oh wait, can the Chaplain make it in? No, the Chaplain is also one tile outside. Oh no, Chaplain. It would probably be able to make it if this tile had roads and was friendly, because I think that's probably faster to this spot, which is inside. But now we have like a bazillion mana, or a bazillion gold, so we can actually buy rush just one more Dawn Defender here, and 2 Dawn Defenders and a Spear should be able to take a single Fury even at champion rank without any issue. And because there's less than 4 units, we're not even getting maximum experience points out of this fight. It's just that like sometimes it's not even worth trying to maximize that. And now I think we do actually have enough resources in this area to let these guys farm for a little bit, not even necessarily with a hero around, because there's still value, right? If we can clear this and get some gold, or clear this and get some knowledge, that is really good for us. It's unfortunate that we don't have a hero to help clear the garden, but I do think we needed the hero down on Hollow. And on that note, I suppose we do need to keep the legendary Sun Priest around, simply so that we have the bolstered resistance against a powerful enemy. High tier free cities can be very scary. Yeah, all right. I think we are going to take that that gold mine with just some random chaff that we have walking around. Not bad. Oh, Hollow even sent a war party for us. Cool. So we can get, that's potentially even more alignment manipulation available if the opportunity presents itself. One more research, and then we get Tome of Glades. So yeah, let's take Material Refinery here. We're gonna now probably need to look for the Light Forge. So we do need to work on some, no, you can't dismantle that. Let's get some quarries. Yeah, let's get some quarries. We don't have any population growth here, right? Because we sacrificed the pop growth. Well, that's okay. One is enough to start this on, and then we'll get the second quarry at some point, right? Can you get it? No, you can't get it, right? You can't get it. Well, we'll figure out the second quarry. We might just raw build a light forge in Dondel. Honestly, they're pretty good. Minus 10% upkeep is not enough Shin Venom. But I am going to hold on to this hero anyway. Oh, baby, they're gold cut. these guys are gold touched. But if we conquer Hollow and it's friendly with us and we release that hero, it'll spike the opinion here of Hollow towards us as their overlord. And then because we are playing as high, we do have extra affinity for order, so we should be able to pick up diplomatic channels pretty quickly. So we can station a Whispering Stone there if we don't want to remove it from Dondel. Although honestly, we could remove it from Dondel. We're at a fine place in terms of our own positive stability. Dawn Defender, Thistledown gets Severe the Veil. And yeah, I guess we're doing it. We're going to Hollow. It's holla. Army heal, we might as well queue up one. Like we've been waiting with an open casting slot for I don't know how long. There, that's good. And now we really do still have just like an infinite amount of gold. I don't want to burn it all on building low tier units, because we do want to have enough cash that whenever the Glade Runners come online that we can build some. But I think getting one more Chaplain and one more Daylight Spear here is perfectly defensible and still leaves us with plenty of gold once the Glade Runners have arrived. And we, depending on where everything is, might even be able to get those Glade Runners down to Hollow before the walls fall, because this is a really advanced road network. How did the 193 HP Afflictor die against you, Yasina Venom? All right, let's watch this replay. I would not be surprised to see this be just like Blink randomly throwing a unit away. Oh, the Afflictors were at 10 HP? How are the Afflictors at 10 HP? Yeah, work camp, outpost spam plus work camp is like one of the main advantages to playing around with with Materium across the board, and it is very powerful. Work camps are really quick in terms of generating value for you, even if they aren't exploiting an Empire resource. If they're just creating friendly terrain for you to move through faster, that is still worth investing in. And then of course, like, sometimes you also get Empire resources. All right, well, apparently one of the Afflictors died because the Afflictors were at like 10 HP before that fight, but I don't see how that's possible because this one's at 35, so it seems like there was something was going on there, but I'll have to go back and check to see how we had such few HP in there. But yeah, the first Empire Materiums tree pick, like military engineering, this is one of the most important picks in the game. Like that and adaptive research. And also, for that matter, once you get into a manual combat against other people, surge spell casting is really good. It doesn't really do anything in autos, but it's really good in manuals. But like in terms of early game stuff, knowledge extraction, military engineering, and adaptive research, and for that matter, even casting reserves, are sort of like the most important early game picks for almost everyone by an enormous margin. Okay, so we've captured 2 of their heroes here, which means we actually have a lot of opportunity to increase opinion in Hollow. I don't think we can get on siege this turn. No, we can't. But that is actually useful to know. And you, I guess, take some healing. Oh my god, we're 1 turn off from starting the siege this turn. Ugh. It's okay. It doesn't really matter. That one we're not incorporating directly, so 1 turn is 1 turn. Yeah, because we're gonna be, well, actually, let's see exactly how far off we are in terms of Imperium. It's gonna cost 700 Imperium to incorporate that, but if it takes 6 turns for the walls to fall and then 4 turns. No, so sign gold, usually you don't. Usually you just make the research buildings and you make the research buildings. In this build in particular, because we were abusing the Town Hall 2 bug, we kind of were able to build research buildings without building the research buildings because we're on Perfectionist Artisans here. And so we just like built Sunshrine and Alchemist Lab on like turn 7 and 9 or something like that to just give ourselves a nice little pad in terms of early game research growth. And now we're at the point where we're getting probably pretty close to this. 11 turns means we could get there faster if we were willing to take Tome of Summoning as our first tier 2 rather than Tome of Glades. But considering that we're literally fighting against barbarians and they have found our borders, I think we have to take Glade Runner. I think that means we have to take Lightforge here too. which means we might have to delete this farm just to make sure that we actually grow into another quarry ASAP. Is there a quarry that you can even pick up with the tiles that you have currently? I guess we're on Town Hall 2 now, finally, so we can take this as a quarry. So yeah, let's go ahead and delete this farm. But we want to set up the draft for when our Glade Runners come online, because they are going to be coming online like next turn, pretty much. And here, Thistledown, we can pick up the Arcane Institute, and then we'll pick up the tiles for it up on the surface. Yeah, you can make specialist buildings like Alchemist Labs on anything. You can make research posts specifically on magic materials. Like, that's one of the options you always have there. But like one of the strengths of SPIs is that you can just build them anywhere, and that's why like having a research post SPI is so powerful. It's a really good thing for you. Sometimes it is still appropriate to build your outpost on a magic material, even though it denies you access to the research post. Like here, for instance, if this was multiplayer rather than single player, I would be pretty heavily incentivized to put the outpost on the Tranquility Pool rather than outside. Because in multiplayer, what my opponents are probably going to do is they're going to find the research post, pillage it, and then they don't have to like strand a unit on the Tranquility Pool to deny it to me, because the tile exploitation has been pillaged, the resource is no longer available. You can get around this by making it the capital, so that way they have to actually like siege through the outpost itself, and then capture the outpost in order to deny this, so they can't do it with just a scout. But in single player, that you don't have to do those considerations quite as much. We're gonna go with Tome of Glades, as I mentioned, and I think we're just gonna try to go Glade Runner into Protector, because that is gonna be almost certainly enough military strength to help us beat these barbarians here. To a big ranged tier 3 plus a big frontline tier 3 is kind of all we need. I was hoping the Awakener was going to be a part of that equation, but the Awakener had other plans. They forgot that they had a previous engagement dead somewhere. Yeah, I mean, this is still like a tier 3, so I don't want to say that like there's absolutely no strength here, but we do have a legendary Dawn Defender and a Daylight Spear, and the elementals are now large, so they're going to take a lot of extra damage off of that. Yeah, research is basically so like there's different gradations, Sign Gold. Like early on, I think the single most important resource is actually Imperium, which is why like whenever the people who like really abuse the Town Hall 2 bug and the Construction 2 bug, they mostly only abuse it to make a Wizard Tower early, or a Wizard Tower in an item forge. You usually don't use it to build a bunch of SPIs, but you also usually don't play with Perfectionist Artisans, so we're doing things a little different here. But research is, because of the way research works in not just this game, but in like virtually every single 4X that exists in the universe, research is a force multiplier on like all of the other resources that you have to get in the game, because they all kind of like scale up as you get more and more research available to you with more technologies or spells, or whatever game you're playing. And so like what that means is that your default expectation should be that if you specialize in knowledge early, that you'll get paid off for it. And that is true. That is true. It might be a little too much in regards to the way things are balanced currently in Age of Wonders 4, but like I don't think that's a bad thing. Like I think if you're going to include research in a game, it should be good. I have played a lot of Twilight Imperium, and I can tell you that research is a lot worse in Twilight Imperium, and I don't always feel good about that, because it means that like the way that you win that game is largely by just scoring victory points, which, again, for those of you who have played Twilight Imperium, that's not a big surprise. But it means that like every single time I've played with a new player in that game, they get like 3 victory points and they lose and they don't have a good time. And it's not until they listen to you and you say you just score victory points that they start having a good time. And I think that's largely a sign of bad game design. If people are trying to do something to make themselves stronger and it's not paying them off, that's not where you want to be. Yeah, all right, we'll save this draft. There's like Glade Runners coming. We'll need it. Getting tier 3s down is way more important. And now you are still outside of siege range. Yes, still outside of siege range. Healing and healing. All right, yeah, that's fine. And we have the army heal still actually just like floating in case we need it, but we'll see if we need it or not. We will see. We will see. Bro, what are these afflictors doing? Get out of here. Quit it. This is like throwing afflictors. You could have, Hollow, not that I'm angry, because like this is useful, but you could have stationed those internally and then fought back a lot more effectively. So in regards to heroes, it kind of depends. Like the more equipment that you have, the more warfare heroes really pop off. They are really, really good at doing that. And on that note, we should probably deal with our item forge now that we've built it. We don't want to just like have a built item forge doing nothing. That's pretty bad. So let's disenchant some nonsense and then build a really powerful weapon of some kind. That's usually pretty good. We have 3 pikes. We have 3 pikes, including a tier 3 pike that we got. That's pretty cool. All right, there's that other lance, and there's a warg. And I guess we could ditch the piercing crossbow because we're probably about to make a tier 4 pistol, which is just a much better oh wait, no, forge a new item. Much better ranged piece than a crossbow is a pistol. And we're okay, so we're fighting against pyromancy and some kind of thing here with nature, but we know that they have elementals, which means that blight and fire are both bad here in terms of infusion. Yeah, you mostly just try to get a tier 4 weapon as quickly as you can. Like, it's such a giant upgrade in terms of the damage for you and your clear ability that it's impossible to delay for too long. Exactly when you want to get it, I think, does depend on what resources you have. But tier 4 weapons are just really, really good. All right, so I think we are just going to have to accept the fact that we're going to fight with blight damage against a couple of elementals and hope that just because they're fire elementals, they're not going to be as scary. That's the hand waving we're going to do. And then we're going to take slowed. I think that's pretty solid. I'm not a huge fan of most of the rest of these effects, but unfortunately, due to the magic materials that we had, we don't really have a lot of great options for this weapon. So I guess we're just going to take crit chance and crit damage. That's not the end of the universe here. If we were playing around with a section where we would want to actually use condemned, then we could set that up, but we're gonna get tons of condemned off of our units anyway. I don't like physical damage here, simply because physical damage at the beginning of the game, you mostly want to have some magical damage mixed in against like low tier units. As the game goes on, then physical damage actually does start taking off in comparison to magic. But like against low tier units and berserkers and warriors and stuff, then having any amount of magical damage is a giant upgrade in terms of your efficacy, right? Because you're gonna be shooting against 5 defense versus 0 resistance, like naturally. It's a pretty big upgrade. And then it's not really until you get to the mid to late game where resistance just scales wildly out of control, whereas bolstered resistance mostly stays pretty flat. And so that's where like the power of the really, really strong breath weapon on the dragon can actually take off. Okay, so everybody actually can just like come to this fun little siege at Hollow. And so let's see, what do they have? They have double afflictors, pursuer, and a dark warrior. So yeah, this is an incredibly nonsense build that we're fighting against here. So let's go ahead and take as our siege weapons, we're going to take fumigation and we're going to take headlong assault. Now, historically, headlong assault is one of these things that it's high risk to take, but as long as you have a mass rejuvenation in your stack, then like the way that any sort of assault works is that you just start with a little bit of damage. The AI will prioritize using that heal early, and then it's sort of like you didn't use the siege project at all. You used to be actually now it's been reset, so you can't do this, but it used to be that you could just lift the siege at the very end, and then switch over to a different siege project, or just not using the headlong assault ability, and then you get the extra siege project without the damage. But fortunately they have fixed that bug, so that is no longer an option. That one was really annoying to play against. Like, if there was someone who was doing it, it was very difficult to prove unless they were streaming it themselves. But like, It was not fair for the purposes of game balance, and that's kind of why we're doing this stream as a single player stream rather than a multiplayer one. Winsley, I did not feel comfortable with it in multiplayer, and I don't think that's necessarily wrong. Like it's pretty lame. It's pretty lame. I guess here it doesn't really matter what Dawnsong builds. Do you have enough gold to buy rush this and drop in a Sunshrine? You could also just buy rush a Sunshrine. Yeah, just buy rush a Sunshrine. Done. And now I guess we'll grab this as a Forester. Yeah, that's okay. And then we'll put in, I guess, an Abbey there on that Alchemist Lab. Yeah, probably an Abbey there on that Forester afterwards. That could be another one. So I think overall Hermit these days, it's still very powerful. Hermit Kingdom is an incredibly good trait, but it has a lot of issues in regards to like how you have to manage the map, and in particular playing as High, one of the tools that you don't normally have access to that a lot of other people do is just like conquering a free city and razing it to the ground. You can still do that with High, but because of the massive negative alignment that costs you, it's a lot harder to justify these days. So I think probably I would say that if you're not doing SPI abuse, that you can't do this anyway. But I would say that most of the time I would say that Hermit is better anyway. Like if you're good at using Hermit Kingdom, it's very powerful. It's really annoying because of the limits it has in regards to where your outposts and stuff can go. You have to be really careful about like setting down outposts for a turn or two and not even letting them actually build, but you just like set them down to prevent people from like claiming territory near you, and then you delete them. It's like and you have to do that in single player and multiplayer really if your opponent knows how to play against Hermit Kingdoms. So it's Hermit Kingdoms is strong, but it is very annoying. That is a true thing right there. Okay, so both of our outposts that are important down here actually have walls, so we don't have to necessarily worry about our barbarian friend. And this 7 is probably going to be enough to take this fight. Given that we don't have summons, I don't know what we can do about that, other than I guess we could build a Dawn Defender in one turn, hopefully buy rush it, and just run it down there. But I think we actually are just going to take this fight with these 7. They should be okay. Yeah, they should be okay. You got 3 heroes here. What's the worst that you could do? How much can you throw away Awakener's AI? How much can you do it? I guess yeah. You guys just keep walking. Just keep walking. See who's out here. Who's guarding this? Ooh, a Dread Spider Matriarch. So Dread Spider Matriarch being a large target does mean that these spears are going to keep doing their work. And I think we can just take that fight. I think we just take that fight. And we'll bring the extra Dawn Defender in for just getting XP on it, hopefully. No, they lost the legendary, but they kept the chaplain, which is kind of like the only unit in that stack that really matters. Losing the legendary is annoying because now we lost both of them, but that's okay. That's okay. We got some more legendary Dawn Defenders somewhere, or gold rank Dawn Defenders somewhere. Those are pretty far away from each other, Walker. There's a lot of experience points you have to catch up there on. All right. Well, now we've got tier 2s and another chaplain over there, and now we're gonna get the Glade Runner next turn. So yeah, actually don't produce anything. We don't want to waste any more draft. We could overflow draft if we started something last turn, but that's okay. We'll get plenty of draft here. What's under this earth actually? Because we could send somebody out here to just grab an outpost for movement and vision under the earth. I like that, actually. Yeah, I think that's good. Because we still have enough heroes here that this is still under siege. So this is fine. Yeah, this is fine. And 4 turns and then 3 turns to the tier 4 weapon. So we actually will be able to reset somebody into using that pistol. We're level 6 here on our secondary hero, and then one experience point away. Oh no. And this one, oh man, and this one we've already done a reset on, so this one probably is not our best option. I guess we could still go into it with archery into Eagle Eye. Actually, that's fine. Archery into Eagle Eye is pretty good. And then at least because we're using a pistol, the fighting extra damage is not wasted. Actually, that'll let us go archery into killing momentum into Eagle Eye. Yeah, that's pretty good. And queue up another army heal. And go. And now Glade Runners are online, and we should have enough to start them in Dondel and Donsong. Donsong is going to be really slow on building them until we get the Lightforge online, and the Lightforge in Dondel itself is actually still a couple of turns off, although this should help. Yep, that should help. 3 turns on that Glade Runner. That is fast. Oh, baby. And it's 48 movement, so I am here for it. It looks like these guys are going to try to pillage in our capital territory, so we'll just keep using these guys to beat back foes as they emerge. Get out of here, foes. You get hurried. Work on that Glade Runner. And I guess we do start on the Lightforge here, right? Can we get you into... No, you cannot turn into a quarry. How many turns are you away? 2 turns away from growth? Alright, we can find another quarry here, right? 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 Please? We're at Town Hall 2 here, so we should be able to reach that. No! Oh my god, we can't reach a single quarry in 1 turn. Ugh. Ugh. Well, in that case, Donsong, I guess you still have to build the Lightforge. It's just like going to be almost impossible to boost that one. Because we can't really just drop this quarry because of this forester in between. But that is effectively a wasted forester right now. That's a bummer. All right, you're able to reach into those iron ore right there. So let's just go stand on the defensive magic material. This is an important thing that doesn't come up very often, but in PvP, like, do be aware of this. Magic materials, whenever you attack them, like on the overworld map, you know how like there's always a nice little bonus, like if you're attacking the silver tongue fruit, they have that the distracting effect. That also applies whenever you attack somebody in PvP. So if you're attacking somebody and they're standing on haste berries, then you can actually... You have to fight against an entire army that's hasted. It's very, very powerful. It's mostly hard to accomplish without people not paying attention. So it doesn't come up that often, but when it does, it is very impactful. Ooh, 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 ooh. Well, I'm so glad that we built this little outpost, because that is extra production. And I think that'll go to this extra city under the earth, Thistledown, but I don't even hate sending some extra production to Thistledown. I think that's a pretty cute little city here. Yeah, I think that's a pretty cute little city here. And now, how many turns? We had 8 turns. 8 turns. So we're going to be on turn 33 for that. So that will come online for like our Scholars Guilds. But when the Scholars Guilds come online, that's going to be disgusting. Because we already have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10... We have 10 research posts already attached to cities, so we have 100 extra research that we can pick up. That's pretty good. Ooh, speaking of pretty good, Staves of Mending is powerful, but I think we do need to find a protector. Yeah, like I would just want to start getting a reasonable tier 3 frontline pieced together, even if it's expensive from a mana perspective, because I do not want to be fighting against barbarians without them. They're just, even with the extra burliness from Velociraptors, you can't do it. You cannot do it. You're crazy greedy if you try to fight them with tier 1s. I've done it. I'm willing to own that up to that. I have attempted to do it. Fighting them with tier 1s does not work out too well. There's a champion Dawn Defender. There is our champion Dawn Defender. Actually, can we do... Is this an... I don't think this outpost is close enough to the Scorched Forge to include it, but we don't have enough gold to start that one this turn anyway, Walker, so it doesn't matter. But next turn we might actually send our ruler down here to just build this outpost again for just like more vision behind Hollow, and if it can connect through to Scorched Forge, then we can go Hollow down to Scorched Forge and through the Brigand Camp and have it still be pretty good. Because so far so good on not having the barbarians spill across the border. They are looking pretty belligerent out here. So I'm actually going to go ahead and burn that outpost down. I don't want it just being picked up by a scout. And this is no longer a free city here, right? You can see that is now our enemy. This remains a free city underneath that, but I think if we're not going to push across through Mother Ash to Scragheim, once we've taken this stuff up, we're gonna have to go up here because this is just too dangerous to ignore for long. Yeah, too dangerous to ignore for long indeed. Oh boy. All right, so we could grab this quest. The quest requires us to build a whole lot of conduits, which we've not really been doing historically here, but because we have so many research posts picked up, we can just flash them over to conduits and then flash them back and get this done in 3 turns. So research post, into conduit, into conduit, and into conduit. So there, now we've got the quest solved, and now we need to decide how to handle all these dudes over here. Get out of here, guys. Stop harassing my borders. They're my borders. Go harass your own. Now we can pick the farm back up. And I suppose we can make an abbey. Because abbeys are another nice little military bonus for your units. The extra status protection is pretty good. There's a Glade Runner in 6 and a Glade Runner in 2, but that Glade Runner we're just going to buy rush next turn. Yeah, we're going to buy rush that one next turn. Or maybe even draft rush it. But that would require us to break up like most of the army out this turn to go over there to fight them, to like force march them back down here. I mean, we're too many turns out to be able to do that, because this is going to be 1 turn. Oh no, 1 turn left means that, so we'll be right here at the end of our of this turn, and then the turn after that we pop up there and then probably come down to here, and then turn after that we come down here and break through the walls. So actually we can take this fight. This is already level 8, so no point in bringing you, but we've got level 6 here. Oh, but these guys are all 32 movement. How close is this? With the 32s. Can the 32s do it if they go here and then reinforce and then back? Yes. Yes, the 32s can do it. So we will do that. We will clear this this nice little stack, and I think we're just going to leave Severe here. Yeah, we're just going to leave Severe here and include our fast units for the purposes of actually starting the engagements. Yep. I know a province is being pillaged. This is the unfortunate consequence of no summons, but now our draft is starting to come online. Now our research is still like maintaining 10x. It's not as easy with perfectionist artisans, but we are maintaining it for now. And I guess these guys just click end turn here and hopefully with the access to a 1 Glade Runner, should be able to mulch through those mines, because I don't think we can afford to buy rush both of them. We're probably just going to buy rush one and then start producing another one. In fact, I'm almost certain of that. Oh no. Oh no. Is that draft going to be assigned to Thistledown? It might be assigned to Thistledown because it's too close. Oh no. Well, it's still going to give us a level up on that other hero, so I do think that this fight is still worth taking. But I think we actually might not get the draft on the city that we want it on. Let's see here in just a moment. All right, so where did it go? If we check here, yeah, everything's producing super fast, so it definitely got done in Thistledown, and we could potentially just make one defender here to utilize that draft a little more efficiently, but it's just not worth the money. Okay, so we can buy rush that Glade Runner and start the next one, which does preclude like working on anything else in this capital this turn, but I think that's okay. I think that's a-okay. We want to just get our backyard secured. Hey, good deal. You did it. You did it, Glade Runner. You did some damage. I'm sure you had a fine time. We're all so proud of you. And now we can even work on Entwined Protectors. And this is where, in order for us to fix up our Entwined Protectors, we're going to need to get the Channeling Tower down, which is another one of those opportunities where you can abuse your case there, like for construction queue, because you can start a Town Hall 2 or a Wizard Tower 2 and then just push the Channeling Chamber in front. And that's also a very powerful thing to do if you want, if you are so inclined. Oh my god, we could even almost take the Forester and participate in Hollow next turn because we have so much movement, but I think that's not what's happening this time. I think what's happening this time is our Warfare hero. Oh, we need 2 more Warfare skills to hit that because we have, oh man, because we wasted some picks on like Twin Awakening and Lord of Production. All right, well we don't have killing momentum, but we will have Eagle Eye at least for this pistol, which is plenty good. Because now we're at, currently it says 34 damage on this Fire Mage lock, but obviously like that doesn't take into account any strengthen stacks that we have, and we should have some strengthening going on. We got some stuff. We got some stuff there. And I guess we're not gonna send our ruler ahead just in case something awful happens in Hollow in terms of spawning a hero stack. I'd rather have them just kill Severe than Severe and our ruler. And we're 1 turn off from getting an Entwined Protector into that fight too. Unfortunate. Dondel and Dawnsong can annex another province. You know what? This is fine. We can just annex this farm because it is adjacent to an abbey, which gives us more mana, and mana is now going to start becoming more and more of a problem as we get into Entwined Protectors and all of the mana costs there. We're gonna have to fix that. That's where this vassal giving us Archon Blood is gonna be pretty sweet. And maybe we have time to grab that Brigand Camp. But it's turn 27, so I think we need to start moving towards actually attacking them, because I think we can get this thing done by like turn 40 if we want, maybe 45. There's not a lot of walls in Scragheim, which is helpful. And actually that could be a way to just distract them and pull them back down south. If we're here already and we just march straight on their capital, will they come and march straight on ours, or will they come defend themselves? That is the question. Because if we can just attack them, this is the way to do it. All right, yeah, let's just try to hook around here. We got so much movement, and there's their capital. And if we can get the siege to go, considering that they have not built up their walls thus far, I want to get that thing done. And I think this is a reasonable spot. We could, oh man, I should have seen what we could forge in the item forge. We'll check that next turn after we. I intentionally delayed it so that way we could get extra equipment off of this hero, so that way we could forge something better. Yeah, that's the story. That's true. That's real. Believe it. Naruto style. Oh no, the 32s are indeed too slow to actually participate in the initial attack on the front line of the siege. That's really annoying, actually, because of the way that AI will work. If you have units that are able to go into the front, they will prioritize just like attacking, even if they don't have their friends around. So we're just going to have to put these 4 here and then hope that that is enough. But at least we have double Sun Priests on that side, so any of the damage that they take, they should be able to heal off. But that's not an ideal formation for us on these guys. It might be better to... Nah, we gotta go in with this. We gotta go in with this. Alright. At least we have Fumigation, so that should help offset the damage. But, of course, Headlong Assault is gonna cost us. Let's see how it turns out. I'm expecting that the AI is probably going to just do like the AoE remove debuff abilities. But if they just spend all their time doing restores and stuff, that's okay. Oh, you should. I would say it's highly dependent. Vank, like the best ranged unit in this build by a pretty big margin is actually Stormbringers. Like not obviously those aren't like actually ranged units. Rather those are skirmishers, but they're so much more efficient than like everything else that you can think of that it's not even really very close. But after the Stormbringers, I think the next best is probably Glade Runners, but it is dependent. Glade Runners have a big advantage in that they are mounted, and so that means that you can put them on elephants and mammoths, or you know, if you're feeling spicy, you can put them on velociraptors or eagles. But the extra movement that you get there, you can kind of offset by getting athletics or by moving into Naga transformation. But like Naga transformation comes on tier 4s, so that is so far down the line that you're just gonna have to put up with the fact that if you're going into winds instead of glades, that your ranged pieces are just gonna be slow. Like it's not always a bad thing, but they are gonna be slow. And importantly, winds these days does have that really powerful tactical spell, as well as the strategic spell that lets you like move around the board really fast. So winds is a lot more competitive, but glades is just so much more damage under almost every circumstance that it's not particularly close. All right, cool. Yeah, we're just gonna go over there, blast that with a pistol, and take and miss on a what was your accuracy on that, friend? Roll to hit was 6. They needed a 95. Why are you taking a 5% shot on that? AI, why are you taking a 5% shot? Who's in charge of you? Okay, so looks like probably this Dawn Defender is going to make it, which means probably we are going to still have a legendary rank shield unit to work around with. And just having one is still like a pretty big advantage when you're fighting against barbarians. Yep, there we go. Sweet. Yeah, good fight. Tier 4 weapon. It's pretty good. Might not necessarily be the most interesting thing, but it is pretty good. Alright, so now we can vassalize these guys. Given the Imperium cost, we actually could potentially just integrate them. Because we are at 415, so we're going to get plus 20, or plus 200 over the next 4 turns. But we do have adaptive research online. I don't know. Actually, this could be an opportunity for us to just migrate these guys and just start recruiting Awakeners here out of Hollow, and accept that means dropping into Evil for a brief period of time, because now we're really close to finishing the fight with Skragheim, and that means that we are kind of incentivized to just get whatever we can. So yeah, let's migrate these bad boys. No vassals, unfortunate, but I don't think we had time. Yeah, you guys are pillaging stuff that you're not supposed to be pillaging. You're not allowed to do that. We will have to go drive those guys off and then just come down here for the Brigand Camp. But the Brigand Camp, we still have 13 turns on, nominally, for that. Oh, Oh man, is there an astral dew down there that I just like have been ignoring? This is crazy. So, all right, we got the Cosmoflux, we have Archon Blood, we have Tranquility Pool, and we have Astral Dew. So as soon as we get that, we actually have we have bingo. All right, good. This is going to be very silly. We're going to have like I don't know how much research on turn 40, but it's going to be a really disgusting amount of research for playing around with Perfectionist Artisans. It's going to be pretty silly. I guess severe here, because we're going into oops all ranged pieces, we probably do want to take up more coordinated strikes. So that means we need more yeah, I'll just take defensive training. That's always pretty good. That's always pretty good. All right, cool. We sold that, and now we can check out all the nonsense we have in our arsenal. Looks like a lot. Do we have... Oh, we don't have haste berries, so we actually can't get like a better boot for us, because what we really want, if we're going to be working with either Sparkcaller of the Blizzard or Radiant Power Cleaver, which depending on what we're looking at. So Alpha Wolf, the bug is this. So I don't know if we have a tier 2 city that we can still do this on. I think we finally actually finished the tier 2s, but this is true of everything. If you queue up a building that has prerequisites, like here, if we had enough mana to queue up the Wizard Tower level 1, we would also get access to queuing up Wizard Tower level 2. Then we could queue up Wizard Tower 2, then we could queue up Channeling Chamber, and then we could push the Channeling Chamber forward, and then build the Channeling Chamber before we build either the Wizard Tower level 1 or level 2. And this is something that, like, we don't traditionally do in our group with Winslaya, like mostly because it is considered very bad form. At least in our group, it's considered very bad form. But there are still some players, unfortunately, who feel like they have to rely on this in multiplayer. And so, like, I'm just mostly we're doing this stream just so that I can play around with Perfectionist Artisans and actually have a reasonable research income. But like, this should kind of highlight how unbelievably powerful this is, because this is a Perfectionist Artisans run where, outside of like the Hidden Garden thing where we just like audibled out of that fight, like, we haven't really done anything truly exceptional other than just build a whole lot of research posts, and we still have like a really good research rate here with Perfectionist Artisans, and we haven't even hit Astral 2 yet. And once we do, this research economy is gonna like absolutely explode, and that's doable primarily due to the utilization of that bug. Not exclusively, like we did do a lot of other good time clearing here, but it was, I would say, at least 75% of what we've been able to accomplish early on, thanks to having no summon until literally turn 29 is when we're gonna make our first one, because we were playing Alchemy into Faith. We're still gonna have a good game here, because it really is broken. And so I'm hoping that, like, oh god, this was a walking, or oh my god, I thought that was pillaging something and it wasn't going to come over here and attack our Glade Runner. Now I'm going to throw the Glade Runner because I wasn't paying attention. Oh, Walker. Losing your Glade Runners, losing your mind. You're just not paying attention. But this is okay. Now we're going to get a whole bunch of city stability. And of course this means that we can go ahead and get a bunch of mana. And between the bunch of city stability and the bunch of mana, we're going to have a lot of extra growth for a short period of time. So we can still buy out some of these Glade Runners. That's egg on my face, but I don't think it really hurts our win percentage by a meaningful ding at all. We're going to get so many Glade Runners and so many Thralls in the next period of time that it's going to make the AI crazy. Ooh, and we're right next to that Desecrated Temple, which legit we might fight. Because I really do like getting a whole bunch of gold if we can get it here. By rushing like a Glade Runner almost every turn, does sound like it should be pretty good against what we're fighting against. Yeah, let's set ourselves up for that. Let's go ahead and just put some guys in range of the Desecrated Temple fight. Yeah, it's a massive bug, and unfortunately it has been around for a while. The thing is that, like, I don't know how many people are like readily reporting on it. I have reported it at least once, but it might be one of those bugs like the bug with like double stun, where it's like difficult to pin down. But this one isn't difficult to like observe. It's very easy to observe. Just it might be very difficult to diagnose, but it is a massive bug. Here, I guess we're going to just get some experience points on the chaplains. Yeah, you just get some experience points on these chaplains. They're pretty good. I like chaplains. They just, like, come on a terrible tome, that's all. They're really, really good when you have a big killing momentum pistol dude, who we will have after this desecrated fight, because that'll get us to level 8, right? Yeah, we'll have after the desecrated temple fight, but I still think that given that we have a tier 4 weapon and double pole arms, that the power of this temple shouldn't prevent us from taking it. Yeah, we should be okay. Oh, the monster den is invading our terrain. And now they're trying to pillage our territory with a single snow spirit. All right, bro, I see you with your single snow spirit, and I respect that, but I hope you realize that's not going to fly. We're going to take care of that unit in a jiffy here. I don't know if I want to waste the protector all the way up there, though, because we might actually want to bring it into this desecrated temple fight. Yeah, I think we want it for the desecrated temple fight. And then you, I guess, can just like hang out. Just get some healing, tier 1. If you stick around and make it to legend rank, then you will make it into the fight against the barbarians almost certainly. But yeah, it's a big problematic bug that we do not use. We do not use, and I think that's good. Also, precision training may or may not be bugged, but I don't think it really matters. Even using like oops all ranged pieces with high, you almost never really need this. You're gonna get all your extra accuracy from stuff like the coordinated strike adding marked, and then your glade runners adding marked. It's way better for you. We could potentially use Forest Warden though, especially because we probably are going to be able to pick up the Forest spell at some point. And +1 defense and +1 resistance is pretty nice. Pretty nice. That Forester can be rebuilt. It can be rebuilt, but you can also, if people are pillaging you, just dismantle the tile, go build another one. And in this case, we can even build a tile that goes in the direction we kind of might be sending troops in anyway. So thank you for pillaging, I suppose. Forced us to move in a more responsible direction. And the double chaplains, I guess, move here. I don't know if we're gonna bring an afflictor into this fight, or if we'll bring the sun priest or whatever. I'm not sure. Kind of suss it out in regards to this temple, but we're gonna bring definitely one spear and one an entwined protector, and then the 3 heroes. So then I guess we have space for 1 support unit, which I suppose should probably be the sun priest, just because it is getting closer and closer to legend rank. So yeah, a full Mistling Stormbringer team, I would say. So you kind of rotate through them. It's not that you start on Stormbringers and then like those are the only units you use all game. You have to get 2 Stormbringers, and so Mistlings are just like a natural progression because of both the unit type, because the unit type remains the same, but also because of just like the progress of your development. You just they use the same sort of enchantments, and that's usually all you need. Same sort of enchantments is pretty good. All right, lethal bow, get out of here. Cleansing Defender, I don't think so. We have a much cooler shield, and I guess we're just gonna get rid of this unicorn mount because we're using Velociraptor mounts. They're cooler anyway. Let's see if we can get accuracy for our big gun guy, because that's pretty good. Is that gonna be our best bet? Do we have actually anything useful here? We do have fast movement for our friendly little tier 3 polearm guy. So actually, yeah, let's get fast movement. And we could pick Slippery also for our tier 3 polearm guy, but I think because we're going to be fighting against barbarians, I'm going to take physical defense and then probably hit points and status resistance, just to have a slightly easier time for this hero not to get stunned by warriors. Yeah, that looks like a pretty good one. Yeah, what's up, Vunk? What you got? Yeah, I think that looks like a good boot for our polearm friend. And we'll have Staves of Mending, so we will at least have a little bit of extra healing off of that guy. Yeah, as long as we get through this fight without losing a bunch of our heroes, we should be all right. If we lose the level 7 hero, that is a big problem. If we lose the level 3 hero and we have to just sell Severe the Veil, that's okay. That's all right. We can deal with it. So which builds do you mean? What options do I have here to compare against? You are going to take the Radiant Power Cleaver here, actually, because we're going to be facing against 2 really big, large targets. There's a Balor and a Tyrant Knight in here, so I think a giant polearm on Severe is actually sick. Ignores 4 status resistance means that this could be a really powerful Battle Mage item, if only. So we might reset somebody into a Battle Mage after getting into a good position, but I think for now this is okay. Yeah, let's watch this fight also, because I bet this is going to be a fun one. Fighting against Balor is always spooky, but I suspect we have enough. Defensive tools here for this to get where it needs to go. And this polearm really is just going to do a ludicrous amount of damage if it can get off. All right, where does the Sunder defense go? It hits all 3 of our heroes. That's not good. Misses the convert on the Lightbringer. Woof. So I think generally having more mobile units early is more important than having stronger units early. You want your units to be strong enough that you don't have to lose all of them in every fight, and so don't neglect all of your military strength, but having faster units and the ability to potentially take multiple fights per turn on your heroes, or even just fights on your heroes where you're going to be able to get some extra value off of breaking an extra unit off here or there or whatever, it's just so much. It's so good for you. It's so good for you. All right, so now the AI is starting to work on this Balor. Now we'll see, can the AI get there? So far it's done a lot of damage to this bad boy. The chicken mount, it is here. The giant Velociraptor is taking on this Balor, and I think we'll actually get through. Are we gonna lose him? Is Aiden gonna die? Maybe. The minor handicap is, I think, good in terms of play. I think it's fun for single player, but oh, you take so much damage. It's like training in Dragon Ball Z, right? Like if you exclusively play on minor handicap when you play single player, then when you play in multiplayer, you actually have really good auto resolves because you're used to fighting where your units are a lot more fragile. And this Sun Priest is gonna die. Oh my god, is that Sun Priest gonna die? Yep, is deleted. And he got another Berserk off. All right, so she's gonna taking out the necromancy guy, but I think that one we're gonna just sell because we're not gonna take anything that interacts favorably with it. And now you can kill that. The Balor's gone. The Halberdier's gone. That's exploded. And now the only piece left that really the Forbidden Temple or whatever has is a Tyrant Knight. It's a lot of damage, not gonna lie, but we got it. Good deal. Oh man, actually, because of the stupid blink, it might legit be worth it to get another gun for our ruler. Yeah, it might be worth it. Oh bro, just take the Tyrant Knight out. Yes. All right, sick. So let's see how much gold we get from this. 413 gold. That is one heck of a deal. Yeah, Raptor Hero will forever cast buffs if you have too many support abilities. It is a big problem. I'm hoping that at some point we get a rebuild of hero AI, so that way the support abilities aren't as dead end. But even with the support abilities kind of cannibalizing the support like occasionally this guy will attack. I guess it's not that important. You're right. It is a Raptor hero. It's mostly just going to be buffing. And they really are not. They're really not interested in pressuring us over there, are they? All right. Well, I guess we'll buy another Glade Runner. And I guess I'm gonna buy another Glade Runner. Have one of them activate the fight, and the other one reinforce. And sure, you get as many mana points as you want for this. Go crazy. Good. Yeah, if we have like 4 or 5 Glade Runners, that's enough. We don't need to build 15 of them. And we got the good there, but because we're migrating the Scaling Awakening, we're gonna get -10 morale or -10 alignment, and then go back down to negative or back down to neutral. And because we're migrating Hollow, then we can actually start working on Awakeners there to hopefully get at least 1 down. I would like to have 2 for our fight against the Barbarians, but you know, you take what you get. You take what you get. Visions of Woe is fantastic against Berserkers. It's obviously a lot better in the hands of a human, but whether or not we actually do a manual fight against the enemy towards the end, which we probably will, means that we're going to want something that can prevent our dudes from getting one-turned by Berserkers. And now we have a level 3 hero that we can recruit, so literally the only thing we're missing out here by selling Severe is the racial transformation into Whiteborn, which isn't even like pure upside. And Materium Adept actually on this hero is pretty solid. Yeah, Materium Adept is pretty solid, because if we can get to research 7 turns now on specialist districts, we're gonna have a lot of SPIs, so that's gonna be a huge amount of gold that we pick up. Yeah, I like that. That's good. Good job, guy. I guess considering that this is currently not a caster, you know, maybe it will become a caster though. Maybe it will become a caster. You can, no, don't wear the shoes. Leave the shoes for somebody who's more worthy. The Signet of the Killer. That's fine. And casting point bonus and True Sight. Okay, so this Vitus the Astute, we may very well reset into like just a pure caster, depending on what we see out of the opponent. Because having a battle mage against Berserkers, if you can freeze them, is just the best thing you can do. If they are frozen when they are at full HP again, that's good for you. That'll keep your guys alive. Aspect of Root is online. We can cast that next turn. Oh, and now we made it through to summoning, so we can take the Tome of Summoning here. We could also potentially take the Tome of Scrying for the access to guided projectiles. You know what? I feel like we've played with summoning enough, and we don't get a whole lot of opportunities to show off Scrying. Scrying, I do want to highlight this. Scrying is like largely skippable, even for big ranged pieces like Glade Runners here. Like if you were playing multiplayer, you'd probably want to take either Tome of Revelry, or potentially I could see an argument for either like Winds or Inquisition for a little bit of extra damage. But you know, like, if you're playing multiplayer, you're also probably not playing around with Tome of Faith. And so I don't see any reason to not take Tome of Scrying. It'll be fun to show off what guided projectiles can do without access to a Spring Fairy. Because I don't think we're going to have a Spring Fairy before the fight, given that we missed out on the Hidden Garden. All right, yeah, let's just go straight to Scragheim. Stop messing around, Walker. Just let the backyard here just get burned to the ground, and go to the Barbarian capital. What's the worst that could happen? Maybe get that little quest along the way, so that way you get a level up. But go. Other than that, go to the Barbarian capital. That's where your win condition is. Twine Protectors, rocking and rolling. This champion pretty far away from legend rank right now, but I'm not convinced we're actually gonna want to take the Scorched Forge This is just going to be like an enormous amount of draft that we may or may not be able to use. Actually, if it dumps all the draft in hollow, then this is actually a great pickup here. Well, let's see. Let's see where the draft goes, and how much it's actually going to offer us. Okay, so we can get even more stability. Even more stability is still pretty good, but I don't know if we need it. I don't know if I really care about a Stone Spirit, but we're not going to sacrifice a bunch of stability playing as high simply because of the value there. So I suppose we have to just take Dondel up on a Stone Spirit, but a full Stone Spirit is not a bad piece to be picking up in a position like this. It might be best served by giving us basic Seafaring, but considering that we are absorbing this and now above our city cap, I guess we'll come back for said Seafaring. It's 6 turns to get over here, whereas it would be like literally 2 if we had the ability to float over this. All right. We'll take water, and we'll just accept that for the next 15 turns or whatever, we're gonna have a diminished income on our Imperium because we're gonna be underneath our or we're gonna be over our city cap. Oh man, and we're gonna be getting adaptive research online, so we're gonna be way off in terms of Imperium for hollow. I guess we have to build something here. We have to build an Awakener here for this to be worth it, and it's 9 turns. It's 9 turns. Oh. And it's 3 turns to release it as a vassal city too. All right, we're just gonna sit on hollow. We'll just accept it as being a drain on our economy temporarily until we can get the resource here. But as soon as we get that magic materium online and we get our triplets, then I don't think it matters that we're burning a little bit of research here. Getting Cosmoflux Elixir online is pretty messed up. Staffs of Mending, good. Get that done. I guess we'll probably want to get another Entwined Protector down now and then Aspect of the Root. Yeah. I think getting a second one with experience points rolling is pretty important because they, again, frontlining against Berserkers is just like a nightmare in this universe. Could start on the Arcane Institute, but that's gonna be 2 turns of just doing nothing with the gold anyway. So yeah, let's go grab you, and it's what, 1 turn? Yeah, 1 turn. Doop, doop, doop. You're good. And hollow. What is hollow gonna work on? We could work on a tavern, but I think it is legit just better to build a whole bunch of research posts here. So, Sunshine, go there. No, get out of here. Your ballistas. Get your ballistas off my lawn. And then potentially we'll build another abbey in that farm. Let's see how many. It's going to be 4. 4 and 4. Yeah, all right. That's a good deal. It's good value. And then we leave the draft to turn into food? Or do we want to use the draft to build another Daylight Spear? Nah, it's 6 turns. How you only have 20 income? This is where I would love it if champions would just give you 20 draft in every city. That would just, it might be too strong, but considering how unbelievably powerful Wizard Kings are in comparison to everybody else, I don't see it necessarily as a bad problem. Yeah, and then actually we can clear these guys out and then clear the Scorched Forge, and that will actually give us enough draft to finish actually probably 2 Awakeners there if we have enough gold. So then we don't even have to start building them now. Yeah, I like it. Good deal. Good deal, Walker. Great suggestion. So much fun working with you. Now we're in the place where this level 3 hero plus some Glade Runners and 1 Entwined Protector could definitely take down that Hidden Garden that's just been hanging out all game. And potentially also threaten this army of Marauder Guards, or maybe not the large monster den, but maybe the Rainbow Clover. So yeah, let's start pulling this third stack together here. Good use of utility. And now I'm mad that we burned that outpost down, because we could have used it to pick up the hidden garden, but it's alright. It's alright. Those units are going to be so slow. Hopefully the 32 movement on those afflictors isn't the end of the world for them. But here, who's got adjacency to the Scorched Forge? I guess this, with the Astral Dew, exploiting the Scorched Forge is the way to pick it up. Yeah, that's the way to pick it up. There we go. Yeah, in that turn. Alright, let's see how we do. Adaptive research. Boom. Now we're at 239. We need how many turns to get this? We probably, so 500. So we're at like 7 turns off from grabbing that, at which point like the malice will disappear. So yeah, I think we'll be in a good shot to get that done. Empire development skill, none of the rest of those make any sense, because the only thing that matters now is increasing our cap. You can't do anything this turn anyway. Stone Spirit can definitely come down here though. A tier 3 shield unit is definitely welcome in our book. And Thistledown can annex another something. We could annex a Forester into the large monster den, but I'm not convinced that we have the military strength to deal with that right now. So let's go ahead and just grab a Forester here. And then I guess this city could just start on an academy, and if we get enough food somehow, how are you going to get enough food here? Do you have a ruler who can give us food? 7. Yeah, 8. So now we need 8 turns to get an extra population in Thistledown, and then to let us build an academy. Did we already reset Thistledown and picked Production Lord, right? I think that's exactly what we did. So we reset that ruler or that hero and took Production Lord. Yeah, we did. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, having the extra food there would be pretty nice, but not absolutely crucial. Vidas will help Dawnsong grow. Oh, and of course, because we've completed that quest, we can go ahead and just switch these research posts back. And this farm, I guess, is still working on the Abbey, right? And then will become an Alchemist Lab. Yeah. Oh, actually, the Alchemist Lab is going to be even better than a boosted Arcane Institute. Alchemist Lab is pretty good. 3 troops is not enough. We have to wait at least until next turn. So go ahead and just station right up here. So we'll keep pushing on that brigand camp. And now we got to figure out who's going to take these fights and how. I think this champion makes sense to just try to get that thing up into legendary. We'll bring Glade Runner and Chaplain. Yeah, we'll bring Glade Runner and Chaplain, and then Hero. And now anybody else need to come in on this fight? I mean, the Entwined Protector would be nice to get up to at least silver, so yeah, let's pull you in too. Auto that. Yep. And now, how close are we to that brigand camp? Can we bring these guys in? Yes. All right. So now we can fish that with Halberdier, right? You can't get in range. Oh no. And the only thing that can actually start the fight would be our Glade Runner, which we can. 108 HP is definitely enough, but I don't think we want to sacrifice this Dawn Defender to just activate that fight, considering how far along it is on getting up to legendary and the fact that we lost our other legendaries. So I think we are gonna have to fight this fight like this, but we got a pistol and stuff. Yeah, done. And a plague-proof cloak. We got +6 blight defense in this economy. All right, yeah, let's grab that Astral Dew with the intention of picking up the Scorched Forge, and then next turn we'll grab those Rogue Marauders into the Scorched Forge, which will funnel a whole bunch of draft to Hollow, and therefore hopefully allow us to power through at least one Awakener, because I do want some magical damage. Pretty important. Important. And there's nowhere for you to heal unless you run away, is there? Yep, alright. You got me this time. You got me this time. And that chaplain can go heal, and these guys can come forward, and I think we're probably going to bring actually double Daylight Spears into a fight with 4 Phantasm Warriors and a Tyrant Knight. Why you gotta have 4 Phantasm Warriors, guy? Do you understand how good those are in comparison to other tier 1s? Do you? Do you get it? I don't know if you do, if you're gonna put 4 of them in one stack for me, friend. It's pretty spookum. Alright, the enemy is now also trying to position. They have a Severing Golem. They're trying to take the Hidden Garden, and they have a Severing Golem. Well, I don't know if we can actually deny the Hidden Garden with the pieces that we have here. We could buy rush one Glade Runner for 170. This is just outside. Oh my god, Walker. If you just kept this outpost, this would be literally the right number of turns inside because of the friendly movement buff, I'm sure. So can we take a Hidden Garden with 2 Glade Runners, 3 Glade Runners, and an Entwined Protector? I think we can. I think it's worth trying. I think you got what you... I think the AI has what it needs to win this. Whether or not the AI agrees and uses them correctly is kind of up to the AI, but I think that they've got the tools to get there. It's going to cost us a Glade Runner. We're just going to have to let them kill that one. But taking Hidden Garden has got to be good value for us. Oh, right. And this is a blind, which we do not want on triple Glade Runner into this. Wow, this is not even like the best fight for us. But you know what? Let's let the auto resolve do what it's gonna do. Yep. All right. It made it through. It looks like probably the ruler or the hero there died because it's at like 1 HP. But whenever you send a hero into an Ancient Wonder, even if you tick the box that says like auto resolves only, or like no automatically coming back from the dead ability, it'll still give you that whenever you go into an Ancient Wonder on the leader of the expedition. I think that's probably for like game bug reasons, so that way you don't have like a ruler who's dead responding to things on the board. But I think it's largely okay that they handle it that way. It's, you know, you do what you got to do. And we at least did have a heal queued up, so now we should have a pretty reasonable time fighting back if they take this risky battle. Hopefully. Hopefully. Oh no. I do apologize for the enormous amount of sound in the background. They love doing really loud lawn work on Mondays. Good lord. Alright, Guided Projectiles is online, so let's go ahead and just cast this just to get it locked in. Not as many Entwined Protectors as I'd like before we start casting these other enchantments, but it's just too important. Oh my god, I can't even hear myself talk. Get this lawn work done. Get it out of here. I'm trying to stream, guys. Have a little bit of faith. Alright, so Entwined Protector is going to go on the Forge, and as is Paladin. Let's see what's down in the Forge. So we could get cooling vents, which would cost us a lot of production in Hollow. So this is like not the best option most of the time, but considering that we're going to be bringing at least one plant-based unit in against a whole bunch of fire units, I think we are going to take the cooling vents here, because this is like is not an important city to be building stuff in. We're just going to do draft in that city. Oh my god, and 4 magma spirits. All right, so do we have enough gold to actually build any magma spirits if we stop building anything this turn? Or do we have to take the I think we actually have to take the Scorchforge next turn just so we actually have gold to give it. Because whenever we take this, of course, like, all of the draft is going to go to hollow, and then we have 1 turn to resolve all of that, and right now we don't have enough to do a single Awakener, never mind 2. So yeah, I think that's probably the direction we're going to go. So here's an important thing that we're probably going to show off in the multiplayer next game, like next week. Sometimes it's appropriate to just like research things like Crow Companion, because they just cost half the amount of research. If you're just trying to like plow through like one tome into the next, then saving an enchanted Crow Companion for like once you're on your tier 2 or tier 3 tomes gives you a really, really inexpensive way to not only reset, you know, the things that are here in comparison to the research, but also just make progress, because it does count towards the research cycle. Okay, yeah. Hero, ruler here. Other hero is now outside of range to take this fight this turn, of course. Were you gonna gain a slingshot level on this? Let's see, actually, if we were gonna gain a slingshot level, then I think we actually have to wait until next turn for that fight. Because this is a tier 4, so this is gonna be 10, 14, 18, 22, 26 experience points, which means with just like 5 units there, I think we are guaranteed to gain a level up on Paladin. Can 5 units take those 5? Yeah, I think 5 units can take those 5. So yeah, let's delay the fight until next turn, and then we'll just go fight here, fight there, and then bing bang boom. Hopefully that's the AI's doom. Yeah, that's it. Glade Runners, production in Dondel is now back online, and we are rolling on the research. Good. Yeah, you guys just hang out here. I guess we'll send our ruler all the way there to try to guard that outpost. And then we need, oh man, we actually genuinely need more gold than we're getting here on this Arcane Institute. Yeah, just cancel that and save it for double Awakeners. We have a boosted Arcane Institute that we can build with the bonus for adaptive research, but just for military economic reasons, we have to fight the urge to build it. Fight the urge to build research. All right, yeah, no, they're going full in on the attack here. We have to bring our hero back up once they're done there. Take the Hidden Garden. Good. So, yes. Let's go here. Get, I guess this chaplain is going to get 5, hopefully, experience points. That Daylight Spear is going to definitely get there, right? Yeah, save the really elite Daylight Spear for the Scorched Forge, because it's going to be really good against Magna Spirits. And then I guess this is probably fine. So when it comes to experience gain and experience split for your army's heroes, most of the time at the beginning of the game, you want to prioritize experience points exclusively on your heroes. Like, that's mostly true for most of the game. It's just that, like, once you start... Oh, man, this does not look responsible, honestly. Because there's 4 freaking Phantasm Warriors, so this is really fighting against, like, 4 tier 2s rather than 4 tier 1s. Alright, well, we're not going to slingshot a level if we bring extra units in, but I think we kind of have to. Yeah. There's just no way. But, like, most of the time whenever it comes to your experience points, you want to make sure that you're just getting the most on your heroes, and especially your ruler, as much as possible, no matter what you're doing. Alright, well, good. At least we brought some extra units, because, Jesus, like, still lost 2 of them. I mean, I don't think that's necessarily the AI's fault, though, because the Phantasm Warriors are really powerful. But that is spooky. Juggernaut Greaves is really good, though. Yeah, Juggernaut Greaves is really good. Look at our pants. We got +2 blight resistance, and instead we get +2 defense. Oh, baby. And legit, we might use the plague proof cloak against barbarians because of the extra crit damage on savage attack. That's pretty good. Yeah, you know, all right. We'll start building up a fighting melee ruler. I think there's an option for us to do that. So you, I guess now we have to bring the legendary into that fight. And you, Phantasm Warriors. Okay, so what makes Phantasm Warriors so good is a great question. Phantasm Warriors are like the best tier 1s in a vacuum right now because of just like what you get. So the first thing you get is you get a split of physical and magical damage, but critically it is a split that includes lightning damage. Lightning damage is just fantastic across the board, good against everything. The biggest weakness for Phantasm Warrior, of course, beyond being just tier 1 and therefore having very poor scaling, is that they have a -4 shock weakness, and because of the fact that a lot of people are going to be using lightning, that means that you're more likely to encounter those weaknesses. But beyond that, everything else about this is great. There are 3 Phantasm Warriors per Phantasm Warrior stack, so you have very, very limited model count, which means that their damage decreases really slowly. They are ethereal, which means they have +2 physical defense, immunity to critically here, as it says, bleeding, diseased, immobilized, and poisoned. And then, of course, just getting the pass-through and the shield defense and the defense mode shield wall, and being, of course, on warding, which is just like a great tome across the board, means that I just think that Phantasm Warriors are, I think, the strongest tier 1. I think you could make a pretty good argument for Anvil Guards or potentially for... oh my god, did we really take that fight against a bunch of Phantasm Warriors without guided projectiles that we had queued, Walker? Did you really do that? Because it sure looks like you did. But Phantasm Warriors, they don't have any CC, which is a meaningful downside for a big defensive piece like that. But other than the lack of CC, they're just amazing across the board. And now we don't have a Daylight Spear for this Scorched Forge, so we're just gonna have to fight it with heroes. But now this should be a fine fight. I think if you're gonna do a summoning build, then yeah, there it is. Then I think that warding is a great place to start. Oh yes, right. We got a gazillion gold from clearing that. Duh. All right, whatever. Awakener. I think 2 Awakeners is definitely like more than we're gonna need long term if we're gonna be fighting against Berserkers. So yeah, two's fine. And then I guess we'll take another Daylight Spear. Beyond that, does that make sense? Oh, right, you get a hut. So now our friends can keep running and keep healing. Good, hut, go. Scorched Forge is online, and yeah, everyone's just gonna keep moving up north to deal with those barbs and hopefully end this. Let's see. Yeah, all right, whatever. Everyone's gonna get plenty of healing along the way. Just move as far as you can. We got places to be, kids. We gotta go deal with folks crossing the northern border and trying to destroy Rome. And of course our units are on the other side of this ocean, but fortunately we did pick up the ability to embark, so that should help us deal with this the divide. Good. Now that you spent the entire time going all the way down there, go all the way back up. Yes, thank you. Cosmoflux Elixir is completed. All right, we did it. We'll just explain to the AI that now that we have Cosmoflux Elixir, they can't win. Yeah, whenever you fight, the EXP is split across the entire army. The rounding there is like kind of complicated because of their like a bazillion different boosts that you can get that increase experience points, and I can't tell you like the exact math on how they divide stuff out. But yeah, like it's you get more experience points at 4 than at any other point, because you have to, like, basically a minimum number of troops the game assumes exists in the combat are 4, and so anything fewer than that, you're just kind of throwing EXP into the void. But other than that, you can go pretty wild. All right. Oh yes, we have. Oh man, how long have we had this desecrated temple? I don't know, Walker. You've had a desecrated temple for a little while that you could have stacked on an outpost. Don't tell anybody; they won't notice. Killing momentum. We did it. Yeah, you should almost always have at least 4 in an army. The thing is that sometimes there are fights where you just take them early with, 3 troops or whatever, because that's what you have. But you are throwing experience points away when you do that. Do be aware of that as a cost. All right. I think they're finishing up finally outside. No. As soon as I start thinking that, I hear yeah, you know what? Let's get an aspect of the route down. That is also a pretty nice tool. So what are we actually going to be fighting against here? We're going to be fighting against a Severing Golem, double Berserkers. So far, that's the biggest strength that I see there, which is scary. Like, I don't want to tell you that that's nothing, but that means that with only 2 Berserkers, our front line isn't going to be as questionable as it sometimes can be with high versus barbarians early. If you're not ready, they can destroy you pretty fast. But 2 is not enough, and I don't think that AI has the tools necessary to put this game away. Hopefully. Hopefully. Yes, just whatever. Just start building arcane institutes. There's draft here that we could still pick up, but do we need it? I'm not convinced we need it. I'm not sure what we would even spend it on. We have more than enough ranged pieces, so maybe we would just get a couple of extra Dawn Defenders. How many Daylight Spears do we have now? 1, 2, and there's only 1 mounted unit here, so we don't really need 15 of them. So yeah, actually, let's just get a couple extra Dawn Defenders. They're chaff. They're easy to put in the way, and they are fast, so they are easy to at least redeploy too, thanks to the Raptor mounts. And if they survive long enough, aspect of the route is pretty good. Oh my god, 462. We're closing in on it. We're so close. Please, just let me add. There we go. We got a 4 city cap as Perfectionist Artisans. They said it was impossible. They said I was crazy. They said you could never do it, but we got there, everybody. 4 city cap Perfectionist Artisans. Why did we do this? Perfectionist Artisans is, I think, if they just made it so that it was 50% production, I think that actually could do a pretty good job. But yeah, when you're at 4 to 3 city cap, it's not like devastating, but you can see that we got like almost 100 knowledge back for just picking up the extra city cap. So like you really should not float under or over city cap for a particularly long time. It's just not good value. Because your knowledge is the thing that matters. Knowledge is power. And if you're bleeding off a whole lot of it due to being over cap, then that's not great for you. Barbs, bro, like, come out and fight. Don't just run back under the clouds. Like, come on, guy. Think of the battles. Think of the content. AI. Why don't you think of somebody other than your own troops? Why don't you think of the content? All right, let's get Leaf Skin. Extra resistance is not as useful as extra defense against barbarians, but it is still pretty helpful against the strength of Savage Strikes. Yeah, it's pretty good there. We can take this fight no problem, right? Yeah, we can take this fight no problem. Boom. Do we want to get the other Glade Runner in on that too, just for splash EXP? Yeah, I guess. We're gonna, like, here we're probably gonna have some issues getting Vitas up to level 4 because he's gonna die in a lot of these fights, and then just, like, get resist by, oh my god, we could get a Chaos Eater if we had 163 mana, but I guess we'll just destroy them. I hope that's not evil on our alignment. No, we're down to neutral. Good, good, good. Oh, yes. Got a magic missile wand, baby. That is exactly what the doctor ordered. Extra magic damage is so good. It's crazy. It's so good, it's crazy. Let's get inside reinforcement range for the Awakener there. I don't want to get it picked off on, or double Awakeners getting picked off on the way in. I would be so sad. I would probably call one of my friends and then cry aggressively on the phone if that happened. And then they would say, "Who are you? You're not my real dad. You can't do this." Alright, there it is. They indeed came down for the fight, but given that we have 9 units here, yeah, 1 Glade Runner is totally fine. Getting the medals is the most important part, just so you have, like, 18 is the max. 18 units is the max. A Treasure Brother? 20 turns? Bro, don't do this. Don't treasure your brother 20 turns away. You can do so much better than that. I don't think your brother even likes you that much. Let's see. What else can we do? An academy could come online. Quarry, Forester, 6 turns towards that. So, yeah, let's go ahead and drop that academy in on Dawnsong. And the large monster den. The large monster den. Are we going to be in range to reinforce into the large monster den next turn? We are. Alright, so we're going to take the large monster den fight next turn, which should not be a surprise considering how much value you get out of a Gold Wonder. Would have been nice to get it a little earlier, but given the loss on our Awakener, I don't think we had that as an option in this game. Dondel make probably 1 more Chaplain, actually. So we have 1 Chaplain, 1 Sun Priest, 1 Nymph. Yeah, let's get 1 more Chaplain down, just for the extra fortune. They're really, really good at increasing the damage on single, like, things like your heroes and whatnot. They're basically best in class. And we have 2 Daylight Spears, so I guess a 3rd is probably still called for. And you know what? Let's use this Dawn Defender to see where their army is. Because we can just go this way now. If we're gonna have to come all the way over to the northeast or the northwest corner anyway to drive their army off, then we can just, like, drive down south. And it does look like Skragheim has moved enough north that if we just go Free City through here, or just on the ocean, we'll see. We'll see how exactly we go towards their cap. But I think that this actually could be a direct attack if we can clear their army out there, wherever they are in the universe. Okay, go there. Come on up. Anybody who wants to be a part of this fight, just come on down. Even if you're not sure what you're going to be doing in this fight, just come on down. Not going to hurt you, probably. And if it does, you know. If you get hurt in this large monster den fight, skill issue on you, friend. Fi and skill issue. There's our champion. Alright, yeah, you do actually want to participate in this fight, because if we're going to include any Dawn Defenders for sure in the end battle, it's going to be a legend rank 1. And you're here, and go. I should have started casting an Entwined Protector last turn. I was saving the mana for casting into the large monster den fight. Yep, that's it. Good work, Walker. Great working with you. Thank you so much. Oh, hey, we're on to our tier 3 tomes. Ooh, all right. So actually, you know what? I'm gonna put this to a vote here. Rather than, let's see, where are we actually in terms of timing? It's 2:13. It's 2:13. I was so sure that we were gonna have time to do this twice, and now it's 2:13. So maybe we're only gonna do it like once today, and then we might do something else with barbarians later on in the week. But I think this is okay. Do you guys have any opinions on what sort of tier threes you want to see here? Like the traditional thing to pick up with Glade Runners would be to go into amplification, simply so we get the amplified arrows. We haven't really done a whole lot in terms of damage bonuses on the Glade Runners so far, and we did get to play around with the amplification like yesterday in skirmish, or 2 days ago in skirmish, but that's a pretty different game from this legend rank thing. And we got also Tome of Vigor here as a potential option, and Tome of Cycles. We have so many freaking tier threes that we have access to here because we have 5, 5, 4, 4. So I guess like just post down in the live chat if there are any tier threes in particular that you want to see. I'm gonna take another BioBreak here, and then whenever we get back, we will take our tier 3 and then probably do the large monster den, and then that should be it. Like, I guess I personally am inclined to think that amplification is pretty good against a Severing Golem, but there are definitely other things for us to go into here. So if there's a tier 3 that you're looking at that you think would be fun, let me know. But I will be right back. So I think what we're gonna do here, I thought about it. Nobody posted anything. So I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna take Tome of Subjugation. It's been a long time since we've shown that, you know, like a non skirmish form, and I do think that just like Tyrant Knights are cool, even if they aren't necessarily like optimal. So we're gonna just go ahead and take them, considering that we have an optional movement thing here. It should be pretty nice, and having maybe one that we can buy rush out. Yeah, I think we might have enough time to buy rush one. Could be enough to just get one on this fight if the AI is willing to play that game. We will find out. We will find out. What's the fastest way to get here? 2 turns. We can get logistics. We just need to get the Imperium. All right, that's where the Imperium has to go then. If you're at the point where you can work on logistics and you don't have it, it's not ideal. Logistics is really good. Okay, so these guys can just barely get into the large monster den fight, but they can. So what we'll do is we'll send you guys here so that way you can still bounce back and get into that healing range. I think we're going to drop the Dawn Defender. I don't think that one's going to get experience points, really, like, useful experience points into this, because I don't think we're going to bring, like, a recruit rank Dawn Defender into a big fight. And then we do need to include our ruler, just for value's sake. So in that case, should we include a support unit with that ruler, so that way it gets a little bit of heal? Nah, there's a mass rejuve here. That's good enough. 12... units. It's more than I'd like, but I think it's probably responsible. We start the fight with maybe one of the silver glades. If we lose a silver glade, a single one, that's not the end of the world for this army. Because I probably are not going to have a whole lot of buffs for the glade runners. If we're going into Tyrant Knights, the options there are pretty limited. All right, oh shoot, we should have watched this fight. Well, we can come back and watch it afterwards, because it looks like it was a really good one. 1 HP on Paladin here. Let's watch this replay and see how did he die, or almost die. Oh, maybe he got eaten by the Karag? No, it can't consume a hero. So how did that hero get down to 1 HP and not die? Was it the natural way? Do we have a steadfast ability here that I'm forgetting about? Nope. Absolutely fascinated. How did that dude get to 1 HP and then make it? Okay, so they're going all in on this flank. That's how they were able to do any damage at all, is that these guys over here just like hung out and watched the fight from the side. Well, you know, sometimes that's the way it goes. Sometimes that is the way it goes. Double Awakeners, that's a good spot. All right, Sundered Defense, great. Blink for literal 0 value. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for at least reinforcing my point that Blink is not good in auto-resolves AI. Thank you so much for showing that off. Karags are so scary. These things are just ridiculous. 186 HP. That's due in part to the fact that we haven't cleared this large monster den, so it's just been sitting there getting experience points. But that is still just like absolutely terrifying. Oh, you failed the seduce. You failed the seduce. Onto that was probably what, like a 60% plus, because it actually had a debuff on it already, right? Yeah, 66. Okay, so they take out the Crow, and the Awakeners are under attack, but the Awakeners got both of their big AoEs off early, so that's pretty helpful. Looks like it really was just like they took a bunch of damage on the side because all of these guys were busy just slapping around with a couple of vampires for some reason. I don't know what they were thinking about on that side, but it looks, as long as everybody made it through, which we know that they did, then the stress here is going to be a lot lower. Giant Slayer? Okay, alright, so I see what they are trying to get good engagements here, but I don't see how actually they managed to keep this Awakener alive. I'm absolutely fascinated. What? How did you guys ignore this Awakener? I guess, you know, it goes both ways, right? Sometimes the AI is horrible and it sucks for you, and sometimes the AI is horrible and it's great for you. Yeah, there's finally it got a good engagement down with our hindering blizzard, and now we eliminated everybody. How did you get down to 1 HP though? Right now you're at 14. Okay. So you got hit by a nightmare, and that put you at literal 1. That's how you got there. The AI. Oh, guys. Oh, no. You made it, but oh my god. Hilarious. And then, of course, regenerating put it way out of threat range. All right, cool. Well, that's, you know, sometimes that's the way those fights go. 1 HP is 1 HP is 1 HP. A Lance of Fiend Slaying is pretty cool. We'll probably end up using that. Even if there aren't any fiends to slay, just a tier 3 Lance is pretty solid. And now everybody go party. Let's go here. Let's go party. Everybody party. Everybody loves to party. Fun. Can you make it? Yes, right. We gave you just enough movement points to make it back. Oh, yes. Love it. Sometimes I am paying enough attention to do that, and it just feels great when you do that. Feels excellent when you don't make a mistake. All right, we made it to tier 4 with Vitas. Fantastic. So we can take another Mana Unchained, actually, which is pretty solid against Barbarians. Although, for that matter, Rallying Blessing is also pretty good against Barbarians. Although I guess we don't have Warding, though, so I guess we do need the extra damage on Unchained. Yeah, I think that makes sense. And this dude... Oh, right, this dude was the one who could, like, randomly become a good caster if we really wanted it. Yeah, alright. You can get Distant Evocation. We'll probably just reset you at some point to pick up the Sparkcaller Blizzard, right? Yeah, actually, let's just do that now. Let's just reset this hero. You get Sparkcaller Blizzard, and the other hero, our ruler, I guess, is the other one, and you get the Lance of Fiend Slaying. And now we can disassemble some random nonsense and make one more piece of cool equipment before our big fight hopefully gets done. Warming armor doesn't matter. Like, kind of the only thing that really matters on these guys is whether or not we get access to blight resistance. And here, I think our ruler is actually going to switch over to an Eagle Mount. Eagle Mounts are pretty good. They are pretty good. I don't know if any of the rest of the stuff is actually going to finish before the game, so we're just going to start working on Wizard Tower, and then if we get to enough mana that we can work on Wizard Tower 2 and then get the Channeling Chamber done, we will, but I suspect it won't matter. I guess this other dude can actually do some fog busting, because I'm kind of curious what's under the earth here. Alright, there's mana under the earth, and there's a city named Whetstone, but that's not important. That city is not a crucial piece of anybody's win con. Could use Forest, though, to create... nah, whatever, just save the mana. Like, here the fact of the matter is that, like, anything that we cast is just slowing us down on getting a third Entwined Protector if we have the opportunity to. So that's not good. That's not good. Oh, Ascara killed our random 1 production Dawn Defender out there. You jerk. You jerk. All right, guy. If you think you're so cool that you can do that, be my guest. But there will be consequences, and those consequences are nigh. All right, so we do want to pick up Abby. So this status protection ability is something that we want to get on as many of our units before fighting barbarians as we can, for the extra stun resistance on warriors. Although we're probably not going to be able to retain it long term, so maybe we just get it on these 5. Yeah, this is fine. Status protection, and go, and then we'll get a different 6 to actually go onto that Abbey. Yeah, there was death under the earth there, but, well, actually it was probably death out of Whetstone down into the earth and then back out is my guess. But that's okay. Like that these units are here specifically for the purposes of scouting, so that way we don't get into a giant engagement without knowing who we're about to fight. Because that's pretty bad. If you just randomly wander your stacks into enemy range and get them slaughtered, that's not where you want to be. No, the AI is going to start sieging down our Tranquility Pool and deny us access to Cosmoflux. But I don't think that we can do anything about that, unfortunately, other than try to eliminate them. Yeah, I think we just need to put pressure on them and wrap things up that way. Because these guys... I guess, actually, those 3 could probably take those 2... Especially if we drop in, like, another, even just like a Dawn Defender, because this place has absolutely no draft, and then, like, an Entwined Protector from casting. That means the Entwined Protector won't be over here, but that's 4 turns away right now, and we are 2 turns off of Tyrant Knights, so the Tyrant Knights are better. Alright, Walker, alright, whatever, just make a decision. It looks like this is better, so just do that. Yeah, well, I try to avoid that, Lulu. I think that generally it's okay. Like, I think it really just depends on what you're trying to do. I think that they're like on the Hidden Garden just so I didn't have to like start over the stream. I was fine doing it, but like overall, I prefer to just let bad rolls happen. Just so that way you can like see if a bad thing happened in a multiplayer scenario where you're not going to be able to reload those things anyway, like how bad is it actually? Because it's usually pretty bad, but sometimes it's like you convince yourself that it's the end of the world and it's not. We are really far from taking the tier 3 because I don't think we're actually going to do it. I think we're just going to go straight at the enemy heart here, because now we have a bunch of tier 3 units and Glade Runners, and like we could, I guess we could take the Lost Tower for the Siege project. But, like, we're not trying to siege through 8,000. It's just 80. Maybe you're right. Maybe we should take the Lost Tower, because this thing is just amazing for sieges. All right. I don't know how to pronounce your name, Cyrillic guy. I do apologize, but I think you might be right. I think this is such an important early game, or rather late game piece for sieging, that we just go for it. Just go for it. Are you in range? No. Oh God, Walker, stop spending Imperium. You need the freaking Imperium for God. You got it right here. You got advanced logistics right here. So if you're trying to specialize in rushing tier 3 wonders in manuals or in autos, because if you're talking about in autos, then like you can't really specialize in like rushing tier 3s in autos simply because the best tier 3s to auto are like the Gilded Wonders, and they're so much easier. The Gilded Wonders and the trees, they're so much easier than all of the other gold wonders by an enormous margin, to the point where like if you're trying to specialize in killing those things, you kind of just need to guarantee that you're going to see one early, and that's of course something that you can't do without massive map hacks or something like that. It's just like there's limits to human power. Yeah, let's take the Lost Tower. It's the best siege. And given that there's at least some walls that we have to chew through, there's no reason not to take it. Could potentially lose a bunch of stuff in that fight, which is annoying. Oh no. And this 40 is 1 outside, but that's okay. The level 4 is not probably important enough to actually bring to this Lost Tower fight. All right, let's see what's in the Lost Tower. Omni Attunement is active. Oh my God, the Lost Wizard. We could take out a book and burn it to provoke them. That's pretty good, actually. Berserk Defenders is incredibly rough when the enemy is not paying attention, and they're generally not paying attention in these sort of fights, so they'll, like, spend the first turn killing each other. Unless our units are too fast and just, like, rush onto the front line, which sometimes they do. Sometimes they do that. But here, I'm going to hope that they're not. I'm going to hope that they're going to play the game correctly and let the enemy AI spend at least one turn on Berserk. Here's where the fact that these are all so fast is actually kind of a problem for us, because now we're going to be able to get into engagement range earlier than we would really prefer. Oh no. Can you make it back to the Lost Tower? Big gun guy, you can, but now you are at like half HP and we don't have a support that can make it into that stack, but you have mass rejuvenation. That's sort of like a support ability. Yeah, that's a support ability if you squint. And I guess double awakener is actually probably pretty solid if we're fighting against triple bone dragons. Like, these are really, really scary in terms of their ability to crunch us, but that's a powerful AoE to be able to drop in. And I don't think that extra Glade Runners is really where we need to be on those guys. So yeah, let's bring double awakener. If these guys die, we do have another hero to come in and finish off the Lost Tower. We'll have to save up the mana to bring this guy back from the dead, because we're not farming up a level 9 all the way. But because of the Berserk Defender's ability, it is not impossible that our AI can win this fight, even though we're down 500 points. Part of that is the damage on this guy, but part of that is also the fact that we just have like not a great damage type against a bunch of beefy bone dragons and the like. Oh, there it is. The Berserk has fired, and some units have decided to attack each other. But because of the control loss immunity on the mystics, the mythics, it's none of those. It's just the spellbreaker here and the and our astral serpent friend, who were really participating on the battle on our side. It's permanent, so you can if you have like a really, really dangerous fight like this and you're not sure if you're going to be able to make it through the first fight, then what you can do is you can send like a speculative stack in first, you know, like a stack of units that you're pretty sure is not going to make it, but will be able to do enough damage that hopefully your other stacks can follow it up. But as long as the AI is like not a complete idiot here, it just uses these triple abilities, just do it, just blast them. Yeah, good, thank God. It's always stressful when you have the first round. Are they going to use these abilities correctly or at all? Draconic Rage isn't great for us, but considering that they're all in Visions of Woe this turn, it doesn't not matter. So they're gonna be able to do some damage with this Tail Bash, but because they're all gonna be like fumbling. Yep, there they go. Fumble, graze, and defense mode, nothing. All right, cool. Yeah, I think we're gonna get this Lost Tower here. Even though the Berserk effect was like, I think, definitely too powerful before Control Loss Immunity went on all of the mythics, so I'm really glad that they changed that. But it did make this fight a lot easier when you could do that. Here we go. Awakeners, just melt those bone dragons. Oh my god. Yeah, we definitely could have done this if the freaking Awakener had just like not died in the very beginning of the game. Then we actually probably could have done this like 10 or 15 turns earlier, just because of how unbelievably good that would have been. We would have had a legendary rank Awakener crazy early. So are they going to get anything in this fight? I don't know if they're going to get anything in this fight. Our ruler has only 3 resistance, which means that the damage output here on that Lost Wizard is definitely noticeable. But now the Lost Wizard is all alone in the world, basically, except for this guy, I guess. But Astral Serpent is not really a meaningful consideration in this combat anymore. All right, what are you gonna do to our ruler? Are you gonna one-shot him? No. The ruler made it, just barely, but did make it. Okay, 2 extra evasion removed. Good. Okay, so now it's just, can this guy actually do any damage now with this turn? Because now it is low morale, so it might start fumbling some attacks. No, killed our hero, but the ruler, because again this is an Ancient Wonder fight, the ruler is automatically the leader of the expedition, so we don't get any experience points on the ruler in this fight. But as long as we still win, which I can't imagine we're not going to, then the ruler actually doesn't die, even when you're on no hero resurgence. It's just the way that wonders work. Okay, yep. So this is the last turn. Can you kill something now? No, don't do it. Leave our Awakener alone. We need the experience points here. Yeah, oh yeah, do it. Just finish him off. Fantastic. All right, done. And now we have the best siege weapon in the universe. We didn't actually have to sack a ruler there at all, because that was, or the ruler died sort of. But you're gonna see here is that after you die, if you're the leader of the expedition, you come back from the dead, just like automatically, even regardless of what your settings are. Ooh, and we can get a Phoenix too, baby. I'm not taking a Cosmic Orb when we can take a Phoenix. And although a bunch of Imperium would be great if we were like doing that stuff, I just want to get this. I just want to get this over now. And Phoenix is great at getting things over here. So yeah, you can see the ruler came back from the dead. So whenever you have a hero as the leader of the expedition, no matter what your settings are, even if you're playing on multiplayer with no hero resurgence, if your ruler dies, you're fine. Oh, God damn it, Lulu, you're right. I should have taken Imperium for the movement speed, but we're going to get that next turn, so I think it's okay. And that Phoenix is going to be really good. The Phoenix is really, really good. I think Phoenix is probably one of the best like tier 4s. We had a conversation about this in the skirmish, like what is the best tier 4, and I think that from the perspective of like racial tier 4s, that's where like transmuters are really good, but that's also because there just like aren't a lot of racial tier 4s period, so I don't know how much that means, but like I think that generically you're best served by oh yes, by getting a Raptor mount on our big gun guy, but I think this is like generically you're best served by getting your tier 4s as non-racial anyway. And so like in the non-racial tier 4 world, transmuters are a little worse, because like just like Phoenixes and Mage Banes are so unbelievably good. But like outside of that very narrow band of outcomes, I think Phoenixes are really strong, and I think we'll be able to buy rush both of those in the next turn or two. So then we'll have like 3 or 4 tier 4s to go into that stupid Severing Golem. Yeah, all right, Barbarian. Do your worst. Do your worst. Tyrant Knight is online. I guess we could give the AI just access to a warding blessing, just so that it actually has a heal. I don't really want the AI like just sitting around doing oops, I'll heal, but there's like not a lot that we're trying to fish for here, right? We already got the Tyrant Knight. The rest of this stuff is kind of not important. The Intimidating Aura, I guess, could be good. Yeah, all right, let's fish for Intimidating Aura. Scry enemies, not what we want to do. Mental Mark isn't awful though, because 3 Sundered Resistance is pretty good at exploiting your Awakeners and of course the Phoenix. So yeah, we'll go for that. And of course the spirit damage on just being high generically is very good. When you have exploited resistances, it's the way to go. All right, let's just go across the water. Dondel has waited and waited and waited, and we've decided finally that it is time to just go over there, get this thing done. We should have advanced logistics tomorrow or next turn, so that way we can just go onto ocean and go crazy. And we gotta have stacks here. So many units. There's just so many units. Oh my God, Walker, you 4 mana short? Did you turn on mana for that fight and now you're 4 mana short from casting your only summon? 150 mana summon is your only summon. Because that is what that looks like. That is 100% what that looks like to me. I guess we'll just buy rush this Dawn Defender now. He says sheepishly, don't break this siege, please. Let me get the Dawn Defender into range, because I think we do need it. But Dawn Defender and Primed Protector, Legendary, Sun Priest, and an Afflictor should be able to win this fight without too much trouble. Yeah, that's done, and I guess we could start working on another something, but I just like I don't think we're gonna get anything else out of Hollow that we need because of all that gigantic amount of draft we got off of Scorched Forge. I think we're in pretty good shape on that front. All right, so they burned down our Tranquility Pool, but that's all right. We can just repair this repair it here, so that way we don't abandon the Tranquility Pool entirely. I think we actually still have it. Yeah, we still have it, so we didn't actually lose it here. And now, I guess we can move into this outpost and have these guys reinforce this way. How close can they get? So these guys can get all the way out to here. So we kind of want to shadow this army and just like follow it back into her territory, into Ascara's territory. And get the freaking logistics. Get logistics, Walker. Get logistics. You passed up on the Imperium. Yeah, so spamming AI or spamming outposts is not just for like AI abuse. It's just like always good in the game. But yes, once you have a bunch of outposts down, the AI will prioritize like just messing around with your outposts and buying yourself an enormous amount of time. So that is definitely a way to play the game. I prefer not to do that. I just I build outposts no matter what I'm playing on, and so they're always going to be an issue for me. But I think it's all right. I think it's okay. All right, so Phoenix is going to have serious elemental problems going into this Lesser Tide Spirit. So we can't do it with just the Phoenix. But if we can get that up even just to bronze, that's pretty solid. Like just 10 extra HP on a Phoenix is a big problem. And if you get 20 extra, that is huge. But even just 10 is exactly what we want. All right, scout. Do your scouting thing. Oh, there's the Imperial Essence combination thing, because that's our haste berries right there. So we could potentially try to take Sunrise, considering it looks like Ascara is doing something in regards to Sunrise right now. Does anybody have the movement points to reinforce this Phoenix fight this turn? I guess all of our Glade Runners do, actually. That's at 35 and 4, 15. Okay, yeah. We can get a little bit of extra experience points on this chaplain, because we're gonna have chaplains in this fight. It's just the way. It is the way. And I guess on that note, we're gonna have Nymphs too. Yep. And that Glade Runner is just not going to get to max 8 and max. There's just no way. It's impossible. So yeah, go like this. Oh no, I don't remember how much alignment we have. I guess it doesn't matter. The game's over. But now we are evil, so we'll have to let somebody run away next time if we get the opportunity to. Oh yeah, actually let that silver rank chaplain go heal. We don't want to lose it for nothing, because we're just trying to push across the border now into their territory. Glade Runner to take that fight looks pretty good. Yep. So if we can get that other hero to 5, that's good. Yep, cool. And we even got a Lesser Tide Spirit, which is so close to leveling up. Oh man. If we had an experienced leader, then this would be a really nice pickup here. All right. I'll take this. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like there are a lot of questions like that, Lulu. Like why there's no simultaneous battles. I think probably no simultaneous battles, if I had to guess, is probably a consequence of them not wanting people to be able to like game the outcome of somebody else's combat in a way that feels degenerate, because you can do that, and that's not fun. And that might be what they're trying to get around. But like, that's quite a sacrifice in terms of gameplay, I think, that it probably isn't worth denying people to do simultaneous battles, because it, like, you can do it in Heroes of Might and Magic, you can do it in Humankind. There are just a lot of options in terms of playing it out that way, and I think it generally does play better. Oh, this was the dude who's supposed to become a mage, but now we kind of do want to get Experience Leader just to work on that Tide Spirit. So yeah, all right, it's going to be a Restore, and I guess a Vigor, and then Experience Leader, and Defense Training, and then I guess a 1x on Lightning Evoker, just so we have at least a little bit of utilization of casting power here on Vitas. Yeah, that looks alright. And then we should be able to evolve that Tide Spirit and get even more tier 3s. I think we'll literally have all tier 3s when we get into the big fight with them. Academy... Scholar Guild now, I guess. Yeah, sure. We'll just pretend like we're gonna finish those Scholar Guilds. I don't think that there's any universe where that's gonna happen, but we will engage in that sort of self-deception for sure. Yeah, those guys are standing there intentionally. In the Tyrant Knight, we could buy rush that one, but that's 326. And that's 368. So if we bought it, we still wouldn't be able to drop anything in behind it. So we'll wait one more turn. Is anybody else like super close to a level up? So that you should hang out with our extra experienced leader friend. Yes. Level up and level up and level up. Everyone's going to be working on good experienced leader stuff there. All right, good. Sometimes you really do want to get experienced leader like crazy early. But the fact of the matter is that like, if we had taken it here, we would have been getting a whole lot of experience points on tier 1 units that we didn't really care about long term. And so like you can delay it if you're not working with evolutionary units very easily. It really does depend on what your build looks like. Hey, and we did it. We got an 18 just to like wander over here and seize your capital down. Good. All right, guess let's make one more cool thing for our big gun guy, I guess. Where is our big gun guy? Oh, he's like way back here, isn't he? Where are you? There you are. Yes, we need a cool accuracy helm for our cool accuracy helm guy. Dowsing shoes obviously way better, but here 15 hit points actually might legit be better than Plague Proof Cloak just for the scaling on defensive bonuses. Yeah, I think that's probably better. So let's go ahead and make a big helmet that hopefully has at least a little bit of accuracy. Yep, 10% is a little bit. And then I guess we're fighting barbs, so here blight resistance is actually pretty reasonable against the crit chance, and then we'll take some physical defense, some status resistance, and 5 HP, and that just gives us like a good across the board defensive and offensive tool, because the accuracy bonus being pretty critical if you don't have access to spring fairies, and given that we didn't get the fairies until I don't know, like 5 turns ago or 10 turns ago or whatever, we're not going to have a spring fairy in this fight. It's just too far off. Alright, Esco, what you got? You're sieging Sunrise down. We respect that. We would love to siege it down ourselves. Sure. We could do this and grab an Autumn Fairy, but we got double Awakeners now, so I kind of don't feel like we need that. And a little bit extra stability for high never hurt anybody. We could even take a level 5 hero here. Oof, another hero. All right, let's just go to the cap. I think we said we were going to be buy rushing some Tyrant Knights anyway, just to show them off. So we'll ignore the fact that by buying these Tyrant Knights, we are now denying ourselves access to a level 5 hero who probably would be better with the amount of equipment that we can currently field on it. But I want to use Tyrant Knights. I think they're fun, and although they're like generally Velociraptors are generally better on ranged pieces, I still think that like any sort of exotic mount makes some Tyrant Knights a lot more interesting at the very least. Who's actually guarding this city? Is there anybody? If there's nobody guarding that city, then we can just like pop over there, make this a vassal instead of letting it getting pillaged to the earth, and then take the Imperium and stuff it on Scragheim. Yeah, we could do that. That's pretty cool. Let's do that. Big gun guy. Where's this army? There's 2 units. All right, so there's a Berserker and a Fury over there. They're gonna kill this random scouting Dawn Defender, but that's what we brought it for. And it does look like the rest of this can just go straight into Sunrise. So diplomacy. Oh, right. It's currently being pillaged or raised by them anyway, so it's always in engagement range here. Yeah, let's go here. 5 here. You guys able to disembark? We can disembark this army, but we have to break off the spear and the chaplain. I mean, that's okay. That's fine. Yeah, we can do that. Wait a second. Sunrise. I guess we'll just declare war on Sunrise. Also, done. Now we are very firmly into the evil space, so our neutral alignment actually is turned off, so we don't need to worry about stability anymore. But I think it's necessary for us to prevent this city from falling, so that way we get the haste berries for the Imperium bonus alone. Definitely pretty good. Can you guys get into range to reinforce? Only if these move out of the way. Because it doesn't matter. If there's nobody else here to reinforce, then this is just like a crazy easy fight. Take it. And then we can liberate them as a vassal. Vassalize conquered city. And if we had the Imperium, we could even, we're like so close to Benevolent Conquerors, 3 turns from Benevolent Conquerors, that we could make a really close alliance with them. But this is fine. This is fine. Go here, here, and here. Yeah, there we go. I guess I could queue an army heal. Yeah, let's just queue up an army heal. Hold on to it. But like Lulu, it's difficult to like diagnose exactly how much time they have to dedicate to multiplayer and how many resources they have to dedicate to multiplayer. Because the thing is that like there are a lot more people who play single player of Age of Wonders 4 by just like an enormous margin. And so I can't necessarily say that it's wrong for Paradox and Triumph to focus on the single player content. I don't know how much of that is like as a consequence of multiplayer just being harder to play because of the time constraints. But like it is true. All right, let's watch this fight. I think our guys should be able to win this even with the handicaps in place, because we do at least have access to a tier 3 frontline as well as a pretty solid core with our Sun Priest. It would be pretty embarrassing if these guys all died, but at least we still have an 18 either way. Alright, so they went for just all damage on the Dawn Defender. That's not traditionally the right thing to do, because there's usually a lot of ways to obviate that damage. Okay, so the Afflictors did do some work on the Obsidian Wyvern, but we do need to get one of them off of the board. We can't just fight against single model units over and over again and expect for things to go well unless we can kill some of them. Take one out. Take the hero out. That's a fine thing to do. Oh my god. All right, lightning resistance is gonna carry the day for the Entwined Protector, right? Right. Yes. Good. Perfect. sack the defender for nothing. Thank you. Oh no. All right. Well, the legendary Sun Priest went down. That's a bummer. I think that's like all advantage for the AI that won that fight, but that's okay. We still have the other pieces coming down, and we don't really need these. Just disappointing. Oh, Entwined Protector, you were supposed to save them. You were supposed to be their hero. And there's another non-racial tier 3 and a convent. All right, yeah, this is fine. Those units are irrelevant. I guess we'll leave these guys immediately around sunrise in case they need to reinforce this against whoever Ascara has here, because this could be a full 6, and then if that's a 6 and a 3, then that's 9 against 9, which means we definitely would need some extra units in the area. Could even potentially just drop this Phoenix in. Yeah, I don't hate that. Cost us a couple of experience points there, but that was not going to get an experience leader level. Not going to happen. Yeah, this is fine. This is fine. I would like that was a greedy attack, no doubt, but I think it probably was worth it for us, because now actually that hero looks like Ascara is just gonna strand them outside of the outpost. Oh, AI. All right, if that's what you're gonna do, if that's how you're gonna do this, then that is how you're gonna do this. So let's go deal with that hero. You go here. I guess we can get some experience points on the Tyrant Knight. Probably worth it. Just to fish for another medal. Can this other Tyrant Knight make it in? Yes, can. Sure can. And that's level 5. And you are 2 high experience points to actually make it there on that level up anyway. Pico, young fella, but you are just getting in the way. Get out of here. Vitas is probably not going to get a level off this no matter what we do. So yeah, I guess it doesn't matter who we send down here. It's just somebody to stand in the way to make sure that we don't lose another important unit, because now this is 18. So these are the important core. Oh, Dawn Defender actually could work with the experience leader just to get up to legendary. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. And that Glade Runner is getting to gold. And yeah, I guess whatever. We'll just get some experience points on this chaplain. This should be fine. This should be fine. I'm not gonna watch this one. We got double Tyrant Knights. Yep, done. Is there a place for an outpost? There is a place for an outpost right here. Requires hero unit. Oh no, right, we don't have anybody who's fast enough to get there in that stack. That was the Tyrant Knight, so we can get there with this guy. There we go. Done. Pico. Don't chop me. That's very rude. All right, that is going to be a good healing spot for us. You are going to keep coming down here. That's the experienced leader right here, so anybody who can reach it. We're going to be like 1 turn off. Yeah, we're going to be 1 tile away from that. Unless we can get there with roads. I think we might be able to get there with roads. No, probably not. Not with all of them, but with this Glade Runner we should. Yeah, that Glade Runner should be able to get there, no problem. And you, I guess we'll just use the Entwined Protector and 2. Oh yes, we got it. We got the Tide Spirit online. Perfection. 12 experience points means 6 more turns to get a level up on that Stone Spirit. That's probably worth looking for. And this Awakener needs to go heal. I think we'll send, I think we have like 1 more. Yeah, we have 1 more Dawn Defender to just scout. So let's just send this up here to see if there's anybody trying to come back down and take sunrise, because we don't want to like move everybody out and let the enemy just like walk right back in with a scout or something like that, because we do want to secure this sunrise for us as a vassal, so we get haste berries for Imperium that we're not going to spend because the fight's going to be over pretty soon. I think it's just good practice. I think it's good practice to do the right thing, which is to take that city and to not let it fall back into enemy hands. Yeah, that's it. I think they're far enough away that I don't think they can get off of this farm and onto Sunrise before we can prevent them from capturing it. So yeah, let's go like this. There's a 6. There's... Yeah, that's fine. And you guys come down here. Probably not going to siege through a stone wall that isn't defending a city. There's, like, really no value in that. Yeah, that looks okay. A free city declared war on us. Which one? Who's declaring war on us? It can't be Sunrise. We declared war on them. Oh, it's Whetstone. Where was that one? Oh, that they released their free. They released their imperial possession. Whetstone is a free city. OAI, you're so clever sometimes. You're so silly. Yeah, I know, Pico. Brr. All right, let's take strength training because we do have enough high tier units here for Aiden to command. Once we, shuffle stacks around, the 10% extra damage is better than basically anything we can get on our ruler themselves. And I don't think we really need any of this stuff, so I'm just going to take Watch of the Wrath of the Faithful, so it's fastest, so we get through the tomes even quicker. Oh, and now because we actually did go with Subjugation, I feel like we can just take Amplification and we're trying to find Amplified Arrows, hopefully. We didn't find it on the first roll. Is it worth it to just audible into Astral Blood instead? Maybe, because we don't have like a lot of sources of fortune right now. The only thing we have is chaplains, and then we also have access potentially to Chain Lightning. But I think I'm gonna shuffle for arrows if we can find it. Well, there's an Amplified Minds and an Intimidating Aura instead, and I think actually we'll take Intimidating Aura. We have enough frontline stuff that I think it's probably okay. Yeah, there we go. That's enough gold to put down whatever sort of siege tools we need in Scragheim, although the mage tower bombardment off of Donsong is going to be more than enough, I think, most of the time. Lost Tower is just really, really good at doing what it needs to do. Thistledown got another population too. Alright, well, I guess they're going to build another forester up there. Sure. Why not? And now maybe we could even queue up a terraform spell so we could add a forest to immediately outside of Scragheim. But if we're attacking into Scragheim, it doesn't matter, and the AI is usually pretty good at attacking out if they think that it's worth their time and effort. Oh, all right. So those guys are now in space to get to Scragheim, so we do need to deal with that stack. Because this is the last turn. We don't want Sunrise to take this. Who can get over there? All those 48s can get there, no problem. Can they even get into range to attack them? No, they can't. All right, let's bounce off of Sunrise for one turn, so that way these guys don't get the city for free. Once it's become a free city under our control as a vassal, then it's going to be really hard for those guys to dislodge it, because Sunrise is going to be a pretty beefy location. But that's for next turn. That's for next turn. For now, we do need to respect the fact that the AI could come back around and try to take Sunrise back. And that is not going to fly. That is not going to fly. Conduit go, and can neither of you guys... Oh, the Awakener can make it. Alright, yeah, the Awakener can make it. Get the Awakener down there, and the Nymph over here. Now I'm just trying to see, like, who the fastest units are that we can bounce over to here to help out on this one turn of defense. So that way anybody who's still around and slow can keep making progress down towards Scragheim. Yeah. 2, 3, 4. Go here. And now everybody's in reinforcement range, and we're much stronger than the units that are currently over there. good. Good. All right, so now the question is the AI actually near their capital, or is this going to be another one of those things we're going to kill the AI capital and they're going to be on the other side of the universe and it's going to take us 15 turns to walk over there? I guess we'll find out. That's 3, that's 5, and that's 6, and these guys are the ones we want leveling up. Good. Yeah, I don't care about you guys. Get out of here. A wizard tower, level 1. All right, yeah, we're not finishing level 2. We're not probably even finishing this academy in time, but we will find out. We will find out. Still have plenty of knowledge. Yeah, you don't need walls. You don't need walls. This is Sparta. You don't need walls in Sparta. Oh right, we can't build roads through unallied domains, Walker. This is just like Age of Wonders 4 101. Oh, yeah, you go back. Just hang out here. Watch these walls come up and this vassal come down. Oh. Whoa. All right. Well, now their entire army is over here, it looks like. Because I see Severing Golem, I see a lot of stacks out of them. And there's 6 up here. Where's the ruler? Scrackheim, where's your ruler? You gotta have a ruler around here, bro. I mean, if you don't, then maybe the way we do this is we actually, like, siege down their capital at the same time that we send some of these other units here to clear these guys out. We might, if there's nobody over here to prevent us from taking this, and I don't think they have 9 stacks at this point, considering how many units they've lost, that they can stop us from doing that. All right, you know, let's send somebody ahead. Let's send the Stone Spirit ahead, because that is like the most out of space unit for us. All right, they got another army coming. Got another army coming. Well. I'm gonna pick off that Stone Spirit, and then we'll fight around Sunrise. Yep, that's what it looks like. Pick off that Stone Spirit, and then a bunch of battles around Sunrise. So here's 3 heavy cav that can just barely not make it into range. Oh yes, all right, good. If we do some roads here, thanks to advanced logistics, we can make it. You guys go here, I guess. And you guys go here. All right, so who actually is going to be traveling with these folks? Let's leave anyone who's like grievously damaged with Paladin, so that way they get covered by the healing effect. Basically, anybody else who can make it, though, should try to make it up to our ruler. Okay. Yeah, you basically made it. You go there. Is there anyone else who can make it up to that fight? I don't think so. I think that might be it. But this gives us a gigantic advantage in terms of this military fight right here. Yeah, let's take it. Send in our Dawn Defender first, and let's watch this hopefully this is just like an absolute one-sided massacre, because this is definitely not the core of their army, whereas this is, although this isn't like the entirety of our army because we do have those 2 extra stacks, this is a big part of it. The Free City army we might end up using. I mean, realistically, I don't think that we're going to be able to recruit super powerful things off of the rally here. Yeah, like we could pick up a Bone Dragon or a Fire Giant, but Bone Dragons and Fire Giants, unfortunately, I don't know why this is, but some of the things are just like unbelievably expensive in the rally side, and then like some of them are a lot more balanced on the rally side. And Fire Giants and Bone Giants in particular, Fire Giants and Bone Dragons in particular, are just really expensive on a gold pound per pound standpoint. Although having like 1 big dragon or 1 big Fire Giant wouldn't even be the end of the world. There's a Severing Golem there. we do also have access to our own Tyrant Knights, which are sort of, they're not exactly the same thing, but they're sort of the same thing. Let's get Wave Conduit, sure, why not? And now I guess we'll work towards District as our next expenditure for Imperium. That'll be a lot of gold, so then we might actually be able to use the buy rush, considering. Oh, we got our really good fancy accuracy crown. The fancy accuracy crown. I don't think we need the helmet. And you still have a better crown than the random 4 lightning resistance. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this looks okay. Let's watch this fight. Let's watch this fight. Yeah, if you don't attack here, like, they will just keep pulling their units together. So we have to do our best to remove enemy stacks whenever we see the opportunity to. Like, if we weren't playing on major advantage, minor handicap, then like this would be a pretty easy cleanup. But on major advantage, barbarians or berserkers, look, this is a 45 damage charge strike, and then of course because it has access to like the berserk effect, it's going to do all of that damage guaranteed whenever its HP starts getting really low. Yeah, like this is going to be a lot more costly than it would be on paper in like a PvP scenario, but hopefully the AI makes it. Hopefully the AI makes it. It's got much better units. So even though the stats are not as good as they could be, the advantage should be enough for us. So let's watch. Let's see how that turns out. Awaken Seeking Arrows. Yep, there's the beginning. Using those magical attacks to add Sunder defense and resistance, and then open up opportunities for the AI to hopefully just come in and plop the damage down. Yep, burning. Some pretty good damage over time effects. Which Glade Runner is this? This is just a random elite Glade Runner. That one's definitely dead. I don't see any way that it's going to make it out of this fight. This is why you position your units, by the way, in like in obscuring terrain whenever you can. It's just so good for you. Weakened resisted and no stun effect. Weakened resisted and no stun effect. How are we gonna deal with those barbs? They're really dangerous. Because now it's Berserk, and now it's back up to 45 damage again. that is the way Berserk works. Oh boy. At least you got tier 4s here. Like, they're only taking 20 damage right now. Although, obviously, that's going to change once they start getting sundered defense on them. No, AI, stop shooting at the steadfast guy. You could do better than that. I know you can. I know you can do better than that. Stop attacking the steadfast guy. we just covered this AI. But I guess that, you know, that's a good thing in the sense that the AI kind of doesn't know how it works in both directions. So it's not just that, like, if you have steadfast effects on your units, that's exclusively bad for auto resolve. There's an obvious opportunity to make some value out of the steadfast if the AI is just going to randomly be attacking to them over and over and over again. Are you going to take out one of these awakeners that we had to, like, scrimp and save to get? Don't do that, AI. Don't take out my awakeners. They're cool. Think of the cool. Yep. All right. There goes that poor Glade Runner. Poor Glade Runner. So going into the Phoenix, but the Phoenix will rebirth if it gets a long enough fight, which I think it will. It's usually pretty good at just finding, unless the AI like intentionally or accidentally stands on top of it, it's usually pretty good at finding a way to come back to life, even in autos. Okay, so shooting against the crows. Good. All right, the marked ability there is just like entirely pointless because those guys are going to have perfect accuracy, but that's okay. Misfortune being cleared in an AoE is a big deal. That's a nice hindering blizzard and a confusing movement out of this awakener here, but not, I think, game breaking. You and your misfortune. Quit making my dudes fumble. Alright, so far we've lost one Glade Runner And that seems to be about it. That would be a really great engagement for us. If we can keep it to that, and then maybe, like, it looks like we're probably going to lose this Awakener, unfortunately, to this Berserker. I don't think there's any way the AI doesn't take that fight. So we might have to just accept having one Awakener in the late game. I don't think we have time to farm up another one and have it be useful. Oh man, don't stop attacking the Glade Runners, please. They're supposed to be doing cool stuff with their Velociraptors. And the Phoenix goes down, right? Yeah, the Phoenix goes down, but now, unless the AI stands on this, Fiery Rebirth will just bring it back. And we don't have to worry about cannibals off of Berserker either, so yeah, that Phoenix will be back in due time. So glad that we picked up Tyrant Knights instead of Amplified Arrows. These things they're so beefy. 12 defense. Frontline me, bro. There it is. Phoenix is back. Ooh. This Fortune removed yet again. This Nymph is also just like putting in overtime here and just clearing AoEs. That is really strong. Okay, Fury is taking some damage and down. Good, good, good. We need to get even more damage on that hero somehow, so that way the Killing Momentum can proc more consistently. But just like be aware that, of course, like Killing Momentum, like a lot of the other things that requires specific manipulation in manual combats, it's not as good in autos as it is in PvP. That's okay. That's okay. I think Kill Momentum is strong enough that I do not hate it when it is not maximized in its strength. Did we just miss the Berserk trigger? No, we just hit the Berserk trigger. Good. Alright, so... Oh no, don't kill both of the Awakeners. I do want at least one. If you get multiple Glade Runners, I think we still have a couple here. Yeah, we still have a couple. Okay, yeah, that one goes down. But I think the double Tyrant Knights are gonna do just so much work for us in the front line, combined with the Phoenix, that now we should just keep being able to clear out some stacks. If we lose 4 units to the AI's 15, then the AI will run out of resources. I promise. It's the way the game goes. We're gonna seduce this. Ooh, missed it, but it got it distracted on it, so any damage now is incredibly dangerous. And then, of course, it's just gonna go on somebody else. No. Hit it. Ah, just a little bit of damage there. Shoot it. Go. Good. All right, yes. Flanking, getting even more morale here is just crucial. And they're gonna go ahead and use a taunt on our ruler onto that warrior. Just effectively dead on board. All right, cool. Yeah, so we got the first big fight. And you know, if we run into their ruler or something like that and we want to do a manual combat, then I'm happy to do that. But here, I think it was important to just let the auto play it out and see how it dealt with the tools. It looks like indeed the Velociraptors are better for ranged pieces, but they still have like some issues in comparison to some of the higher tier mounts, simply because they don't do too much for your heroes. 48 movement is always implicit in your hero, like as long as it's mounted, and so you don't need to go into Velociraptor mounts for your heroes unless you want to have fun. All right, good, fantastic. Goes down, and just take that warrior out, and then I think that's it, right? Yes. Yeah, so we indeed lost 4. Now, mind you, it was an Awakener and a gold on a Glade Runner, so that's like close to the most important pieces that we could be losing here, but not exactly. We will be able to replace the Glade Runners at the very least, even if they won't have the experience points. Yeah, sure, whatever. We'll work on one more. No, you know what? Actually, let's not do a Tyrant Knight. Let's use this. Let's use this Bone Dragon. Do we have any other gold anywhere? I guess we could have gold if we were doing something with these heroes that we were supposed to be releasing to turn this into a friendlier vassal, and then just like sat on them forever. All right. Okay, okay. We're going into evil. Neutral alignment doesn't matter anymore. Let's get some gold. And let's get a bone dragon. Really expensive. Definitely not like meta to be bringing bone dragons when they're 375 as opposed to what you can get on just a Tyrant Knight itself. But because it's a single model entity, having one of those is just like a big beefy threat against, especially these guys who do a lot of blight damage because of the way the barbarian ability goes. I think it's pretty good. No, I guess we could take an extra whispering stone for this city. Sure, yeah, you get a vassalage stone. Why not? And we'll take a little bit extra mana for the purposes of getting more stuff down there. Hollow's Arcane Institute is online. Convent is not doing a lot at stable. Resonance Fields, on the other hand, is always doing good stuff no matter what you're doing. So yeah, let's grab that. Turn this into a research post. Get, I guess, another Entwined Protector queued up to replace those losses. And let's see. 6, 7 units. Who is fast enough to get up there? A lot of units, actually. We won't have the Tyrant Knights. Well, we won't have one of the Tyrant Knights, but we'll have the other one. If we had any supports over there, that would actually just be like another 7 units that we could pick for free. You know what? Let's go for it. I think there's a chance we can get this because we do have the nymph there for extra healing, and we have mass rejuvenation for more extra healing. So I think I like that. I think I like that. Hero, heal. You go here. Go here. That's 10, including, yeah, that's 10 units. It includes some pretty badly damaged ones, but considering that this is an AoE heal and this is an AoE heal, unless the AI is just like really not feeling it today, then it should be able to do those heals before the fight, like actually before the units actually engage. So let's see this. Getting as many of these stacks off the board as quickly as we can is crucial to our success, because if we can deny access to tools for the AI to put troops back together, you win pretty quickly under those circumstances. Alright, so that's a mending. Why are you doing use an AoE heal? Oh my god, Nymph, you are fired, bro. You are hardcore fired. At least it's a Phoenix, so it'll be back. But you gotta heal right here. You got this revitalize, friend. Just revitalize. Okay, so there's our marked ability. And now everybody should have infinite accuracy. Are we gonna try to do, this is where if you'd done the healing last turn, Nymph, then you could have done a seduction this turn, and I know how much you love using seduction. You could have lived that life. You could have been a contender. Okay, cancel retaliation. 14. I can't believe we only did 14 damage against an obsidian wyvern with 4 sundered resistance on it. Oof, oof. Okay. Yeah, this will just pin down this warrior, I guess. That one warrior should not be able to beat the defender in a crow and all that stuff, but Daylight Spear, go fight the warrior. Don't do this. Don't do this. You're so much better than this warrior. Our tier 1. Oh no. Okay, don't kill our nymph. Now the nymph is cool and the nymph and I are friends, so don't do that. That's not fun. Is it gonna be eliminating our Phoenix? Oh, you jerkwad. I cannot believe you did that. I cannot believe you did that. Right, miasma's online. Our big pistol boy is ready to rock and roll. Seeking arrows are going, so this should be a pretty easy clear here. Phoenix is important, but not irreplaceable. We have Tyrant Knights, so I guess we'll just make some more of those. Taking out that. Take it out. Take it out. Yes. Okay, so you did get killing momentum, and now you can do fire mage lock on that for a bazillion damage. Good, good. Yep. All right, sweet. Pretty clean fight for us. Couple of losses, but again, this is now we're in the point of seriously just reducing enemy resources on both sides, and I think this is going to be a very good thing for our attrition strategy on them. They're going to have no armies north of that city that we just turned into a free city. Yeah. That's a rough place for them, because now we can just ignore the guys that are on the west side of the coast and just drive straight at their cap. Okay, Tyrant Knight, go do lots of damage. Yeah, cool. Man, oh man, arrows would be just so good for these guys. We do need amplified arrows or something to increase the damage output on those Glade Runners, because just pure physical here is not doing as much as it could. We have a little bit from the fact that we're playing high, but the splash on arrows is so good. Hey, morale is down to very low. All right, AI, what you got? Looks like what you got is a big honkin' stack of nothing. Yeah, you guys are dead. Get out of here. Cool. Yeah, good deal. Sad loss of the Phoenix, but I don't think it was worth it to wait too long to try to heal that guy back up beforehand, considering that we now can just push out as many Tyrant Knights as we feel like we need. The ruler is not the one with experience leader, it's this dude with experience leader. And there's literally nobody who can get over there anyway, so I'm gonna say that is not my problem. No, we're not declaring war on our free city friend. Get that out of here. Get that out of here. There we go. Okay, so there's another 18. So yes, they do pick the Stone Spirit. That's a bummer. And that's a lot of tier 3s over there. And that looks like their main hero super stack. So I guess if we clear these 11, then it becomes pretty easy for us to move down to Scragheim Slam Pit. Yeah, that's like all they got left over there. Yeah, that's all they got left over there. These guys can't get into range though, so you go here. I guess these guys can get into range on this side. I think I personally prefer, so it's difficult. Like, I think the AI for Humankind and for Age of Wonders 4 both have their own unique problems. Like, Humankind's AI, both on the tactical as well as strategic layer, is, I think, probably too conservative. They just like don't take advantage of opportunities to pick up high quality like cultures early on, and that could be like just a game design choice, but I think it's one that I disagree with if it is a game design choice, because I think that it's actually useful that there's like a big delta between cultures and Humankind for gameplay. But in regards to like the actual tactical combat itself, I think that the tactical combat in Humankind is like intentionally made kind of shallow so that way you can do it quickly, whereas the combat in Age of Wonders 4 is meant to be like very detailed, and I do think that largely it is. It's just that like the AI just doesn't function, and so I think that I have a better time overall in Humankind like manuals. But if you watch my streams these days, whenever I do Humankind anymore, like I basically don't do any manual combats in that either, because it really is just like enormously impactful on how the game goes. I wish it wasn't that like there was such a big delta between the AI and you. But there is. Yeah, alright, we'll just leave this Entwined Protector actually in this group with these Glade Runners, because can you use this heal at... Yes, you can use the healing sapple at C, so this should be good. And at least we have a slight advantage locally, militarily. Is this as slight as I think it's going to be? I mean, this number seems really high, except, you know, keep in mind, all of our units are going to be fighting at, like, roughly half of their normal strength against the AI here, because of the handicap advantages. But this does look like it should be a good fight for us to watch, and for the AI to win it. The question is, what else do they lose? I hope they don't lose all of our Glade Runners, because it would be nice to have a couple of high-ranking Glade Runners into any sort of manual fight if we're going to do a big final manual fight against the AI here. Regeneration. Yes, thank you so much for when you use this regeneration facing the wrong way. Yeah, like, Humankind's elevation is very, very cool. I think that the terrain in... So the things that you do kind of also get that in Age of Wonders 4, because of just, like, the way that obscuring terrain works. It's you usually have a nice advantage if you can position your units correctly in regards to elevation. But yeah, it's not like Humankind and Baldur's Gate 3 or whatever, where, like, elevation is a huge, huge military advantage. Terrain is the big advantage that you encounter in Age of Wonders 4. Don't do it. Don't kill this nymph on this, like, final... No! I guess we have to just deal with the fact that we're gonna have tier 2 supports in this final fight. That's so sad. Nymphs are one of those things that get better and better the way the game goes on, so that way they don't cost you as much experience points towards the end. But, like, they because of an AoE debuff clear, are fantastic in manual combats, and still very good in autos. Any sort of AoE, pretty good. All right, status, effect, and misfortune. Good, yeah, all right. So we lost the nymph, but this should be a pretty clean counterattack. Yep, big damage on the Sunderers. Big damage on that, the tsunami off of our water spirit, the tide spirit. I'm glad we picked that up, actually. It's pretty sick. AI, this is on you, friend. You had a killing momentum. You could have killed this and then taken this shot also, and then you would have killed 2 units instead of just 1. You could have done that. I know you could have done that. I've seen you do that. But this is a much more dangerous fight to be taking at C, because they don't have low unit models. Like, a lot of these are just singles, and so they're just always going to deal a lot more damage than they would be naturally. And it looks like they're gonna take advantage of that. Take out another one of our Glade Runners. Big rough fight at sea. Oh my god. Oh my, no! They took one of the Tyrant Knights. All right. Well, we have to buy rush another one, I suppose. I think we have enough Imperium that we should be able to pick up the SPI Materium Tree Pick and then get enough gold to just keep buy rushing them. Pretty sure that's where we are. Bro. Listen, you've got a pistol. You need to use that thing. You need to killing momentum like crazy, bro. Don't just like watch the combat. You can use your abilities. Okay, so that's pretty good. Wet. All right, yeah, we'll take out we'll take out this army again. It's gonna cost us more and more units the way that this has been going. Important experience points burned away. Oh no, and we're gonna have to replace both of our Awakeners. Oh my god. Sea Battles, you've betrayed me. I love you so much. Why would you betray me like this? It is actually, like, one of these things that if you have a bunch of, like, single model entities, it actually or low model entities, it advantages you more to fight on land than you should be fighting at sea. Sea is better when you're like, air quotes, behind, because of all these, like, these Sunderers is doing so much damage here. But this is okay. This is okay. This is fine. I mean, like, we're gonna need to get more cash, so that we can keep replacing those tier 4s, but the resources on the AI side are definitely falling apart now. I think they probably only have like 4 or 5 stacks left, given that they had those 3 down there, and then these 2 and then 3, and then 1. So that, yeah, they probably have one more stack that we don't see. Swarmers, you could use swarmers on ocean maps. Like if you're doing islands, the math is very, very different. Because like there you start entering into the realm of like who gets access to just floating or flying first. So if you want to do with swarmers on an island, then I think probably something like barbarians with eagle mounts actually might be legit. This is worth testing rather than me just like telling you that it is good, because I don't actually know. But it does certainly look like it should. And hey, you know what? We still kept a Tyrant Knight out of this fight. We've got their Severing Golem down. I don't know how many more pieces, like big important pieces, she's got left, but she's lost almost all of her important dudes, and we still have some of our tier 3s here. And of course, crucially, our heroes are just like way out ahead of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we lost 6 important units in that fight, but they lost all of their stuff. If you're playing like air quotes optimally, then you basically always rush Naga at the end. It's so powerful right now, simply because of the way that it works. Even on non-ocean maps is so good, but like just because it's air quotes meta doesn't necessarily mean it's something that I feel like I'm compelled to do every single time. Just playing the same tomes over and over and over again doesn't sound fun. Doesn't sound fun. And that's why I want things to get a little better balanced, so that way we get more choices, more fun choices. All right, 200 Imperium Walker. You're gonna unlock the ability to take 1,000 mana next turn, but you have to not do that, and you have to take the time to just save gold so you can buy rush these guys and finish this off. That's what you got to do. Just believe in yourself. You can do it. Ooh, frenzying focus. Yeah, that's fine. That's okay. We don't have tier 3s here though. We have, oh my god, we don't have tier 3s here. We have like 0 way to get access to more Awakeners now, and our units are beaten up. Whoa. Oh my god. Well, it's a good thing we're getting more money. And good thing we're recruiting a bone dragon. Given that we're fighting against barbarians, I actually don't even hate Corrupt Soul against barbarians, just because this thing does have an enormous amount of blight resistance, but I guess we can do that next turn. Yeah, we can do that next turn. No, don't have 3 more stacks over here too. Oh my god. Oh no. I don't think we could even manual this fight, honestly, with the power difference between like major advantage and minor handicap. Oh no. All right, so should we like reload and not do that fight against the Severing Golem, or just accept that the AI has managed to clinch this battle against us? Because this is impossible to win from a manual standpoint with the advantages that they have. The barbarians are just going to, berserkers do 45 damage without a front line. Because I think we could probably pull it back if we just don't take that fight. You can't, I mean, you could manual and retreat, but like, I don't think we could win this fight even with manual retreat, because we lose 40%, or you lose 60% of everything. So you have to get just like insanely lucky. All right, I'm gonna let us do this. We're just gonna reload that stupid fight again. Oh no. I don't want to have to like do this twice with one stupid load. I mean, whatever. We're playing with Perfectionist Artisans. I'm allowed to do this. We're cheating in so many ways today. It's unbelievable. Such shameful behavior. Get out of here, hero. We don't need you. We have cooler friends. How do they have this many stacks here though? Is my question. Because they have 2, 4, and they have 3 here, So they actually still have 8 stacks online? That's crazy. I mean, like, it's a 1v1, so, like, they haven't been losing a whole lot of units against other AI, which is generally what happens when you play it with even more. But, like, that's nuts. That's really good for them, that they haven't been losing that much. Oh my god. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous, Walker. What had you done? So we had just thrown a bunch of units away into this big fight into the ocean, which was terrible value. Well, the AI doesn't really cheat. They just have more resources, and so, like, the way that you have to chew through it if you're not playing 1v1 is mostly to just allow the other AIs to beat each other up. But, like, the AI doesn't get free units from nowhere. The AI just has access to the same tools that you have access to, plus a lot of extra resources. So if you just had, like, quadruple the amount of income every single turn, then it would be very easy for you to have an infinite number of stacks. I'm just kind of surprised that they haven't lost more earlier, given that we have, even though we reset this fight, we still eliminated 4 stacks, which means they had 12 before the fight started. And that's a little much for, like, turn 40. They usually have less than that. They usually have more like 10. Yeah, they are AI cheats. It's just that, like, they're AI cheats in a very different fashion. I think that some people think that the AI cheats in that, like, they just click buttons to spawn units, and that's not true. They just get more resources, but they do get a lot of extra resources from the AI cheats. I'm just baffled that they have that much still. Because I was so sure this fight was going to be over in a brief period of time. I guess it's a good thing that it's Monday. Eileen is off at flute choir, like, all day long after work. She's going to be back at, like, 8 o'clock probably today. So we've got time to do nonsense, but I was hoping it would be faster than this. No, we're not hiring another hero. They're staying with 3. We're going to stick with 3. I think it's more fair. You are on the other side of the universe, so anything a recruit here is going to take 15 years to get down here anyway, so there's no point in doing that. But yeah, we could work on another Tyrant Knight here and buy rush it. That's okay. Yeah, exactly. Like, they think that the AI just, like, fakes units into existence, and that's not really true. They spam rally because they have infinite gold, and that's a little different. I'm more surprised simply that they have so many resources in terms of, like, their own low tier units. Staff of Radiance sucks, but Ring of Deflection is pretty good, and a Lightning Spear is fantastic if we were going to have a 3rd or a 4th hero around. But I think we've verbally said we're not going to do that. So let's actually, do we want? Nah, we want the Ring of Deflection against a bunch of random ranged units. Rings of Deflection are pretty good. And we are fighting a bunch of random ranged units. They are right here. And you've got that one. Oh, right. Okay, so you could potentially use an even better ring. If we could find a morale ring for you, that would be pretty solid. Where's their ruler? I want to fight their ruler. I want to fight their ruler. See if we can get all of our best stuff against all of their best stuff, and just get that fight done, because that would be ideal. All right, Bone Dragon, teach us the ways. Literal nobody needs anything off of that fight. All right, anybody have any level ups here? Anybody else inside experience leader range? You're inside experience leader range. Yep, you go here, you come back, go here, 15, 48, 30. So no, none of those guys are, like, explicitly inside good range for pickup. So here we will just take these as our army, I guess. Yeah, that's 3 stacks there, sure. And now we see where their guys are. Where are their guys? It's all in reinforcement range. We could create forest here also. I don't hate that even. Yeah, let's just create a forest here. Gives everybody leaf skin, so it might encourage the AI to just like send troops over here for maybe a big manual fight. You wanna send your ruler over here? You can do it. You can do it. Just send us a big ruler. We can have a big fight, and then that would be that. That would be so good. Doesn't that sound like fun, AI? You wanna come fight us? Sure. Yeah, we'll just produce merchandise in that city. It does not matter. Now we are at the point of no return. The Barrent Terrarium. I'm really jazzed that we started next to a golden gilded hall in that multiplayer we're playing, because those are ridiculous, and that is going to be a very, very easy fight whenever we get to it. I don't know how many units we're going to be able to position down there. Oh. Yes. All right, good. We got, it looks like this is going to be a ruler versus ruler fight, right? No. Almost, but no. Wait, they're sending 5 units against 6 units against 18? AI. Please. Please. You don't have to do this. You don't have to send your severing golem just like into these 18 for nothing. I guess the AI disagrees. The AI thinks that this is the necessary way to deal with it. Oh my god. Forced cast value indeed. So there's one hero. Yeah, it looks like this stack is going to be, again, one of these things that I'd prefer to fight outside of the water. So many low-tier units that with single model entities that their damage just won't drop off, and that's the only way we're going to win those fights. Guess this extra polearm go over there. And we did it. We got to specialist districts. Yay! It's gonna be way less mana or way less gold than we could have gotten from just clicking rights, but I want to get value out of our SPIs. I think it's more fun that way. Forest is castable? Is it castable in C? I feel like it should be. No, it is not valid. That is a bummer. It feels like it should be though, because of the mangroves, right? Like you can cast this underground, and you can cast this basically everywhere else, but you can't cast it in the ocean. That seems. I want us to get like a good DLC about sea stuff. I think that's the way to go. What? How is this? This is already forest. How are you gonna let me cast forest on this again? Let's see what happens when we cast forest on a forest. We just keep adding more forests to the forest. Okay, I guess, sure, we could just add forests on forest on forest. Forest camouflage and forest walk doesn't really matter as much, but 1 extra resistance is not a bad thing to have in a universe where we're fighting against barbs. So we'll take that. And Glade Runners and Academy. How are we going to be able to fit that Glade Runner into the stack? Right now we only have 2 Glade Runners in this group, but I guess a Glade Runner is probably stronger than just a random Tidal Spirit when we're not out at sea, so we'll do it this way. Yeah, that's probably better. Let the Tide Spirit take at least some time off of the front line to heal. 19 turns Scholars Guild, baby. Oh yeah, Donsong. Don't let anybody stop your dreams. How far away are you actually from being able to even boost this? We have 1 quarry and 1 forester. Yeah, Donsong is never gonna finish this Scholars Guild. So let's just make mana, because that's pretty good. Mana is not a bad thing to be generating. And you stay there. And I guess we'll just keep working on those Tyrant Knights. 312, so if you bought that out, we would not have enough gold to finish a Glade Runner behind. So yeah, we just won't buy those guys. We'll buy them next turn probably. And this is still in the same place where it's just effectively impossible to get this thing done with a boost rate. Unless can we find a boost here if we do mine? Alright, so we might be able to get a boost on an academy here. So yeah, let's get Forester and Quarry and Quarry. Alright, there. So that's the boost on an academy here in Hollow. And then if we find one more Forester, we get the boost on Scholar's Guild there also. And that's 8 turns away, and that's 12 turns on the academy, although it won't actually be once the boost comes online. So yeah, that might get it done. That might get it done. All right, AI, are you gonna dive in on these guys again? Do you have your ruler here? You have your entire army here. All right, this is it. This is the entire army on their side, and the ruler is here. Let's do some manuals. I think this will be fun, and then hopefully that this will be enough of a easy actual manual fight that we can finish this campaign up. Because I don't think that it's too difficult to win, given our advantages, even with the difference in advantage. All right, yeah, I think. Let's see, who do we have for good early game buffs? We got a Mana Unchained here on this hero. So we could do a Mana Unchained with hero targeting this right here. That's not bad. This hero does not currently have Mana Unchained, but we do have so much movement that we can just get here. Yeah. Just go there, go there. Disco. Cool, cool. Fantastic. So, like, generally when you're doing PvP, you do want to be aware of where you're setting up AoE exploitation opportunities for your opponents, but if you're just, like, positioning people in the backyard and then moving them into a position where they can actually do, like, a big attack afterwards, it's still usually net positive to offer an AoE on the first turn, use a bunch of buffs, and then spread out. Alright, yeah, send this Grimbeak Crow here. You finally are going to be able to use Blink for something other than just wasting your turn. That's going to be so exciting for you, Aiden. You've been waiting for your entire life for this, haven't you? Yeah, I think you have. It's really exciting, huh? Alright, yeah, just go here. We'll do the Mana Unchained off of Aiden next turn, so we can position defensively this one. Yep, that's fine. Halberdier, come here. Bone Dragon Daddy. I guess this way? Yeah, that looks okay. Oh, do we want actually the Glade Runner to be protected by any sort of physical attack, like a shield wall? I don't think so. Here, I think the AI's options for actually punishing the Glade Runner are going to be pretty limited, but even in an AI, or like a non-AI fight against a human, their tools for punishing this guy for standing here are going to be almost non-existent on turn 1. Unless they have Astral 3, which, given that they're playing Barbarians, they're definitely not going to have Astral 3. Unless they're on an impossible to achieve goal, I think that we're going to be alright. Alright, so if we do the Tyrant Knight... Oh, actually, if we do the Mana Unchained off of Aiden here next turn, that would involve moving you back 1 tile on the Entwined Protector. But that could be worth it. That could be worth it. Let's keep that open. This Chaplain, we're going to intentionally not use the Bless this turn, just so that we have access to like, refreshing the timer on somebody's Fortune stack next turn. And similarly, I think we're just going to try to keep this Nymph alive in the backyard with defense warding, and then use all of our Awakening next turn. Because this turn, I don't think it will make a difference. Oh don't see anyone doing a lot of attacks right now. Yeah, I don't see anybody doing a lot of attacks right now. So, Blade Runner, go there. Entwined Protector. You guys are way out of range with this Berserker, so we can go here. And now because of the terrain, this location here is insane for this Awakener. Unless somebody like flies around this edge, this Awakener should be able to get off some good exposing lights. And I think that's it for this. Is there another buff that we want to use off of this dude? Nope. Alright, so what do they do? Oh, right, we have Intimidation Aura, so what do? We get, like, a bunch of procs of Intimidation Aura. Good. Alright, so the Furies are moving in on their Grimgate Crows. That's the way. That is the way. This is a very motley crew that they have assembled in front of us, but it's not a bad motley crew. It's just random. Oh, so here, this is actually a pretty good opportunity for us to use Afflicting Miasma. Afflicting Miasma, normally there are limits to how much you can get out of it, but because of our Awakener ability, this is a giant AoE that's going to inflict Distracted on all of those guys, hopefully through the Miasma, and then hopefully we've got something else to follow up from behind that can do some more damage on that Condemned too. Yeah, that's gonna be pretty good. That's out of range. The Lightning Evocation might be inside. Let's see. Let's do Twin Awakening on you two. Let's do Singleton Awakening on you. Let's do Awakening on you. Awakening on you. And you get awakened, and you get awakened. A shame that if we're going to do Mana Unchained here, that we're not going to be able to do the Hindering Blizzard. But I do think that it is crucial for us to get the Mana Unchained down. It's so much damage. Yeah, it's just way too important. So let's grab this Bone Dragon. Let's go here. If we really, really wanted to, we could waste our spur to action on something early. Like on the Tyrant Knight getting a attack off without Mana Unchained, but we'll save that for next turn. It's gonna be a lot better there. Okay, Bone Dragon, how far can you go? You cannot engage anything this turn without haste, and we don't have a haste effect. So the Bone Dragon is just gonna go back here and hang out. Good deal. This Daylight Spear is gonna miss out on the first turn of the Mana Unchained ability, but I don't think that's the end of the world. Oh, actually, the Tyrant Knight can't get anywhere unless we get some guys out of the way, but we can get some guys out of the way. That's not too tough. Oh man, this is our legendary Dawn Defender, Walker. You could have paid attention to who you were defending next to and adding supported or bolstered defense to, I promise. But this is alright. This is better if we move here. Yeah, it's better if we move here, so that way we can do bolstered defense on the backside of these Tyrant Knights. Yeah, that's way better. Alright, so let's do marked here. .75% accuracy is fine. Not perfect, but it is fine. How low can we get the status resistance on this hero if we just chuck a bunch of marked abilities on it, actually? Probably not low enough, but if we can make the accuracy high enough that the other Glade Runners can just kill the hero or the ruler on this turn, that's usually enough. If you can kill your ruler before they get to do anything, it's usually pretty good. And this is the difference between a manual fight and an auto combat. Unfortunately, I think it might be just that gets us. Blade Runner for 18, or this guy's got 2 stacks of strength in it. We can refresh the timer on that. Yeah, let's do that. Blessings upon you. So 20 and 18 and 33, and no follow-up attack off of either of the Tyrant Knights, because this, I don't think if the Daylight Spear was in a different location that it would have been able to get through anyway. Yeah, I don't think there was a way for both of these heroes to die in this turn. Let's move this Daylight Spear here, and then we're just going to defend. So that way this flank at least is slower to chew through. It's still going to die pretty badly to Berserkers, but I think... Oh, shoot. Oh, no! I can't undo the defense mode! Ah! Oh, no. All right. Well, I guess this is the big turn. We're in for a penny, in for a pound. Let's do as much damage to their ruler as we can. 95 accuracy is not bad. Okay, so we're not gonna kill it this turn with those dudes. Ooh, actually, how close can we get it if we... Oh my god, 24. Do we have any other chaplains to throw blessings down? Do you have your blessing still? No, you used your blessing on, what, the Awakener? No, you did use it on Paladin. Good. Okay, so can we kill their ruler this turn if we include Vitas in on the damage train? So that's 24, and then with... Wait, no, Chaplain, not you. Get out of the way. Go back there. You come here. You have access to a magic missile. That's 6. No. You have access to 6 damage. Okay, never mind. I guess it's probably Lightning Evocation. Wait a second. Why are you outside of range? Oh, they position correctly. The AI is good at that. The AI will position correctly to deny you long range AoEs if they can. Okay, well, if that's what we're going to do, then that's what they're going to do. This Chaplain can't actually protect our gun dude from here. How far is this? It's 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we actually do have to stand here. So we have to be outside of the Entwined Protector defense range. Oh, no. Oh, no. We have to be, in order to take the shot at the hero, we have to be inside range to just get clobbered. Unless we just stand this Entwined Protector in the way, right? Yeah. That means that now the Awakener is kind of exposed, which I'm also not a big fan of. Is this better? That means that this Entwined Protector is just going to get absolutely demolished this turn. But that might be worth it, just to trade for position so that we can try to take out the ruler. Yeah, that's probably alright. That's probably alright. Oh, Walker, you could have moved this Chaplain into range and gotten an extra awakening on that. Oh, I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. I think this is fine, though. Yeah, this is still a lot of damage. 33. Not getting the killing momentum that turn, but that's okay. It's alright. First strike retaliation. 40 damage. Okay. Let's assign some blind, maybe? Nope. Fumble. Good. Yeah. Go do some morale bombing on this hero. If we can just like trash its morale with Tyrant Knights and hopefully the intimidating aura, and get it to Jenna, get Jenna drop into low morale for fumbles. That would be pretty nice. Be pretty nice. Oh man. Oh, we're just gonna be so close to killing the enemy ruler this turn. Cannot be affected. Yeah, not surprised there. Alright, that's too close for the nymph. You're gonna have to just stand back here and accept that either the hero will move forward and attack you, in which case you will take a bunch of damage. Yeah, actually stand back here. now that I see what happens when you get that hit from the nymph, I want if the nymph is gonna get clobbered here, I want it to be extremely expensive for the enemy AI to follow up on those attacks. I think this is where those guys need to be. Right? Yeah, that looks like where they need to be. Okay, your ruler survived. Agera still has access to her slipaway, so she's got 15 HP on top of that 24, so we definitely were not going to be killing her last turn. But now, I think it should not be impossible for us to take that hero, or take the ruler out. And that should be that. Without their ruler, their ability to cast will disappear, and then the other 3 stacks that they have just kind of like wandering around out here aren't going to be nearly as threatening. Although because we don't have any mana, like our casting is also going to be pretty limited here in these fights. But if they don't have their ruler period, then their casting is non-existent as opposed to simply limited. And that's a good place to be. That's a good place to be. Oh baby, yes. Do a bunch of damage to units and don't kill them. That would be fantastic. That's my fetish. Healing is my fetish. I think people who play against me will confirm that this is true. Let's fly here with this Bone Dragon, I guess, and then see who we can breath weapon. We don't want to do it on our own Tyrant Knights. So not there. It might actually be better for us to just fly behind. It's a 3 cone, so it's going to be 1, 2, 3. All right. Let's take out this ruler. Let's take out the ruler. I think the way we're going to take out the ruler is by flying over here with our Bone Dragon. Or that hero, rather. And then we're going to do a tail swipe. And then we're going to do a spur to action. And then we're going to do a breath weapon, probably here. Can we position a little better if we were here? Let's see. So the different breath weapon attacks, I think it depends on what you're trying to do with it. I think the best one by a big margin is Cone. It's way better in auto resolve than all of the other ones when it comes to like breath weapon attacks. But I do think that there are compelling arguments for the other ones. Like, although there are some issues with Comet's ability to be used in auto resolve, Comet does interact most favorably with, like, I think the best transformation, which is the order transformation. Whether or not you have to take order kind of depends on, you know, how you're positioned. If you have access to a control loss immunity ring or something like that, then you do not have to take you don't have to, oh man, I'm so hungry. You don't have to take whatchamacallit, the order transformation if you have control loss immunity elsewhere. But without control loss immunity, you kind of can't use a dragon, period. So you gotta be careful. You just gotta be careful. Alright, so you can come here and do healing prayer on this. And then line also has like some good applications too. I think line is like the most complicated to use, so it doesn't necessarily make it like better or worse than the other ones, but it is definitely complex. In order to get the maximum value out of line, you have to kind of be using it as both a proactive tool as well as a reactive tool. Because you just hit way fewer tiles than you do with the other ones until you hit level 12. Once you hit level 12, then you can kind of do whatever you want to on Dragon Breath weapons. But up until then, there are some complicated things to take into account. Like, for instance, killing momentum. Ah, ha 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 ha. This is so silly. Oh, killing momentum. You at least killing momentum will never betray me, he says. 3 marked, 75. We could potentially just use another miasma here and have that be pretty good value. Yeah, I think we can do that. So is this our best breath weapon? I think that might be our best breath weapon. It won't hit the berserker, but I think if we take out that hero, that is where we want to be. Oh, and of course there's no retaliation on any of those guys, because we did get that good value train down, and hindering blizzard is also going to be solid here. Yep. Strip some retaliations. Oh baby. Yeah. I am Lord. Guess we'll just dumpster. These berserkers are not worth dumpstering because they are gonna just like keep their damage value kind of no matter what we're doing. So let's take out the enemy hero. Yeah, go. So 1 grazed. That's not the end of the world. And here we can even break away with the Tyrant Knight to do some damage onto this halberdier because of the ability to do slippery. That's pretty good. That's cute. Alright, so how can we now kill said hero? We've got Holy Retribution and Afflicting Miasma. So this thing is dead to damage over time effects, but we don't want to just like say, oh, it's dead to damage over time effects, ignore it. Unless we have to. I guess we kind of have to. Bolstering and Rune of Retaliation is halberdier. I guess we can take some damage on the Daylight Spears. We'll be able to use the Entwined Protector healing ability next turn anyway. And now you have... How much damage over time effects do we have here now? Poisoned, Electrified, and Bleeding. And you're at 18. So unless you have a clear everything effect here, which I don't think I see one, means that this charge is actually better used elsewhere. If there's anywhere you could go... Is there anywhere you could go with these guys? I guess we could Demoralizing Charge Strike the mercenaries? Oh man. Oh no. We actually does this thing doesn't have Vicious Killer, so it doesn't actually have to kill this thing. If it just dies to damage over time, that's okay. It's annoying if they get an opportunity to shoot or attack is all. Well, Walker, if you are annoyed by this, you could have not moved that guy over here to flank those halberdiers. You could have just finished off the hero. That is something you could have done. I think. Probably. That's probably something you could have done. Heal. Yeah, heal this prayer. Heal this boy. And then aspect for defense mode continued. Good. Hold that flank. Go over here, shred some warriors. Ooh. Do we want to just take some shots on some warriors, or do we want to reposition towards the middle with the Awakener? I think we just go over here into the middle. It's pretty good to do that. Anybody else have an Awakening? Awakening once, Awakening twice, Awakening 3 times. No. But this is still pretty good value. Bunch of slowed. Pretty good value. Work on supports. If you're never sure what you should be doing, like 1, prioritize killing your opponent's damage, and then 2, prioritize killing your opponent's supports, so that way their damage won't just like bounce back all of the time. And taking out those pieces early on is a great way to keep your sustain going. Considering where this Tyrant Knight is, I think it actually genuinely might be better for the Tyrant Knight to just come back into this territory and defend. And I know that makes these guys look like chickens who don't care about the survivability or health of their friend, the Dawn Defender. But if you know Tyrant Knights, then you know that that's true. And so, like, the fact that you've picked up on this is probably a net good thing for you, because you know how little Tyrant Knights care for their friends. And that's the lore here on Tyrant Knights. They're just mean. They're just mean, nasty guys. All right, Berserker. If you kill this Bone Dragon, that's really rude, but there's not a lot I can do about that. Oh my god, you just got 58'd by Jenna. Ooh boy. Ooh boy. Triple flank is annoying for these guys, but they are pure HP. Entwined Protectors are not great at doing a lot other than healing and staying alive. And the longer they are able to accomplish one or both of those goals, the better for us, because it means that enemy is putting damage onto defensive things. Like, if you are fighting against Bastions, just don't shoot at them. It's not worth your time. Just, if you can mind control them like Ninja can, then, like, great, but don't waste your time attacking Bastions, because you're gonna get better value just killing everything else around them. Alright, so there's a Hideous Stench. Their hero did indeed die to just damage over time. Good, that's what we were planning on. We've got a blink here on this hero if we really wanted it, but I'm not convinced we do, and I am convinced that we aspect. Yeah, shield mode. Oops, all defense. Yeah, you can get awakened here. Cool. And you are at 4 strengthened with 1 timer left on that, so we're not going to let that disappear. So let's actually see if is there anybody else we want to awaken first. I guess we could awaken the polearms, sure, and then we will go ahead and fortune those guys, keep their stacks refreshed. That's 33 damage. I think again, this is more important. We're just going to reduce their supports as much as we can. Use the Paladin to hopefully finish this off if we find some extra damage on somebody else. Looks like the Daylight Spear is that somebody else. Anybody else over here that we want to awaken first, actually? And this will do a little bit of splash damage onto those Berserkers who are out of range, but only a little bit. You have no strength in stacks, Vidas. Where is your damage, friend? Where is your damage? Well, it's trapped on all of the other guys, unfortunately. Demoralizing Charge Strike could be useful against Berserkers. Keeping their morale low enough that they have some issues on that front is pretty good. And this could come behind to do a flanking attack, and therefore get even extra morale damage that way. Yeah, alright. You sold me. You sold me. And I guess... Oh man, we should have used the Awakening ability before moving away. I really am starving now. Like, last time I ate was at like 9 o'clock. Let's use Twin Awakening here. Just get it. Just get it, the damage. Just get the damage. That's good enough. And then I suppose we probably don't want to have to chew through 3 stacks of Misfortune. That seems like not ideal for trying to finish off a Berserker. But this is a really good flanking attack here for you. And our Nymph is way too far away to do the cleanse debuff. Walker, you just like, you could have moved the Nymph over there first. Probably was not in range because Revitalize is not an incredibly far attack, but come on, man. Come on, man. Yeah, this is still good. Go here. Boom, boom, boom. And now pistol. No. How are you going to be like 1 damage short on your fire mage lock? Don't do that, guy. You're so much better than that. Believe in yourself. All right. Fine. We'll have somebody else. Like I guess this chaplain doesn't really have anything powerful. Oh, wait, never mind. We have incredibly good things for this chaplain to be doing that will fix the damage problem here. Oh my god, Walker. Fix the damage problem. Like, you have a chaplain and you're out here like complaining about your damage and you're not using your chaplain. It's ridiculous. Alright, I guess we'll just hold the awakening for next turn. Yeah, we'll just hold the Twin Awakening for next turn. And who do we want to fire with our Mage Lock? I guess we'll blast the Furies, because those things do have like a lot of strength and stack scaling if we're not careful. You're in defense mode over there. You can just light up the Mercs, I suppose. Yeah. Boom, boom, boom. Good. Distracted. And boom, 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 boom. I want you in my room. Hey, and now the lightning evocation will still kill the Merc. Alright, cool. Good deal. .65s. I don't like 65 accuracy shots, but sometimes it is what you have to do. But you know, whatever, it's kill this thing. Bam, bam, bam. Now their morale should just like collapse as soon as we start taking these units out. Yeah. Boom, boom, boom. Very low. Is this routable? If we just hit it with a... No, if we just hit it with a demoralizing charge strike, it'll go to -53. But if we get a flank, and we get the charge strike, and we get the intimidation, then this will actually flee. Or I suppose also if we just kill some of their friends, then it will also flee, but, Okay, so now this Berserker is down to -53. Okay. Yeah, go ahead and take another flank attack here for even more morale damage. You guys are you gotta just break, just rout, just run away from this battle. You cannot win. But don't actually run away, because we do have to actually kill you. do almost all of those commands, but not literally all of them. Oh, yes. All right, so the enemy is now breaking, but we're going to, of course, like, clean this up so that way those units don't come back. I wish that there was, like, an auto-resolve feature where you could just, like, click, even in manual combats, like, okay, clean this up for me, because everybody ran away. But given that we don't have that, we're just going to have to do it the old-fashioned way. Okay, so we lost... I don't know what we lost in this fight. Well, I guess we'll find out. I feel like we must have lost a couple of, like, random chaff units. But we have a couple of random chaff units to lose. And I don't think she does. After this and the other stack, I don't think she will. Okay, so our charge dudes are the ones who are going to do the most damage at these guys as they run away. Ranged units, unfortunately, have some serious problems chasing people down, because people just have like incredibly high accuracy problems against units that are fleeing. And these guys also, if they still have their steadfast, you kind of don't want to activate it, because they'll go berserk, they'll hit you back for a bunch of damage. But sometimes you do have to do it just to like finish them off, because it's a 40% chance for them to get away. Yeah, it's a 40% chance. We can't really let that happen. Those guys are just too important. Importante. Let's go take out you. If we can get enough mark on you, then the accuracy problem for people fleeing doesn't matter. And I guess we can see who our paladin can blast with a mage lock. Everybody. You can blast everybody with a mage lock, bro. Ooh. Ooh, there was an AoE opportunity over here, but we can still take this because you can see that this is all like temporary damage on these entwined protectors. So like they're gonna be fine there anyway. So the storm elementals sign gold, I think that the tier 1s, like the initial evolutions for storm elementals, are pretty bad, but the evolved form is pretty solid. It's got some issues where like the evolved one is really good against ranged units, and ranged units are not like super duper oppressive in the game. But given that you get it on a pretty solid tome anyway in the form of whatchamacallit, evocation, storm elementals are solid. They're not as good as snow spirits, I think, but in terms of the elementals, they're probably second, even including the tide elemental, tide spirit, whatever it's called, tide whatever, roll tide. All right, so now those guys have gone berserk as well, but we really just, again, do not want berserkers coming back for a second bite at the everybody apple, because Jesus Christ, are those things hungry. Yeah, just awaken and try to finish off these warriors. Yeah, it's damaged. Is this dead to a knife? No. But it is dead to a magic missile. So cool. We might actually be able to take all 3 of the berserkers in the retreat phase. That's rare. It's like almost never worth doing, unless you're certain that you're not going to have issues with them turning around and attacking you. But so far that has not been an issue. And if we can remove them all, then that will make our future fights a lot easier. Take them. That's good. And save the mana. Leave the gun. Save the mana. Save the cannoli. Yep, berserkers are going in the way that they do, but they don't have any like particularly compelling targets. And now they are out of steadfast, and we probably could just legit click finish the fight for us. Or we could probably just click everybody else can just run away if they want. I'm gonna get the most important pieces, and then everybody else is just an also ran. Quite literally. That's a fury that with spawnkin. It's a fury with spawnkin over there. If we get the opportunity to delete them, I think we should. This berserker. Can we finish the berserker with you, with this Glade Runner? Yes, technically. Yes, technically is the worst kind of technically, but yes, technically is true. 85 or 30. Maybe we'll just let one berserker try to roll for a run. I don't think that we have enough movement to get that one off the board reliably. Yeah, I don't think so. You could start working on it with this, but that's 12 damage. I think it's just, we're gonna have to hope that it fails its save or suck roll. And I guess we should have awakened you, but I don't think it would have made a difference on killing any of those dudes. We'll do Twin Awakening on this. And yeah, and all of the rest of this is just probably auto. Yeah, all the rest is just auto. Don't waste any giant amounts of mana if you can, AI. I know that's asking a lot. Gonna immediately ignore that recommendation and cast some spells. Okay. Well, you know, if it makes you happy, AI, then I guess I can't be mad. If it makes you happy, I cannot be too angry. All right, so that's running there, and the rest of these guys are off the board. So now, who do they have left for the follow-up attack? Because that did cost us the Bone Dragon, and maybe one or two other pieces, but most of the rest of the damage there was incidental. So maybe it was literally just the Bone Dragon. I don't remember anything else that we definitely lost. So if that is true, then those 3 remaining stacks that they have are probably not going to make a big dent in a manual combat. They could probably still rock and roll in autos, but we'll find out. So they got away with their Berserker, and indeed we did just lose the Bone Dragon. I think Mana Addicts is fine for like the skirmish mod, but like outside of skirmish mod, I would largely avoid Mana Addicts because it has enormous problems when it comes to auto resolve. Because the casting AI is like, we talk a lot about like problems with the tactical AI, but there are some things that the tactical AI does do well. It's pretty good at like withdrawing units that are in pretty like bad beat up shape, but there's like really nothing that I can say that's nice about the casting AI. The casting AI just like basically doesn't play the mana spellcasting part of Age of Wonders 4, and that's kind of disappointing. The skirmish mod is a mod by Baddock where it allows you to actually play the game where it's only one fight against another person. I did a video, an installation video on that a little while back. You can find it under the live tab, but it basically allows you to just click a couple of buttons, get an army together, and immediately do a fight. And it means that like you can eliminate all of this economy aspect if you just want to test how, you know, an Awakener works or how a Bone Dragon works, or if you and your friends just want to like play a game where you don't have like 7 hours to play it out, but only have like, you know, maybe an hour and a half and want to just do one big fight, then you can just use the skirmish mod. And it's very easy to install. It basically just you use a couple of different presets if you want to play with the thing that we're hopefully going to do a tournament of at some point in the future. Fingers crossed. We will see. But you know, if actually here I'm just gonna go ahead and we're not gonna buy any Bone Giants. We're just gonna buy out a Bone Dragon. We're just gonna buy out another Tyrant Knight. That's basically the best thing that we can get here to replace some of these frontline pieces. Let somebody heal. Maybe we pull the legendary Dawn Defender. Is there anybody else who's like super beaten up and needs to heal? I guess we could let this other polearm heal while we pick up an option on our Tyrant Knight. Yeah, that looks alright. We'll make one more Blade Runner. But the skirmish mod is just great. Like it offers you the opportunity to do a big manual fight against another player in a very short period of time. And if you like manual combat, then manual combat against other people is definitely the best way to do it. It's way more engaging and rewarding and challenging than trying to do a fight against just the AI. I think most of the time it's my preferred way to play it. If you're going to do a focus on combat, skirmish is just so good. Alright, that should be it. Just march down to the capital now. We cleared their ruler fight, and now we can siege their cap, and then I can have lunch. Doesn't that sound nice? Doesn't that sound nice, Walker? Don't you want to have some food? You had some waffles at like 9:30. That was a while ago, huh? 4:30 now. Oh my god. Yeah, let's get some mana. Let's get some mana so that way we have some ways to cast some spells in our final big fight with them. Oh, hey, and we finished our big research thing, but now we're out of stability in this city, so we're gonna have to come up with stability for it somewhere if we're still playing that game. If we're still playing that game. We're not playing that game, Walker. You're not. Just stop it. Just take your hand off of the controller and stop building all of these random SPIs. You're just going down to siege their capital. You don't have to build SPIs along the way. I know you think that's not true, but I promise it is. And we have an army heal ready too, so we can just shuffle damage 6 into a group. Yeah, all right. We don't need to stick around here. This could result in them sending their fleet down to engage us in a big ocean battle, but I'm not opposed to just letting that manual if that's what they do. I'd rather fight on Scragheim, but now at this time, just move into their space. Yes. Okay. All right. Good. We made it to their capital. We will start that siege. Do we have enough to pick up another siege slot? We are 1 turn short on another siege slot. I mean, I suppose we have to wait for the other siege slot, because that is going to be a lot faster than trying to chew through with just 2. Even with the advantage of Wizard Bombardment, getting a third siege so we can do Bombardment, Fumigation, and then like Onagers is A, going to be faster, and B, going to be an easier fight. So I guess we do lift this siege for 1 turn, and then siege them down after. All right, so army heal here, here, and here. Does anybody else have any damage? I guess there's like 4 damage on that Tyrant Knight, but 4 damage is more than 0. And the question was not, is there anybody who has a lot of damage on them? It was, is there anybody who has any damage on them? And not in the interest of being pedantic, but simply being descriptive. You gotta cast it when you can heal them, Walker. You can do it. You can do it. We have now, I think, nothing crucial to cast onto this group, but I guess we'll stack up another army heal. Why not? You are way too far from leveling up. You should go into a different group. You're pretty far. Okay, so we're going to give our experienced leader access to 1 Tyrant Knight there. Who's going to get it in 2 turns. We'll get a Chaplain over there too. We'll get the Nymph. We'll take Tyrant Knight. And is there anybody else who has like 1 or 2 turns away? 2 turns away on a Glade Runner. All right, cool. And you go here, and you go here. And then next turn, we will pick up the siege projects and just see how quickly we can get through Scragheim. With 18 siege project speed, that should be 6 turns. We could potentially get even faster if we don't take Fumigation, but instead take like another siege project that deals any wall damage. So we might do that instead. The speed at which Fumigation adds damage drops off pretty quickly once you start hitting enemies that have lots of HP, but I guess if we're fighting against Blessed Souls, Fumigation's pretty good there. This could also all be Sound and Fury, signifying nothing, because they could just attack us right now. Oh no, it's going to be 5 more turns for Treasured Brother, and the siege is going to take 6 turns, so we're going to fail that quest right before the game ends. Siege specialization, yep. And now we will start the siege. We will bring Wizard Bombardment. We will bring, I think onagers are crucial, just so that we get access to the extra power for the auto or manual. But we did just do the manual against the AI. I don't think they have the tools to win this siege unless they attack out of it. Yeah. I think we'll bring the Fumigation just for fun. 4 turns until Breach. Oh, it's 15. Oh, right, it's 15. Okay, so yeah, we have way faster siege here, not 5. This is going to be a 4-turn siege on Scragheim, so we actually might be able to get this done before that hero's quest to save their brother disappears. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Tyrant Knight is probably not going to get there. No, 2 turns. This is 48 speed. Like 48 speed plus advanced logistics is very powerful. Chain lightning. Yeah, that's fine. We'll just keep working on a tactical spell that the AI can use. Yeah, Astral Blood, sure. Go crazy. I love Astral Blood. Extra fortune stacks on everybody. That's in good shape. We could bring 2 more DLI Spears down there. And I guess we could even potentially fish for like a Winter Fairy, because we did lose one of our Awakeners, didn't we? Or is that an alternate universe? I think that might be... No, we do only have 1 Awakener right now, so yeah, let's go ahead and pick up a Winter Fairy just in case. Independents are moving, so that means that the AI just kind of like skipped their turn. I think they're trying to pull their troops together for one final fight, but it looks like the wind is out of their sails. This should be it. Scragheim, you've been a worthy opponent. I will say that I do like that there's like a big difference in the way that the AI fights, because some of them will naturally just be a lot scarier. Like, I don't know if it's necessarily only good or like purely good that if you're fighting against like a barbarian or a industrious or high, that you're gonna mostly have a trickier time, because the AI does actually know how to use those pieces a little bit better. But, you know, sometimes that's the way the game goes work. Like, some things are just invariably going to work better in AI hands than others. And I don't know if there's anything you can do about that. I don't know if there's anything anybody can do about that. Where are you going? Where are you going? Yeah, you're probably just subbing in for the Dawn Defender, aren't you? Yep, you are definitely just subbing in for that. So you go... Oh. 47 EXP on an Entwined Protector. That thing is the easiest thing to level up in the universe. Go. Get your free cool medal. Go get a cool medal. You'll have a great time. And then our reserve stack, just in case. Fairy, go down, and I suppose we could technically cast, like, more Entwined Protectors as guarantee, but I'm not inclined to do that. I'm inclined to attempt to finish this now and get food. No, don't send your entire army this way. Just let this siege fall and then let this game be done, Scragheim. You've been an honorable opponent, but don't deny me my snacks. I'm so hungry. Please think of the children. I am the child. Think of me. Think of me, Scragheim. Don't do this. Don't do this, AI. You're gonna pull all of your troops out and run at the last possible minute. Don't do it. Don't do it, bro. Don't tase me. Let's see. Ooh, Whetstone. They're fun little free cities out here trying to take our land back, but hopefully it does not matter. There's 1 turn left on these walls. If Scragheim does not pull their hero out, which of course they do, we will now capture their capital, but they will have a giant amount of units right here, but that's okay. We'll take their capital, and then we'll find where their ruler is and attack them, and then that will be that. Meadow is down. Okay. We will, I suppose, migrate. It doesn't matter. Migrate is fine. We'll do what we must in the name of science. Where's your hero? Where's your ruler? Where is your ruler, AI? You gotta be kidding me. Where did your ruler go? AI, where are you? Asgera, what? Where are you? You were in the capital. I know you were in the capital. Did you get to sea? I don't see how you got the ocean. Am I just delirious and I'm just missing the crown? There it is. Okay, there she is. All right, just the chat box is in the way. Okay, good. Go here, go here, go here, and that's the fight against the final bad guy, Ascaris Bloodspitter. I feel like we just did a big manual, so I don't think we need to do another one. This should be fine. This should be fine. But if we have to step in and help them out, we can. But now we've basically paved the way for the AI. They have all of the tools they could possibly need. They have an infinite number of Tyrant Knights. Like, that's not a bad place to be in. Yes! Alright, so I don't care that our ruler died, because their ruler died and they lost their capital. So that's it. I'm gonna go get myself some food, but thanks for watching. This is, I think, a useful frame for like how you can use the construction queue bug in order to accomplish silly things, even with like an incredibly inefficient faction. Like, generally speaking, you just do not play no, we're not, get out of here. You do not play Perfectionist Artisans unless you're looking for a really interesting time, but it is a really interesting time, and here we were able to get a lot of SPIs and research posts down to help offset everything. But yeah, I'm gonna be out of here. I think tomorrow I'm probably not gonna be streaming. I think I'm realistically gonna say that I'm going to work on the general high video and then like go out to an Indian buffet and then forget that I'm supposed to be doing that, and then it'll actually get recorded on Wednesday. But I am committing to doing it because I'm done with Baldur's Gate 3. I had a good time, but I don't feel like it's a game that's likely to require me to replay it anytime soon. And I think that there's enough interesting things that we can say about High that I want to get that one done, because I do also want to do the Necromancy one, and that one I think I'm probably going to have more time or more fun recording, simply because I love Necromancy. But that's a skill issue on my part. All right, for now, that's Walker. Take care.